Very good. Just go to tabling of documents, okay? Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 67 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Very good. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Jordan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Relating to Economic Recovery in Response to COVID-19. The motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Jordan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise today in this House to pay tribute to the late Right Honourable John Turner, Canada's 17th Prime Minister. I knew John my whole life, and he believed fiercely in the values that make us who we are as Canadians. Values like treating everyone with dignity and respect, and always being willing to stand up for what is just and right. Today, we remember him as a House of Commons man, a strong advocate for equality and a champion of our democracy. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we live in an extraordinary country, and it is thanks in part to people like John Turner. John developed an attachment to democracy early in life. When he was young, his mother taught him the importance of public service. Throughout his career, first as a lawyer and then as a politician, he always showed elegance and humility. John treated everyone as equals with dignity and respect. And even when he was very busy, he never forgot the birthdays of anyone that he knew. As an MP, he had the privilege of serving in 3 different provinces. He had a great mastery of law and democracy, which allowed him to make major changes to the criminal code. His work at the Department of Justice opened the way to legal aid in Canada to ensure that everybody can have access to their rights, no matter what their background or economic background was. This changed the lives of thousands and millions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when anyone had a discussion with John, it was easy to see just how much he loved Canada. He always talked about his country with a great deal of hope and optimism. For him, Canada was a place where we respected each other and helped each other, where equality was a style of life.
just last year that John was on the Hill to celebrate his 90th birthday with people from across the political spectrum. And I remember how he was still passionate about strengthening our democratic institutions. He used to say that democracy doesn't happen by accident. He was right. John knew that keeping our democracy strong and free meant we needed to put in the hard work to keep it that way. He believed in the incredible power of young people to get involved in our democratic process and encouraged them to do that wherever he could. John knew Canadians, regardless of age or background, formed the heart of our country, and that our future depended on all of us working together for everyone. Today, as we mourn his loss and reflect on his legacy, let's all remember our ability to give back to our own communities. To his wife, Gilles, and their children, Elizabeth, Michael, David, and Andrew. To John's grandchildren, his sister Brenda Norris, his brother-in-law, David Kilgore. Your husband, loving father, and brother was a great Canadian. We are all so lucky you shared him with us. To my fellow Canadians, I invite you to join us in signing the virtual Book of Condolences And together, let us continue to work to defend and strengthen our democracy. And as John once said, let's not take this country for granted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the official opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada, I have the honour to pay tribute to the memory of former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John Turner.
Mr. Speaker, some people leave their mark on this place in a way that outlasts them by decades. To walk the halls and to see their portraits is to be reminded daily that you stand where they stood. The tributes that have poured out to Mr. John Turner in the last week could easily lead one to believe and to think that the very existence of the modern Liberal Party is his greatest legacy. So many veterans of Martin and Chrétien campaigns of the 90s and early 2000s took to television, to social media, and to their local radio or newspaper this week to pay tribute to the man that they give credit with getting them involved in politics. Their stories had one common theme. They spoke to a plain truth that John Turner never forgot, that so many who have held the same lofty offices he did have never known. John Turner cared about individual Canadians, not just those that he encountered in the halls of power, where he spent more than 20 years as Attorney General, as a Finance Minister, as Prime Minister, and as Leader of the Opposition. Stories this week have been set in airplanes, taverns, church basements, and coffee shops. Stories of a man who took the extra time to know their stories and to remember their names. We have a tendency in moments like this to turn men into monuments. And with the Prime Minister with a past as an Olympian athlete and a Rhodes Scholar, that would be very easy to do. But to Canadians who shared their stories this week of a man who remembered their names years after first meeting them, of a politician who inspired them to get off the couch, of an adversary without a shred of malice in his heart, the John Turner who comes through is one who always had more interest in being a person than he ever had in being a portrait. As the story goes, and this is a very interesting one, and one when I first heard, Mr. Speaker, I did question, is this actually true? And when I tell you this story, for those of you who haven't heard it, I think you're going to share my awe in this story. So as the story goes, the young Liberal MP, John Turner, and his wife were vacationing in Barbados. While on the beach one morning, Mr. Turner's wife noticed a man out for a swim who appeared to be in trouble. The surf was rough that day. There was a strong undertow, and the elderly man was not a strong swimmer. Mr. Turner's wife anxiously alerted her husband to the situation. The young MP, who was a competitive swimmer in his university days, without hesitation plunged into the surf. Grasping the man in a life-saving hold, he struggled against the undertow and finally made it back to shore. Once on the beach, Mr. Turner set out to give the man mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. When the resuscitated gentleman came to his senses, who was the person that Mr. Turner had saved? None other than Progressive Conservative leader and former Prime Minister and the then Leader of the Opposition, John Diefenbaker. Isn't that unbelievable? It's one thing running into a colleague on a holiday. It's one thing running into an opposition colleague on a holiday. It's another thing saving that individual's life. But what an amazing story, and what a wonderful story. You know, Mr. Speaker, they say that the greatest compliments are those that come from your staunchest adversaries. And in spite of being one of his fiercest adversaries, former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney had this to say about Mr. Turner. And I quote, "The fact that he was a gentleman set him apart. He was Leader of the Opposition, and while we had many battles, there was no malice in the man. He was a man of principle. He brought a great sense of dignity to both himself and to the various jobs that he held. He always conducted himself with dignity and with elegance. I think he's going to be remembered as a Prime Minister and parliamentarian who contributed a great deal to Canada in the course of his highly successful life. He brought to politics a very good mind and a vision for Canada. He brought all those values, including integrity and dignity, to his job. He symbolized, I thought, much of what was best about Canada. What wonderful words, Mr. Speaker, and that was from our former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, about the Right Honourable John Turner. In closing, Mr. Speaker, history has taught us that we always knew where John Turner stood. It didn't matter if you were the Prime Minister he served, the Canadian people he faced, or the party that he dedicated his life to. He did the hard job for every Prime Minister he served, and from what I've heard, when he disagreed with them, they knew it. In fact, John Turner is the last finance minister to have resigned from cabinet on principle. Mr. Turner had all the qualities that you would want in a Canadian statesman, even when you disagreed with him, and sometimes especially when you disagreed with him. Mr. Speaker, our public life is richer for the contributions that the Right Honourable John Turner made. May he rest in peace. Wow. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sarrois. Born in Britain in 1929, John Napier Turner immigrated to Canada with his mother in 1932 following the death of his father. He was a real athlete, and he came very close to taking part in the Olympic Games in London in 1948, but he injured his knee and had to give up his spot. Even if he was a sprinter, his real political career was more of a marathon. He came into politics for the first time in 1962 when he was elected in the Liberal Party of Canada for the riding of Saint-Laurent-Saint George on the island of Montreal. He was an ambitious man, and he tried to succeed Lester B. Pearson as the leader of the Liberal Party 6 years later in 1968. It was instead Pierre Elliott Trudeau who was elected leader and then Prime Minister. Under that government, John Turner, then Minister of Justice, decriminalized abortion and homosexuality. These changes to the criminal code were a major change for the rights of women and the LGBT community. As Minister of Justice, he also applied the controversial War Measures Act during the October crisis in 1970. As of 1972, for a period of 3 years, he was the Minister of Finance. We will remember that John Turner did not like the fact that Quebec was absent from the constitutional agreement in 1982, while his Liberal Party colleagues were fiercely opposed to recognizing Quebec's distinct nature. John Turner rather defended the Meech Lake Agreement. It was for these reasons that Jean Chrétien, his long-standing political rival, accused him of being soft with regard to Quebec. But in 1984, John Turner finally achieved his dream, replacing Pierre Elliott Trudeau as leader of the Liberal Party and then Prime Minister. Even if he had a very short term as Prime Minister, it was only 79 days long, John Turner, a loyal man, remained leader of the official opposition until 1990. And he retired from politics in 1993. His significant contribution to politics deserves to be highlighted. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my sincerest condolences to all of his friends and loved ones that he has sadly left and who mourn him dearly. Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are paying tribute to John Napier Turner, who made huge contributions to Canadian politics.
Turner, we mourn a Prime Minister of Canada and a man who made incredible contributions to public life as a Minister of Finance, a Minister of Justice, briefly as Prime Minister, and as Leader of the Opposition in his decades of public life. John Turner was larger than life outside of politics as well, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, a Rhodes Scholar, a talented athlete, and a skilled lawyer. Ed Broadbent, former leader of the NDP, who served with him in Parliament, said of him that, quote, "Of all the party leaders I have known, he had the deepest respect for Parliament and for its democratic rules and procedures." In the end, though, he never did take his seat in Parliament as Prime Minister, 11 seats down from your seat. Mr. Speaker. We can talk about his contributions. We can certainly talk about his background. I would like to speak about his inspiration to so many Canadians. And I know this, Mr. Speaker, because of my own family history. My father, who is now 98, still married to my mother, is 97. We have good genes in New Westminster. Was a long-time school administrator, a teacher. He had won the high school basketball championship in British Columbia and was a school board trustee in New Westminster, Coquitlam, Burnaby. He had never run for higher office. But when John Turner became leader of the Liberal Party, he was inspired and sought and won the Liberal nomination. He ran for the Liberals in that riding, 20 years before I ran later for the NDP. And though that election did not turn out as neither my father nor John Turner had planned, the reality is John Turner inspired hundreds of candidates across the country and millions of Canadians, both in the election of 1984 and in 1988. Mr. Speaker, if you visit my father and mother's home in New Westminster, BC, you will see many pictures of John Turner with my father. And that inspiration that John Turner developed and provoked in so many Canadians is something that lives today. His deep respect for democracy is something that I think all Canadians admire. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, as you know, our democracy is as good and as strong as the caliber of representatives that Canadians choose for themselves. John Turner was an exemplary public servant, and he will be greatly missed. De la part du caucus.
On behalf of the NDP caucus, we offer our sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr. Turner.
I believe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island is rising on a point of order.
With permission of the House, unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to also offer condolences on behalf of the Green Party.
Do we have unanimous consent? Agreed. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci to mes
Thank you, colleagues. It is a pleasure for me to rise to pay tribute to my friend John Turner.
I hope it's obvious. I'm of a different generation. And in any case anyone thinks I've changed sides, I'm wearing red today in honor of John Turner. I don't know how I became so lucky as to become someone that he considered worthy to be one of the few opposition MPs invited to what I think will go down in history as an extraordinary event, the 90th birthday party, June 10th of last year. John Turner did not approach reflections on his 90th birthday as someone who's out of it, who's not paying attention, who's just reflecting on the past. He gave a speech that was a clarion call to democracy. To his last days, he was engaged in the life of this country. He loved Canada so passionately, and his contributions to this country must not be underestimated. You know, when he was Minister of Justice, he gave us legal aid. He said everyone has to have access to the law. They have to have access to a defense. He also took the first step on the very long road to LGBTQ rights in ending the criminality of same-sex relations in this country through a change to the criminal code. He did much, and he was remembered and celebrated at that birthday party, as you've now heard from Brian Mulroney by video, but living prime ministers present, the Right Honourable Joe Clark, who gave a spectacular address, Right Honourable Paul Martin, Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, an extraordinary evening. I want to give my condolences, of course, to Gilles, to Elizabeth, to granddaughter Fiona, and to my dear friends Laura and David Kilgore, family members of someone who exemplifies what it means. We use the word rather casually sometimes. Someone is a great Canadian. John Turner is the exemplar of what that looks like. John Turner was a great Canadian. And rather than spend any more time telling you things that I've learned about him, although I have to tell you, he fought so hard against the creation of PMO as a big-time institution. He was there working for our current Prime Minister's father, and Tom Axworthy famously relates how when he was working for Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Tom Axworthy was sent with a message for John Turner, Minister of Finance. And Turner said to him, you just tell the boss, go back there and tell him I don't need some junior G-man from PMO coming around here to tell me what to do. So Those were the days. Well, it's taken a while. I do want to end what I'm saying by quoting what John Turner told us on his birthday. Quote, and it goes to the essence of what he meant by saying democracy does not happen by accident, as the Prime Minister has mentioned. He said that often. Quote, I don't like the use of the term backbencher when describing MPs. It is the MP who holds a prominent position in the House of Commons. My thinking on this is honed from the Magna Carta, one of the greatest pieces of democracy ever. Written in 1215, it laid out the essence of democracy in Great Britain and became the template of democracy worldwide. There's a pause here where he reflects on Magna Carta and the importance of the people voting and the people who are elected occupying the position of government. He says, it's so different today where prime ministers, I want to make sure that's plural so no one thinks they're being singled out. It's so different today where prime ministers act in a manner that I can only describe as unilateral. The most important part of democracy, in my view, is that people govern people. We have to hold that principle sacred, where debate and opinion of people matter. Democracy does not happen by accident. Thank you, John Turner, for your constant reminder that we have to contribute to our society, that we have to give back. He lived under principles of faith as a devout Catholic. He understood that that which we do to each other, we can expect to be done unto us, and we have an obligation to the entire family of humanity. Eternal rest grant unto him. Light perpetual shine upon him. May he rest in peace.
I am grateful that we are able to come together today to pay our respects to our colleague as members of Parliament, members of the parliamentary family. During and even beyond his long political career, John Turner was a passionate defender of our parliamentary democracy. Ensemble,
together, we can commemorate the life of the 17th Prime Minister of Canada. I would ask the members to rise to observe a minute of silence.
Order. We'll return. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Stevenson, Richmond Hill East, or Richmond East, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored presenting a petition from Canadians concerned with the passing of the national security legislation in Hong Kong. It is their belief that the passing of this law is in gross violation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration and the One Country, Two System framework. The petition calls upon the government to impose appropriate sanctions under the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm presenting two petitions today. The first is in support of Bill S-204, which was put forward in the Senate by Senator Salma Atulajan. The bill would make it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ for which there has not been consent, and also create a provision to make someone inadmissible to Canada if they had been involved in organ harvesting or trafficking. This is an important human rights bill. Efforts have been made to pass similar versions of this bill in this and the other place for over 10 years. The second petition speaks to the government's priorities with respect to health care. Back in January and February, when they could have been focusing on improving seniors' care, preparing for a response to pandemic, the government's focus was instead on removing vital safeguards associated with the government's euthanasia regime. Petitioners in this particular petition raised concern about the government's plans previously in Bill C-7 to eliminate a 10-day reflection period and also reduce the number of witnesses required. Petitioners believe that these were important safeguards that need to be in place and question the government's priorities with respect to removing safeguards when there are so many other vital health care issues that we should be focused on. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East. You're on mute. Remove your mute.
Sorry, is this working now?
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions that I would like to table today. The first is signed by over 2,600 Canadians calling on the government to extend paid maternity leave for a minimum of 3 months for mothers in Canada during the pandemic, and that many of them are not receiving adequate health care due to the redirection of these health resources as a result of COVID-19. As well, many are not able to get affordable quality childcare at this time. So as such, the petitioners noted that COVID-19 has significantly impacted their physical and mental health, and they're calling on the government to allow mothers who are currently on 12 months maternity leave the option of switching into 18 months maternity leave. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, I have has a signature of over 6,000 people calling for action from the government. And these are particularly related to people who are struggling with family separation because of their delay in spousal sponsorship applications. People are desperate to reunite with their loved ones, yet the immigration process for spousal sponsorship has ground to a halt. So they're calling on the government to create a special temporary resident visa for outland applicants with a reasonable eligible criteria and conditions, and to allow for spouses and their children from visa-required countries to easily apply for the STRV online, and to issue and delivering multi-entry STRV electronically and expediently. We need to ensure that the capacity to process applications are increased and to address the lengthy delays that exist, and prompt action is required, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to table a petition on behalf of residents from Cumberland and Courtenay in my riding. They're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order so that the government can manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths from poison fentanyl. Mr. Speaker, we've lost over 147 residents in British Columbia. Just in August alone, the government hasn't declared it a public health emergency, despite the fact that over 15,000 Canadians have died since 2016. They want the government to reform the current drug policy, to decriminalize personal possession. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, they want the government to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. And Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and cousins of people that have died and lost loved ones. The government needs to take action.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples to present the following petition. It relates to an aspect of the climate crisis and calls on the government to deal with how we send our money to developing countries and how that money should be allocated. The petitioners recognize that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has indicated clearly that the impacts of accelerating global warming have disproportionate impacts on the most vulnerable, increasing inequities, particularly for women in the developing world. They call on Canada, that has currently been putting less than, approximately a third of our climate finance has been in investment projects for adaptation, and very specifically missing some opportunities to allocate money as grants instead of loans. The petitioners call for the Government of Canada to commit at least 50% of Canada's public climate finance for developing countries towards adaptation and at least 15% towards projects that target gender equality as a primary objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to stand today to present a petition by seniors advocates in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. COVID-19 has exposed the degradation of care to seniors and the instability of the workforce. And the petitioners are calling upon the government to include long-term care in public health system by creating national standards for care and staffing levels under the Canada Health Act and ensure accountability. Eliminate profit-making by government-funded long-term care facilities and ensure funds are spent as allocated and ban subcontracting. Standardize equitable and living wages and benefits and implement single-site employment for all staff. Strengthen government oversight and initiate strong penalties and clawbacks for facilities not complying with the regulations, and require independent family councils that protect rights. And I'd like to thank Penny McCourt in my riding, and there's 2,500 signatures on this petition. Thank you.
Before proceeding, I just want to remind all the members, when presenting petitions, we ask that you be as brief as possible and have a synopsis. We only have limited time, and we want to make sure that everyone gets to present their petitions. Thank you. Questions on the order paper? Orders of the day.
L'ordre du jour, adresse en réponse au discours du trône.
Address and reply to the speech from the throne.
We have a point of order. Can I come? Okay. Can I come to you as soon as I'm done, and then I'll be right back with you. Thank you. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, the government orders will be extended by 20 minutes today. The honourable member for, it's a long one and I always get it wrong, so I'm going to cheat a bit here. Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his assist. Make sure that that's recorded for posterity. I'm rising today on a question of privilege concerning the Liberal government's disrespect of an order of the Standing Committee on Finance requiring the production of records related to the Prime Minister's $500 million WE scandal. At its July 7th meeting, the Finance Committee adopted the following motion, quote, that pursuant to Standing Order 108-1A, the committee ordered that any contracts concluded with We Charity and Me to We all briefing notes, memos, and emails, including the contribution agreement between the government and the organization, from senior officials prepared for or sent to any minister regarding the design and creation of the Canada Student Service Grant, as well as any written correspondence and records of other correspondence with We Charity and Me to We from March 2020 to be provided to the committee no later than August 8, 2020. That matters of cabinet confidence and national security be excluded from the request, and that any redactions necessary, including to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents whose names and personal information may be included in the documents, as well as public servants who have been providing assistance on this matter, be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons, end quote. On or about August 8th, the government provided the Finance Committee's clerk with about 5,600 pages of materials. These documents were subsequently released to committee members on August the 18th, mere minutes before the prorogation of Parliament. It's important to understand that these pages often included several copies of the same emails, and worse, many of the pages featured blacked out, redacted, obscured, and hidden content. It's those redactions which trouble me and which should trouble every member of Parliament. To quote Mr. Speaker Milliken from his highly publicized Afghan detainee documents ruling on April 27, 2010, this is on page 2042 of the debates. Before us are issues that question the very foundations upon which our parliamentary system is built. In a system of responsible government, the fundamental right of the House of Commons to hold the government to account for its actions is an indisputable privilege and, in fact, an obligation. The Finance Committee exercised its privilege and obligation to get to the bottom of this extraordinarily troubling scandal when the Prime Minister handed his friends $543.33 million in a contribution agreement to run a paid volunteer scheme, instead of trusting Canada's hard-working public servants to administer the CSSG. In doing so, the order it passed, and which I quoted, allowed for cabinet confidences and national security content to be excluded, with all other vetting was to be done by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel. Of course, a contract to a children's charity for a youth volunteering program would not involve national security, Mr. Speaker, but it is simply a standard form of a motion generally being used at committees lately. The government, however, contravened the committee's order as explained in the Law Clerk's own August 18th letter to the Finance Committee. I quote, "The letters accompanying the documents for each department stated that redactions had been made to protect cabinet confidences in accordance with the motion adopted at FINA. In addition, the letters and documents indicate that the departments had also made redactions to protect personal information in accordance with the Privacy Act. To protect third-party information and information on the vulnerability of their computer or communication systems or methods employed to protect their systems, these latter grounds for exemption from disclosure are contained in the Access to Information Act. Upon reception of the documents on August 9, 2020, you provided them to my office so that we could make the necessary redactions to protect the privacy of Canadian citizens and permanent residents, as well as public services as contemplated by the production order. However, as mentioned above, the documents had already been redacted by the departments to protect personal information and on other grounds." Close quote. Here comes the kicker, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "As my office has not been given the opportunity to see the unredacted documents, we are not able to confirm whether those redactions are consistent with the order of committee," end quote. So further down the page, Mr. Dufresne adds, quote, "As mentioned above, the department made certain redactions to the documents on grounds that were not contemplated in the order of the committee," end quote. A moment ago, I referred to the Finance Committee using a familiar form of motion. I should pause here to note that the entire pattern of document redactions is also familiar. On February 26th, the Health Committee adopted a document production order seeking records concerning the Liberal government's preparations for the current pandemic. And in response, the government provided significantly censored documents covering up key details about the Liberals' failures to prepare Canada adequately against COVID-19. That episode required Mr. Dufresne to write a similar letter to the clerk of the Health Committee, noting that government's open defiance of a parliamentary committee exercising its constitutional rights. For a government which preaches transparency and, quote, openness by default, close quote, their track record of blacking out inconvenient facts speaks louder. But one significant evolution since the Health Committee's experience is that here the government tried to deflect responsibility elsewhere for the redactions. According to an August 27th article in CBC News entitled, "Commons Law Clerk Says Governments Went Too Far in Redacting We Charity Documents," I'll quote, "Last week, a spokesperson for the Prime Minister's office told CBC News that the redactions were done by the parliamentary law clerk who was following the committee's direction to remove documents covered by cabinet confidentiality and personal information about Canadian citizens," end quote. The Prime Minister's office was trying to deny its complicity in the cover-up of these documents. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this seems to have been a talking point circulated amongst Liberals. On the evening of August 19th, I was part of a panel discussion on CBC's Power and Politics, along with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. He repeated the Prime Minister's office's alternative facts and told viewers that night, quote, "The motion included a proviso that redactions should be done as necessary to protect certain interests, including privacy interests, etc., and those should be done by House administration, including the Office of the Law Clerk." That's exactly what happened in this case. The motion was followed to the letter. Redactions were done not by the government and not by political staff, but by House of Commons objective officials, end quote. The Prime Minister's office's denials have been exposed as bald-faced lies in the law clerk's letter. Those denials were also given voice by the parliamentary secretary, likely having been unwittingly briefed and scripted by the PMO to believe that they were true. It's my respectful submission, Mr. Speaker, that two separate grounds for a prima facie contempt of Parliament are made out in these facts. Firstly, as the law clerk and parliamentary counsel informed the committee's clerk on August 18th, the government disrespected a lawful order of a committee of the House of Commons to produce documents. This is, for reasons I will argue, an appropriate case to come directly before this House. Second, the Prime Minister's office and the parliamentary secretary, in attempting to deflect criticism from the government's redactions of those documents in disobedience of a committee's order, made misrepresentations about a work of a table officer of this House and risk damaging his reputation in the process. Allow me to offer you some of the applicable precedents and procedural background to these issues. As to the first ground, the breach of a committee order, the law clerk's own letter helpfully offers a succinct explanation of the situation. Quote, "We note that the House's and its committee's power to order the production of records is absolute and unfettered, as it constitutes a constitutional parliamentary privilege that supersedes statutory obligations, such as the exemption found in the Access to Information Act. The House and its committees are the appropriate authority to determine whether any reason for withholding the documents should be accepted or not. One such measure is the committee's decision to have my office make the necessary redactions to protect personal information and the public servants providing assistance in this matter," end quote. Page 137 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, explains the source of this authority. By virtue of the preamble and Section 18 of the Constitution Act of 1867, Parliament has the ability to institute its own inquiries, to require the attendance of witnesses, and to order the production of documents, rights which are fundamental to its proper functioning. These rights are as old as Parliament itself. Bosch and Gagnon add further down on that same page, I quote, For the purpose of an inquiry, the committee may send for any papers that are relevant to its order of reference. This right to order the production of documents is unlimited at pages 984 to 986, and Bosch and Gagnon elaborate. And I'll quote, "Public servants and ministers may sometimes invoke their obligations under certain legislation to justify their position. Companies may be reluctant to release papers which could jeopardize their industrial security or infringe upon their legal obligations, particularly with regard to the protection of personal information. Others have cited solicitor-client privilege in refusing to allow access to legal papers or notices. These types of situations have absolutely no bearing on the power of committees to order the production of papers and records. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its powers to order the production of papers and records," end quote. Tension between government and Parliament on the interaction between the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act on the one hand, the document production orders on the other, is as old as the laws themselves. For example, the first report of the former Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections from the third session of the 34th Parliament states at page 98 of the journals for May 29, 1991, and some of these books were not available from the Library of Parliament due to COVID limitations, so I'm drawing from digital texts. Quote, "After careful consideration and consultation, the committee has concluded there is nothing in the Privacy Act to prevent the House of Commons from issuing an order for the production of unexpurgated versions of the two reports. The House, in our opinion, has the absolute power to issue an order requiring the Solicitor General to provide the two reports in their entirety," end quote. Disregarding a committee order is a very serious matter. Now, page 239 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition, explains this, Mr. Speaker. "Disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly, the House could take action, not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated. Without proper respect, the House of Commons could not function. Thus, disobedience may well be considered contempt." In substituting its own judgment for the Finance Committee's or the law clerk's, the government has overstepped its authority and flouted the will of the Finance Committee. Sir John Bournois, in his first edition of Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, wrote at page 281, quote, "It must be remembered that under all circumstances it is for the House to consider whether the reasons given for refusing the information are sufficient. The right of Parliament to obtain every possible information on public question is undoubted, and the circumstances must be exceptional and the reasons very cogent, when it cannot be at once laid before the House," end quote. In the Afghan documents ruling, the chair articulated at page 2044 an approach to raising those, quote, "reasons very cogent," quote, namely to make the case through the persuasion of debate and the offering of amendments to the motion under debate. In the end, the government does not have the final say, for as Speaker Milliken put it, quote, "The House debated the matter and voted to adopt an order for the production of documents despite the request of the government," end quote. In usurping the role assigned to the law clerk, the Liberal government's evasion of accountability represents a grave affront to the dignity and authority of the House of Commons. Now, page 138 of Bosch and Gagnon speaks to the present situation.
Much time as he needs.
If such an order is ignored, the committee has no means to enforce the order on its own. It may report the matter to the House and recommend that appropriate action be taken. It is then a decision of the House whether or not to issue an order for the production of papers. Obviously, the committee was unable to report its situation directly to the House because the Prime Minister shut down Parliament through prorogation, quite literally within minutes of the documents becoming available. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it has become perfectly plain for all to see that the motivation for prorogation was to shut down committee investigations, getting a little too close to the Prime Minister for his own comfort. If the speech from the throne was about presenting a refreshing agenda reflecting the COVID pandemic, the Prime Minister could have simply prorogued Parliament the night before last, or yesterday morning for that matter. What he didn't need to do was to shut down Parliament on the 18th of August. The only thing that accomplished was to kill committee investigations cold in their tracks. Now this brings me to pages 152 and 153 of Bosch and Gagnon, which I want to address directly. Quote, speakers have consistently ruled that, except in the most extreme situations, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter, end quote. The present situation, Mr. Speaker, is, I would respectfully submit, one of those extreme cases where the Speaker's direct intervention is warranted. This is not a matter on which we can just pick up tomorrow where we left off. Page 977 of Bosch and Gagnon explains, quote, certain specific conditions must be met to continue with a study begun during a previous session of Parliament. Finally, committees must be constituted, that is, they must be assigned members and a chair must be chosen, end quote. The Finance Committee has no members, it has no chair. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals were being particularly cynical, they could exploit parliamentary tactics to keep our committees from considering substantive business until November. On December 4th, 1992, the House considered a question of privilege concerning the intimidation of a subcommittee witness. In making his argument, then Liberal Deputy House Leader Don Boudria said at page 14,630 of the debates, quote, I wish to bring to your attention, in the unlikely event that you would be tempted to rule that this matter should be dealt with at committee, that in fact the committees are in the process of winding down for the Christmas period. The evidence was brought before a subcommittee, which has terminated its proceedings for the next few months. Therefore, the evidence of this could only be heard before committee in a number of months from now at the earliest, if at all, in the event of a prorogation of Parliament later, end quote. For his part, Mr. Speaker Fraser argued at page 14,631 ruling, quote, some mention has been made that this matter arose in committee, and honourable members will have heard me say many times that usually matters should be put back to committees. My own feeling is that under the circumstances which have been explained to me, that is not the convenient or appropriate thing to do at this time. Mr. Speaker, your most recent privilege ruling concerned a complaint about something which had previously arisen in Committee of the Whole, and Bosch and Gagnon explain on page 919 its relevance to the present case. Once that committee has completed its business, it ceases to exist. In your ruling on July 22, 2020, at page 2701 of the debates, you said, quote, I accept that the particular circumstances of this situation, notably the challenge surrounding the Committee of the Whole format, do make it appropriate to bring the matter to the Speaker, end quote. We are, I would argue, in substantively the same position today with standing committees such as the Finance Committee. They were terminated with prorogation, and they have not yet been reconstituted and may not be for some time. I respectfully submit that you ought to extend, by analogy, your July ruling, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, Fraser's 1992 ruling, to the present circumstances of unconstituted standing committees. Prorogation denied the committee the opportunity to meet and to report this abuse by the government to this House. The time necessary to reconstitute committees and the delays which could be attempted compounds this problem. The House must have a means to address behavior contemptuous of committees. Having made out the grounds for finding a prima facie contempt, I want to speak briefly on the remedy. When members rise on questions of privilege, the chair always hears that they are prepared to move an appropriate motion. I, too, am prepared to do so. However, I should quote Mr. Speaker Milliken, who asked rhetorically in the 2010 ruling I've cited at page 2044, quote, "The authorities I have cited are unanimous in the view of the House's privileges to ask for the production of papers," and many go on to explain that accommodations are made between those seeking information and those in possession of it to ensure that arrangements are made in the best interest of the public they both serve. It is possible to put in place a mechanism by which these documents could be made available to the House without compromising the security and confidentiality of the information they contain. In other words, is it possible for the two sides working together in the best interest of the Canadians they serve to devise a means where both their concerns are met? Surely that is not too much to hope for." End quote. This notion of a prima facie ruling forcing an opportunity to reach a negotiated settlement before addressing the matter through a motion and vote was echoed by Speaker Levac of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario on September 13, 2012, at page 5 of the Votes and Proceedings. That's a ruling which should ring bells for some Liberals across the way, specifically for staffers in the Prime Minister's office. It concerned the Dalton McGuinty government's defiance of a document production order related to the gas plant scandal. Many of the folks at the heart of the Ontario Liberal operation later picked up and headed down the 401 to Ottawa, some with outrageously high expense claims, I should add. And they brought their political playbook to the nation's capital. One of them who didn't make it to Ottawa, though, was Dalton McGuinty's chief of staff. He was instead sentenced to imprisonment for his role in destroying gas plant scandal records. So it should go without saying that opposition members of Parliament are anxious to lay hands on the full records of the sweetheart deal between the Prime Minister's friends at WE and the Canadian taxpayers. Through you, Mr. Speaker, can I just say to the government that Conservatives are prepared to be constructive and reasonable, if it means getting expeditious access to the documents in question. Perhaps in the time you're deliberating on these issues, we may be able to reach an adequate compromise. To throw out an idea here, I'd note that among the ranks of the official opposition are several Privy Councillors. One or more of them, on the strengths of their Privy Council oaths, could view the documents to be able to provide assurances to other MPs that the government's grounds for redactions are legitimately claimed. Now, I recognize that solution may not work well for the members of the other two opposition parties. Perhaps an alternative would be for the government to simply allow the House Law Clerk and his team of lawyers a chance to view the original documents so that they can provide MPs with these assurances. I'd note in passing that the Law Clerk's own special advisor and counsel previously served as Chief of Staff to the Minister of Women and Gender Equity and Rural Economic Development, so I couldn't imagine the Liberals having a serious objection to this course of action. Nonetheless, my point, Mr. Speaker, is that there are solutions staring us right in the face. If only the Liberal government would engage us on them. However, if discussions cannot reach an expeditious compromise, I am fully prepared to put a solution forward by way of a motion for the House to decide. Now, next, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the second ground for a prima facie contempt finding, the Prime Minister's office's lies about the Law Clerk redacting the documents. Now, Bosch and Gagnon explain this contempt at page 81. Quote, "There are, however, other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands, or libels upon itself, its members, or its officers." end quote. It's worth noting here, Mr. Speaker, that the corresponding entry in Parliamentary Practice, New Zealand 4th edition at page 763 clarifies that the reference to libels extends to slanders. But in any event, Bosch and Gagnon at page 81 elaborate upon the scope of contempt of Parliament, quote, "The House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly. Throughout the Commonwealth, most procedural authorities hold that contempts, as opposed to privileges, cannot be enumerated or categorized." End quote. To be clear, Mr. Dufresne is, of course, a table officer of this House. Citation 219 of Beauchen's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, reminds us that, quote, "The officers in the service of the House of Commons are the Clerk of the House, the Sergeant-at-Arms, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel, the Deputy Clerk, and the Clerk's Assistant," end quote. The Prime Minister's office, in its effort to spin its way out of a scandal which has enveloped the whole government and claimed the career of a finance minister, lied about the work of Mr. Dufresne, attempting to lay blame at his feet. What's more is that the Prime Minister's staff enlisted a member of this House, the member for Parkdale High Park, to go on television to spread their spin about the law clerk. Magnon at page 250 writes, quote, "As in the case of a court of law, the House of Commons is entitled to the utmost respect. Thus, when someone publishes libelous reflections on the House, they will be treated as a contempt of this House," end quote. Indeed, in a case concerning the defamation of a table officer, Mr. Speaker Tusa of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan on June 24, 1987, at page 79 of the journals, found a prima facie case of privilege about remarks which, quote, "may have harmed the credibility of the Legislative Council and law clerk," end quote. In that case, the Legislative Assembly subsequently adopted a motion, quote, "that this House accept the apology of the Minister of Justice with respect to his public remarks attacking the credibility of the Legislative Council and law clerk, and confirms that those remarks constituted a breach of privilege of this Assembly," end quote. Madam Speaker, Sauvé articulated a view on October 29, 1980 at page 4213 of the debates on an appropriate threshold when falsehoods are deployed. Quote, "Members will appreciate that the expression false is subject to but one interpretation in the House of Commons debates. That is pejorative, and it is considered unparliamentary when referring to another honourable member. While the word has less sinister meanings in the context of contempt, it seems to me that to amount to contempt, representations or statements about our proceedings or of the participation of members should not only be erroneous or incorrect, but rather should be purposely untrue and improper and import a ring of deceit. To be false in the context of contempt, an interpretation of our proceedings must be an obviously, purposely distorted one. My role, therefore, is to interpret the extracts of the document in question, not in terms of their substance, but to find whether, on their face, they represent such a distorted interpretation of the events or remarks in our proceedings that they obviously attract the characterization of false," end quote. The Prime Minister's office quite clearly knew who was responsible for redacting the documents provided by the government to the Finance Committee when they were spinning journalists and putting out the Justice Minister's parlsec on TV panels. We're not talking about the woman or man on the street in North Bay, Mr. Speaker, who might be following our proceedings from afar through the news. Instead, we're talking about a central player in the scandal implicating an esteemed officer, a table officer of this House, in a distorted interpretation of events purposely untrue and bearing a heavy ring of deceit. As Saskatchewan's Mr. Speaker Tusa said on May 23, 1989, at page 94 of the journals, quote, "It is the duty of the House to protect its officers," end quote. And that goes to the essence of my question of privilege. members of Parliament have many things said about us in the course of our work. But we also have many platforms, including the most awesome of them all, the floor of the House of Commons, to respond and defend ourselves. Our table officers, who provide us with such solid support and service, well, they, on the other hand, have no such outlet, and if they tried, could risk compromising their neutrality. That's why it's incumbent upon us, incumbent on this House, to protect our clerks at the table. That's why I'm asking you to find a prima facie contempt in respect of the Prime Minister's office and the Parliamentary Secretary's defamation about the role played by the law clerk in blocking government transparency and breaching a committee's order. Mr. Speaker, we must protect the hardworking staff of the House from being exploited. In this case, exploited for political gain, when there is a lie at the heart of such exploitation. If you find a prima facie contempt, I am prepared to move an appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his submission, and we'll take it under advisement and return to the House. Now we also have the honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think that you will find that the government did in fact comply with the motion as adopted by the committee. However, it is disappointing that in a time that we are facing a second wave of a pandemic, the Conservatives want to use this time in the House to play partisan politics and talk about the we charity rather than to focus on providing the help that Canadians need. Mr. Speaker, I'll get the opportunity to review the many comments put on the record by the member opposite, and will provide further comment in the coming days.
The honourable member for La Prairie wishes to speak on this question of privilege. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reserve the right to respond to this question of privilege at a future date, if you will allow.
Okay. The honourable member for Burnaby Westminster.
New Westminster Burnaby, Monsieur President.
We'll eventually get there. And I'd like to take a few moments to add to the excellent presentation given by the member for Leeds Grenfell and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, in part because it was my motion, an NDP motion that was brought forward to the Finance Committee on July 7th. And I very carefully wrote that motion, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that any redactions necessary be made by the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel of the House of Commons. The idea was very clear, Mr. Speaker, that redactions that took place would only be taking place by through the Office of the Law Clerk. Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, all MPs from all parties voted for that motion. So this is not a partisan issue at all. It's an issue of ensuring that the privileges of the House of Commons are maintained, Mr. Speaker. And it was with shock and consternation that the same day that we became aware through the Office of the Law Clerk writing to the Clerk of the Standing Committee on Finance, saying very clearly that departments made certain redactions to documents on grounds that were not contemplated in the order of the committee, and also stating that as my office has not been given the opportunity to see the unredacted documents, we are not able to confirm whether those redactions are consistent with the order of the committee. Of course, the committee would have acted immediately, Mr. Speaker, but as the member points out, at the very same moment that we became aware of the censorship of these documents, 5,000 pages, 1,000 of them that were basically completely or substantially altered and censored, the committee was shut down. Parliament was prorogued, and the committee will not be meeting again, potentially for several weeks. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I know you're aware, and as the member has cited, this work of the Finance Committee comes through an order of the House of Commons. Unanimously, because of the pandemic, we elected at that time, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee to provide the oversight for all spending that was related to the pandemic. And surely, in this case, it means that the House of Commons was mandating the Finance Committee to do that work. As you know, Standing Order 108 says that standing committees shall be severally empowered to examine and inquire into all matters as may be referred to them by the House. This is clearly what happened in this case. And as the member has cited in Chapter 20 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, we very clearly follow that through the Bible, that is the direction that is provided to us through House of Commons Procedure and Practice. It states that standing orders do not delimit the power to order the production of papers and records. The result is a broad, absolute power that on the surface appears to be without restriction. There is no limit on the types of papers likely to be requested. The only prerequisite is that the papers exist in hard copy or electronic format and that they are located in Canada. They can be papers originating from or in the possession of governments. So clearly we had a House of Commons mandate that was given to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee was endeavoring to provide that oversight. On July 7th, unanimously, with the support of all members from all parties, there was a request that was made, an order that was made for papers, and on August 18th we find out that they have been censored, substantially redacted, over 1,000 pages that have been basically wholly or substantially blacked out. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude because I know that there will be other members intervening on this, hopefully today, because it is important that we come, that you be given the opportunity to come to a rapid decision in this respect. I do want to cite again the decision that was made against the Harper government at the time on April 27th, 2010 by Speaker Milliken, who stated the following: "It is a view of the Chair that accepting an unconditional authority of the Executive to censor the information provided to Parliament would in fact jeopardize the separation of powers that is purported to lie at the heart of our parliamentary system and the independence of its constituent parts. Furthermore, it risks diminishing the inherent privileges of the House and its members, which have been earned and must be safeguarded." He also stated that procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents, even those related to national security. Now, at the time, Mr. Speaker, he was referring to the Special Committee on the Canadian Mission on Afghanistan. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, I know that there will be other members intervening, but that you come to a rapid decision on this. In my
opinion, in the opinion of our caucus, there is no doubt that you can find in here a breach of privilege, a prima facie case of breach of privilege, parliamentary privilege at that. And if there is a debate on this issue, our caucus will be fully prepared to take part in that debate. It's an extremely important debate on parliamentary privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Maintenant,
Thank you.
reprise du débat
Resuming debate.
for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising today to speak on behalf of Canada's Conservatives and the official opposition to respond to the government's speech from the throne. Je vais partager.
I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the parliamentary leader for the official opposition, the member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Well, Mr. Speaker, another Liberal speech from the throne, another speech full of recycled Liberal promises with grand gestures and lofty visions, but with no real plan to deal with the pandemic, no real plan to deal with the urgent healthcare needs of the provinces, no real plan to deal with lack of jobs, no real plan to deal with Canadian unity issues and Western alienation. Mr. Speaker, no plan to deal with the economy. The Liberal speech from the throne is full of the same old promises and recycled ideas that we have all been hearing about for years and years and years. And many of these promises have been unfulfilled, and they leave countless people behind. I'm talking about people like the single mom from Burlington who has to choose between staying home with her sick kids or picking up another shift at the local Subway to pay the rent. I'm talking about the fish harvester out east who isn't sure how they're going to afford their next season. I'm talking about the producer in Brandon, Manitoba, burdened by the carbon tax and worried about trade wars keeping their goods from market. I'm talking about the dad in Hinton, Alberta, who doesn't know what he's going to do when the bank's mortgage deferral program comes to an end. I'm talking about the family in Cantley, Quebec, who's trying to get their minivan to last through just one more winter, and they can't afford an electric car. And I'm talking about the people who drive a Ford 150, like thousands of Canadians, and they're tired of being insulted by Liberal elites. Here. And I'm talking about the family in Yukon who run a fly-in guide outfitting business, and they rely almost entirely on international tourism. These are the people, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives are standing up for. These are the people that we know have been left behind in this Liberal speech from the throne. Now, let's just make sure that it's clear. The Prime Minister shut down Parliament. He prorogued Parliament. He shut down committees. He stopped everything dead in its tracks when he was being exposed for his scandal. Why? Because he said he was going to present a speech from the throne that would give Canadians a plan. It did none of that. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, the only reason he prorogued Parliament was to cover up and distract from his own scandal. So it's also very disturbing that there is no plan to deal with this pandemic. When our leader spoke with the Prime Minister last week, he asked the Prime Minister to ensure that Canadians had better and faster access to COVID testing options. This is vitally important right now, Mr. Speaker, that there are options for Canadians to get tested for COVID and to get the results back in a timely manner. It is unacceptable that we trust countries such as Japan, Germany, and the US with our national security intelligence, but we don't trust their approval of 15-minute saliva tests. Just last March, the Prime Minister promised that rapid testing for Canadians would be his top priority. Half a year and $500 billion later, and Canadian families are still waiting in line for hours, sometimes for days, for tests, let alone for those results. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has failed to deliver. Maybe the wealthy, well-connected friends of the Liberal elite can afford to stay quarantined. Maybe they can afford to wait, but hardworking Canadians cannot afford to take weeks off to quarantine if they come up in a contact tracing list. They deserve a plan, and they deserve to have some hope. Mr. Speaker, there is no commitment to increase health transfers, which was the province's top ask. Instead of giving the provinces the resources they need to fight the pandemic, the Liberals are once again interfering in provincial jurisdiction. Last week, on behalf of the Premiers Kenney, Pallister, Ford, and Legault were here in Ottawa, presenting a united front, asking the federal government to do the right thing and provide appropriate health care funding to the provinces with no strings attached. Because contrary to what the Prime Minister thinks, who believes Ottawa knows best, it is the provinces who are best placed to deal with issues that fall within provincial jurisdiction. Last week, to highlight the extent of the healthcare funding problem, my Premier, the Premier of Manitoba, Premier Pallister, explained it this way. He said, "Never has there been a higher demand for healthcare. Never have federal contributions to healthcare been so low. And because of this, never have wait times been so long." And this was before the pandemic even started. Now, with the second wave of the pandemic upon us, people are hurting and sometimes even dying because the federal government isn't giving the provinces the healthcare funding they need to look after their people. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Medical Association had this to say about the failure of this Liberal Prime Minister's speech from the throne, and I quote, "Today's speech falls short of delivering on the promises of ensuring a resilient healthcare system and keeping Canadians healthy." The top issue we are dealing with today Mr. Speaker, is a health crisis, and the Liberals have failed to address it in this speech from the throne. It is absolutely unacceptable. Now, while I could go on the issue of health care, I know that my colleague, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, and our Shadow Minister for Health will have a lot more to say during this debate and during the days and weeks ahead. I want to close my remarks today with a very important issue. And I understand that possibly for some who are here in the East, it may not be something that's top of mind. For those who live in Ontario, Quebec, maybe Atlantic provinces, I fully understand, and I can see why they don't think of this as top of mind, and I wish the Prime Minister would help to bring it to the forefront, and that is the issue of unity. The issue of unity in this country and the issue of Western provinces, of which I come from one Western province, feeling alienated by this Prime Minister and by this government. The Prime Minister likes to say that we are stronger when we are united and we are all in this together. And yet our country is more divided than ever. Our Conservative leader made it clear during his first call with the Prime Minister that if the Prime Minister was serious, he must make addressing national unity concerns and Western alienation a priority. And yet, not a single thing in the throne speech to even acknowledge that there is a problem. Our government needs to show Canadians that it values and respects all of them and their contributions to this country. This respect starts with an understanding that various resource revenues in each of the regions of our country help to build our roads and our hospitals and our infrastructure in other parts of the country, not just in the provinces where the resources are found. The lack of respect by the Prime Minister for our natural resources industries is unacceptable, because the various natural resources industries form the backbone of our economy. In the words of Alberta Premier Jason Kenney, and I quote, he said, in a 6,783-word throne speech, not one word recognized the crisis facing Canada's largest industry, the energy sector, supporting 800,000 jobs. Instead, we got a litany of policies to strangle investment, jeopardize resource jobs, when we need an industry generating 20% of government revenues, unquote. Mr. Speaker, to highlight the failure of the Liberal government to deal with the issues facing Alberta, Premier Kenney went on to say, Alberta is disappointed that instead of listening to Canada's provinces, the federal government doubled down on policies that will kill jobs, make Canada poorer, and weaken national unity. In fact, agriculture, forestry, and energy resources, Mr. Speaker, were not mentioned once in this speech. This is completely unacceptable, given that we found out yesterday that Canada recorded its largest ever drop in natural resources unemployment in the second quarter. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our leader, the Honourable Member for Durham, Canadians can rest assured that we will hold the Prime Minister and the Liberal government to account. We will not support this speech from the throne, but we will put forward a plan that keeps Canadians safe, protects jobs, and gets our country back on track. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions
and comments.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we on the government side recognize the importance of working with the provinces, territories, and other stakeholders to do what we can to minimize the negative impact of the second wave. Let me provide a quote from the Premier of Manitoba, a response to the Safe Restart Agreement, which contradicts most of what it is the leader or the deputy leader of the Conservative Party says. And let me give a quote right from the letter. This federal funding will help support work already undertaken by the Government of Manitoba to increase daily testing capacity from a baseline of 1,000 tests to more than 3,000 tests per day. It further goes on, Mr. Speaker, to state the Government of Canada will provide $700 million to support healthcare system capacity to respond to the potential future wave of COVID-19. A future extra $500 million will address immediate needs and gaps in support of protection of people experiencing challenges related to mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness. This investment will help keep Canadians safe and healthy with the health care support they needed. Does the member not agree that it's time that we get cooperation coming from the official opposition, as we are seeing even from Conservative premiers in Canada?
Member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think we have, as an opposition, shown ourselves to be very cooperative since the pandemic hit to pass emergency legislation. I mean, we had to be very careful because we saw this government try to take a power grab and do it during a pandemic. So we had to be careful, but we've been very cooperative. So I will take no lectures from my colleague from Manitoba on the Liberal side on cooperating. We have done our fair share of cooperating. Today is the day, and the opposition will take this day to stand up for Canadians who are left behind by these Liberals. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about throwing money at something. Money that, by the way, we've seen over the last 5 years, the Liberals are very good at promising and very bad on delivering. It actually never gets to its intended place. We've seen this when times were good, and the Liberals were promising money for infrastructure. You can ask Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, how far that money went and was it delivered. And I can tell you, it did not get to the intended place. So we're not impressed by the Liberal promises. We've heard it. We've seen that. We've got the T-shirt. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Maskinondier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the throne speech, there was a question of giving fair compensation to supply management sectors that were affected by trade deals. I'd like to hear my colleague about that. The first of the questions is this the last time, Mr. Speaker? Is this the last time that we hear this promise? We agree with this. It has to happen. But this is not the first time we've heard this. We have to take concrete action now. Producers are fed up, they're out of patience, and we have to fairly compensate them. My other question, when we talk about fair and equitable, does that include the European trade deal, the TPP? Does it include the fact that we've limited exports of dairy goods to third parties? Does that also include the fact that on July 1st, there have been other things that have come into effect? So we're concerned. The government has to stop stepping on provincial jurisdiction and do what it has to do and what it has promised to do. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that, on compensation for dairy producers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I agree with my colleague. Coming from Manitoba, from an agricultural riding, I have been so disappointed, as all of us on this side, by the lack of value, attention, and credit given to our agricultural sector in Canada. Certainly those who are part of the supply managed system, but livestock producers, grain producers, every sector of the agricultural industry in Canada has been ignored, disrespected, pretended that they don't exist, and what they contribute doesn't exist. And this speech from the throne is another example of that. Mr. Speaker, we have to continue to advocate for farmers. The Liberals seem to have not set foot on a farm in many years, and I would invite some of them to visit some rural areas. I know they don't represent them, but they need to be in these rural areas, understanding the sacrifice that our farmers put into producing food, not only for Canada, but for the world, and they do it in an environmentally and in a sustainable way. They should be congratulated, rewarded, and supported instead of...
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député...
The honourable for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pride that I rise today in this House on behalf of the members of my riding, and also with great deal of humility as the leader of the official opposition, well, the parliamentary representative.
And obviously, my leader, the honourable member for Durham, the leader of the official opposition, and the leader of all Conservative of Canada from coast to coast, as we know, is fighting now with his wife. COVID, he will get back here stronger than ever. I can assure you that. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we're back here after experiencing prorogation over the past 5 weeks. In the midst of the summer, our parliamentary work at committees was shedding light on serious issues from this government, and then the PM decided to prorogue the House. Parliamentary committees were shut down. We could no longer do our work here in the House or in committees. And now we've heard a throne speech at the House, and a speech from the throne is a unique and exceptional opportunity to bring Canadians together, to talk about the country's unity, to talk about the fact that we all, the provinces and the federal government, have to work together and have a specific plan to know where we're going, and with a serious grip on our spending. That is what the speech from the throne is, and that's where we should be heading. But what we saw yesterday was everything but that. A typically Liberal speech, and 3 fundamental issues were not treated properly. First, the whole issue of finances. We're all aware that in the current crisis that we're experiencing right now, yes, we have to invest. Yes, this situation will run up deficits. We saw this in 2008, 2009. We understand we have to do this, but we have to know where we're going. What we saw yesterday, once again from the PM, is a government, through the Governor General, that has no idea that the money we're spending today doesn't belong to us. What we saw yesterday, spending, and absolutely nothing in terms of controlling the spending. And that, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Yes, we have to invest in some sectors. Yes, we have to think about the workers who are losing their jobs. Yes, we have to think about companies that may have to temporarily shut down. And we have to benefit from this economic recovery that could happen. But we have to know where we're heading. And this government has not controlled spending. And the result is that, as we all remember, this summer, when we had the economic snapshot from the former Minister of Finance, we all realized that we're looking at $500 billion in deficit, and we've never seen such high levels of deficit or debt in our country, and this is a dishonorable track record. Yes, we have to invest, Mr. Speaker, but we have to know where we're going, and yesterday's speech from the throne has shown us that the government is going to spend money that it doesn't have and it doesn't know where it's heading. And we're sending the bill to our children and our grandchildren. Conservatives, well, we're thinking about the younger generations, because the next generation will have to pay for this uncontrolled spending from this Liberal government. So we're really thinking about young Canadians here. The second component in the typical Liberal speech is creating issues with the provinces. As soon as the throne speech was done, the Prime Minister of Quebec, through social media, said that he was completely in disagreement with the speech from the throne. It set aside respect and cooperation, and provincial jurisdiction is not like a university professor talking to its students. We have to show respect for what the provinces do and allow them to do it. No, Mr. Speaker, we heard a government say we're going to invest in this, in education, in childcare, all that. But, Mr. Speaker, these responsibilities are mainly provincial jurisdiction and not federal jurisdiction. And the federal government does have a responsibility, is to make sure we can do things efficiently. And this government will not meet up to its own requirements. So they're telling others to what they have to do, but they're not doing what they need to. What we proposed 2.5 weeks ago through the leader of the official opposition, after the meeting we had with the Premier, was to say, yes, we have to increase health transfers to provinces. That is a legitimate request. And I'd like to repeat this, Mr. Speaker. There was a major step forward that was put forward by the Conservative leader after speaking with the Premier of Quebec, and we're proud of this. Conservatives respect provincial jurisdiction, and we all know that this is a health crisis that has shed light on specific needs, and we realize we do have to increase these transfers, and this is spending that we will do, and we will invest in health by increasing health transfers to province because it is provincial jurisdiction. It's up to them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne has to focus on Canadian unity. All Canadians have to band together, work together, whether you're from in Ontario, Vancouver, BC, regardless. We have to work together. And what we saw yesterday, absolutely nothing to drive Canadian unity and to allow it to strengthen. And also in Quebec, they completely forgot the aeronautic sector. They've started to talk about natural resources. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Some people might say, well, that's okay, natural resources, blah, blah. But, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, there are 50 million people who work in the petrochemical sector. That's a lot of people. So we believe that all provinces have to work together. All provinces have to ensure that Canada does better. And the speech from the throne is an exceptional opportunity to shed light on this. It's a wonderful opportunity to allow people to work together for the well-being of Canadians. All Canadians, regardless of who they are, have to be able to help us get out of this situation, and the Prime Minister did not live up to this expectation. So therefore, I propose, seconded by the member from Lévis-Lotbinière, that we amend this by adding the following. We regret to inform Your Excellency that your government did not provide a plan to approve and implement new rapid testing measures to help provinces in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. We regret also to inform Your Excellency that your government did not succeed in providing an adequate plan to support the future of workers and small business owners through a wage subsidy program that protects Canadian jobs and promoting effectively the values and dignity of work, and a broader program for commercial rent, and one that protects supply chains and small companies. And we also regret to inform Your Excellency that your government continues to neglect the unity issue in the West and elsewhere, and ignores resource players in the Federation. And moreover, we also regret to inform Your Excellency that your government did not recognize the necessity for a new policy that reflects the Prime Minister's responsibility in a new Safety Act, as more than 300,000 Canadians, and with respect to ethnic cleansing in China. And we also regret to inform Your Excellency that your government did not provide adequate transparency in the House with respect to We Charity, the Prime Minister's family, and the ministers concerned, and outside organizations as well who participated in the creation of the student grant program. Thank you.
Mr. Deltel, appuyé par Mr. Gould.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Gould, moves that the motion be amended by adding the following. We regret to inform Your Excellency that your government has not provided a plan to support new measures for rapid tracing to help provinces to fight the pandemic. We also regret that we must inform Your Excellency that your government has not succeeded in providing an adequate plan to assist workers and businesses in Canada with a wage subsidy program that would protect jobs and effectively support the worth and dignity of workers, as well as a commercial rent program and a program to protect small business supply chains. And we regret to inform Your Excellency that your government continues to neglect the problem of unity that its policies have created in the Western provinces, and causing the role played by resources workers to dwindle despite the importance of this throughout the Federation. Moreover, we regret to inform Your Excellency that your government has not recognized the necessity of new policies on Communist China, policies that would reflect China's responsibility in the passage of a new national security law that affects 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong, as well as China's campaign of ethnic cleansing carried out against Uyghur Muslims in the Chinese region of Xinjiang. And finally, we regret to inform Your Excellency that your government has not shown adequate transparency in this House with regard to its relationship with the organization known as We Charity, and the relationship of the organization with the Prime Minister's family, relevant departments, and external organizations involved in the development of the Canada Student Service Grant. The motion is in order. Before moving to questions and comments, I would ask honorable members respectfully, I hope I said that right in French, that during the period for questions and comments, I would just remind members that time is limited. I know that we're in a new hybrid format, and so time for members is a priority. So I would ask that honorable members keep their comments as short as possible to allow as many members as possible to have time to ask questions or make comments regarding what was just said by the honorable member. So now, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's some regrets on this side too. I was hoping the member for Louis St. Laurent, in his new capacity, would actually get up and thank this government for the leadership they provided since COVID first hit in March. But his remarks, Mr. Speaker, was full of contradictions. On the one hand, the member and the party over there is saying, "You stop spending, you're spending too much." On the other, the members have got up and said, well, transfer more money to the provinces, spend here, spend there. Does the member not realize that we've already transferred $19 billion to the provinces under the START program and the recovery program? Does he not realize that we transferred $2 billion to assist the provinces with education? Doesn't the member think that is important? And the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, outlines so many things in this document for individuals and business to get the economy started again and protect those individuals and businesses during the second wave. So could the member get up and just say thank you?
Dans la députée de Louis St. Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis St. Laurent.
I will not say thank you to this government. First of all, there is a real miss in this throne speech. Control. Where is your control on spending money? It's so easy to say, okay, today I will spend $2 billion for this. I will spend $4 billion for that. I will create a brand new program for that. And I will give $900 million for friends of my family to create a brand new program. And oh my God, this is not, we can do that. So we charity is back. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have seen in the last month, in the last 6 months. Obviously, we have to address seriously this issue. Obviously, we have to help Canadians. Obviously, we have to help business. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, we shall do that with control, and this government has absolutely no control at all.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the House Leader for the official opposition for his enthusiasm and spirit and talking about us working together. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about working together, one thing we put forward is calling on the government to extend the amount of sick days to 10 so that when someone's sick, that they stay home instead of possibly going to work because they've got to pay their bills and feed their family. And instead of going to work and spreading the pandemic and the virus, Mr. Speaker, that they should be at home taking care of themselves, or if their child is sent home from school because they've been determined that they've got sick or symptoms to COVID. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we're calling on the government to take action on to make sure that people are getting the support they need. And we saw in this pandemic the gaps in the social safety net, Mr. Speaker, and people need help right now. Does the member and does his party support us in calling on the government to take care of those workers and extend sick days, not just during the pandemic, but once and for all, Mr. Speaker?
Louis Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the MDP to address this important question. Obviously, there is a lot of people that would put aside by these government policies in the last 6 months. And my colleague, the deputy official leader of the opposition, a member from Manitoba, but I don't remember the writing. Anyway, she said very clearly that this throne of speech and this government failed in the last 6 months to help directly people who need it correctly. Yes, obviously, there is a lot of people who have been served, which is fine. But unfortunately, what we have seen with the government policy is that they continue to use some help to people, but to create another problem. Nous avons subi au Canada un manque de main-d'œuvre.
In Canada, there's been a labor shortage for businesses because of liberal policies.
Question et observation. La députée de...
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question to the new parliamentary leader for the Conservative Party. Congratulations. I must say that I am proud of Quebec. I'm proud to be from there. With regard to the throne speech, I didn't write down all of the various forms of interference with all these pan-Canadian programs. I'm thinking specifically about the child care program that was proposed. The throne speech talked about a pan-Canadian child care program drawing inspiration from the Quebec system, a model that has existed, I would like to remind members, for nearly 25 years, and which is a model for the entire world. So my question is the following. Quebec has its own child care program. So, doesn't this constitute further interference in areas of provincial jurisdiction? And don't you think, or doesn't the honourable member think that these sums of money should be transferred to Quebec, which already has its own program? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'm a proud federalist, and I am also proud to represent Quebec. And I agree. This federal government proposal is clear interference into provincial jurisdiction. And it's quite odd to see the Governor General say that the government is going to draw inspiration from Quebec. And yet, the very fact that the federal government wants to draw inspiration from Quebec shows that this is an area of provincial jurisdiction. A long time ago, the Liberal government made the same program and they promised that they would offer this program, and ultimately they never did it.
Très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable opposition members for what they've said. I would like to raise a basic fact in this moment in our history. COVID-19 is still very much with us. We have not made it through the pandemic. We are still in the thick of this struggle. In the last 6 months, Canadians have had to fight against this pandemic, and it's been difficult. For the most vulnerable among us, for our seniors, it has been a question of life and death. And for all Canadians, this has been a challenge, one like we have never experienced before in modern history.
Place, Mr. Speaker, and say that it's over, that the hard work is behind us. But that's simply not the reality. In the 4 biggest provinces of Canada, the second wave isn't just starting, it's already underway. On March 13th, when we went into lockdown, there were only 47 new cases of COVID-19. And just yesterday, we had well over 1,000 new cases. The fact is that this fall could be worse than last spring. And that depends on the actions we all take in the coming days and weeks. Because, Mr. Speaker, we all collectively have the power to beat down this second wave. We can and we must. All Canadians need to wear their masks. We need to wash our hands. We need to avoid gatherings, especially indoors, and remember that this is not the time for parties. We need to maintain social distance. We need to download and use the COVID Alert app. And of course, we all need to get our flu shots. And as for we parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, we have a job to do as well, an important job. And that is to ensure that Canadians and the businesses that employ them, so they can feed their families and that get the support they need to help them pull through this pandemic. We need to do whatever it takes to support people through this crisis. The reality is, the best way to support our economic recovery is by making sure we are supporting the health and safety of Canadians right now. There are folks, including members on the opposite side of the aisle, who think we should have moved quicker to help businesses and slower to help individual Canadians. Well, that's simply wrong, Mr. Speaker. We know that supporting hardworking Canadian families, supporting our seniors, supporting our young people is the best way to make sure our economy comes roaring back as quickly as possible. It is disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party has chosen to put politics first. They would rather vote to have an election in the midst of a pandemic than to vote to extend badly needed help to Canadians in a time of unprecedented need. Notre seul et unique objectif depuis
Our only objective since March has been to help Canadians get through this pandemic, to protect their health, their businesses, Canadian workers, and protect Canadian livelihoods. We know that the pandemic has struck certain groups harder than others. Seniors, working mothers, racialized Canadians, Indigenous peoples, and youth. We intend to correct these inequalities, Mr. Speaker.
Carefully to both the statements that the Leader of the Opposition made yesterday and also the interventions by the two honourable MPs who spoke to the Conservative approach today. And I think they're faced first with a fundamental challenge. The Deputy Leader got up and started by saying that we have no plan. And then she proceeded to explain how she disagrees with all the different elements of our plan. And again, the Conservatives can't have it both ways. We know that the preoccupation of many Canadians, and this was highlighted by the Honourable Deputy Leader, are preoccupied with the health and safety of Canadians. That is something that we all share, all of us as elected officials, all of us as Canadians. And that's why from the very beginning of this pandemic, we've worked with top scientists and doctors, we've worked with public health agencies across the country, we've worked with premiers, we've worked with municipal governments, we've worked with everyone to focus on keeping Canadians safe and healthy through this challenge. From the very beginning, we've sat down regularly with the premiers. Indeed, I think we're close to 20 First Ministers' meetings just over the past 6 months to talk about how we needed to work together to help Canadians. And I will come back to the contention that the Conservatives are making that we're somehow in a national unity crisis, just to highlight that the reality is Canadians across all orders of government and all regions of the country have never been more united in working together to deliver safely for all Canadians. Indeed, as we look around the world and contrast how we've managed through this pandemic with places where the positioning around a pandemic response has been a source of partisan controversy and discourse, we see that the fact that Canadians have come together has been very significant in contributing to our well-being. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of those meetings with the premiers, our position as a federal government was, how can we help? Nous avions été là.
We were there to encourage the growth and expansion of tests and to give the tools for the increased number of tests, be it funding, resources, equipment required to do that. From the very beginning, we are encouraging and we are here to help the provinces to increase their test capacity. And across the country, there is greater testing capacity, in part because we were able to contribute $19 billion to the provinces to have a safe restart. And there are healthcare transfers. Right from the beginning of the pandemic, we transferred money to the provinces for their healthcare system, and we also transferred another $500 million for the healthcare system, recognizing that we are in an unprecedented health crisis. We will continue to use evidence, scientific evidence, and the experts to do everything we can to ensure the safety of Canadians. At the same time, we are taking action to ensure that we have the means to increase our test capacity.
National procurements, with the incredible innovative work being done right here by Canadian scientists and researchers, by creating new alternatives to testing, moving forward with new equipments that we can produce right here in Canada, we have significantly stepped up the federal government's ability to support the provinces in their responsibilities around testing, and we will continue to. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that there are big questions around health care brought forward by this issue, by this crisis, by this pandemic. And that's exactly why we have not only transfers, as I said, $1 billion to the provinces to help with the immediate acute supports on top of, as part of, the $19 billion we've transferred to provinces with the Safe Restart, but we've also committed that we will absolutely sit down with the provinces this fall to talk about the future of the Canada Health transfers, recognizing that our healthcare systems are changing and there are new needs. We recognize, for example, that more and more of healthcare is not going to be delivered in institutional settings, but in home settings. And that means investing in home care, investing in supports for delivery of health services, not just through hospitals and institutions, but through a broader range of ways. And the federal government will be there to be part of that conversation. We also recognize that increasingly, treatment for diseases is not through surgical intervention or institutionalization, but through increasingly sophisticated medications and pharmaceuticals. Of course, as you get more complex and sophisticated pharmaceuticals, the costs go up. And that's why, as a federal government, we have already stepped up over the past years to drive down the cost of prescription drug prices, to be there to support the provinces with rare disease, high-cost drug strategies, and we will continue to do that as we move towards a national universal pharmacare program, working first with the provinces that want to move quickly on it. And those are also parts of the conversations we need to have about the future of healthcare in this country. But let me be very, very clear that the federal government continues to have an important role to play in ensuring the safety and security of all Canadians, and we will be there with the healthcare system, with supports for social programs, as we have been from the beginning. As we look forward to a post-pandemic world that can't come fast enough for any of us, we know we have to learn lessons from this pandemic. But while we are in this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has been there every step of the way with a focus on supporting Canadians' health. On reconnaît bien sûr.
Of course, we recognize the jurisdiction of the provinces when it comes to healthcare. They're doing a good job in their areas of jurisdiction. But we also recognize that we need to help when there is a need or bigger challenges than usual. That is why when the Premier of Quebec asked us to send the army to the long-term care homes in order to help with the crisis that he was unable to manage alone, we said absolutely. We are here to help. We are here to help and protect our seniors. We are here to support Canadians. That is a promise that we made right at the beginning of the pandemic. And we're keeping that promise. And we're demonstrating that, yes, we will be there. So we sent in the Canadian Forces to help the seniors. And we're continuing to help with the Canadian Red Cross, which is still present in the long-term care homes, in order to help Quebec take back control of the situation. It's a tragic situation. We will be there in partnership with the provinces. Some people are recommending instead that we simply send money in transfers to Quebec. But listen, and blank checks to the provinces for the healthcare system. What it needed was people, soldiers, the Red Cross, people on the ground. It's not just about sending money, but of course we will continue to send money. We sent more than $40 billion to the provinces for their healthcare systems, and we will continue to be there to ensure the health of Canadians. We are going to do it as Canadians expect us to do in partnership with the provinces. That is what people expect, and that is what we will continue to do. The reality is that the Conservatives are continuing to suggest that we are not here for Canadians.
The plan has left everyday Canadians behind. Well, when the pandemic struck, Conservatives were more concerned with austerity than with helping people. And now they've doubled down on that view. See, when they say we haven't been there to help ordinary people, I can tell you that almost 9 million Canadians who received the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy will disagree with them, because we were there to support Canadians right across the country, despite the Conservatives saying that we shouldn't be. We were there for the millions of workers who managed to keep their jobs or get hired back to their jobs because of the wage subsidy that supported payroll. Those people needed support through this pandemic. And the issue that keeps coming back from the Conservatives is that, oh, we're doing too much, we're investing too much in Canadians, we're helping Canadians too much, it's irresponsible for the future. The reality is, as I said, the best way to recover the economy of this country is to support Canadians through this health crisis. That's what Conservatives don't understand. So in the short term, while we are living with this pandemic, we will continue to invest in Canadians, to support Canadians. And what we are not hearing from the Conservatives in their response to the speech from the throne is specifically what spending measures they disagree with. Do they disagree with the extension of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy? Because that's in the speech from the throne. We're extending it through to next summer. Do they disagree with the fact that we are taking the $500 a week that people got through CERB, and now we're going to be delivering it, continuing to deliver it through the EI system, and with a benefit that is going to support those Canadians who still can't access EI? We know that supporting Canadians who need it for $500 a week through the continuation of this pandemic is essential, and yet the Conservatives don't seem to want us to do that. So my question continues to be, what do they actually disagree with? What is it that they don't think we should be doing for Canadians right now? Where do they leave Canadians aside? Where do they say, you know what, we've got to recover the economy, so we have to stop spending? If we hadn't stepped up as a federal government, right across the country, in every province and territory, to put money directly in people's pockets from the beginning of this pandemic, what would Canadians have done? First of all, they would have had to go into further debt to pay for groceries, to pay for their rent. And you know, the help we gave was significant, but not only did it prevent them from going deeper into debt, but it also prevented many people from having to use the food banks, many people from losing their homes and jobs. Now, the reality is there are still far too many people who did have to go to food banks, but that's why we invested hundreds of millions of dollars in food banks and shelters and supports for the most vulnerable across the country. Every step of the way, we had Canadians back, and we are committing now as we approach this second wave to continue to have people's back. And the Conservatives would rather vote for an election right now rather than support people. Now, they do ask questions that a lot of Canadians are asking about, well, what is the path for our deficit? Are we going to be fiscally responsible? And that's where we have to make a very clear distinction between the short-term measures that are there to support Canadians and the long-term recovery plan in a post-pandemic world. Because the short-term measures we need to support Canadians, we will be there for. We will support Canadians through this pandemic in all the ways we need to, because that's the best way to get us to a strong economy on the other side. Again, what the Conservatives don't understand is doing less to support Canadians would actually hurt our economy in the long run, lead to a slower recovery, lead to greater deficits. But absolutely, once we are through this pandemic, it is going to be extremely important to be fiscally responsible and to be sustainable. And that's where the investments we're proposing in this throne speech on childcare, on housing, on pharmacare, are not just things that support the social safety net. It actually leads to better growth, more women in the workforce, more families not facing impossible choices when their kids have to stay home. More support for businesses who don't have to pay the same level of prescription drug coverage with a national universal pharmacare program. More people who aren't costing us through shelter systems and through vulnerabilities, but have their own home and are able to contribute to our country. These are not simply social measures. They are economic measures as we move forward, and they will be done because the pandemic has shown us the cracks in our society that Canadians need to fill. Et Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives often talk to us about our seniors and the need to better support our seniors during these difficult times. And we have offered additional supports of $2.5 billion, a non-taxable one-time payment. We are supporting community projects to improve the quality of life and break the social isolation of seniors, and we have invested $20 billion more in the New Horizons program for seniors. The throne speech has presented the work that we will do in collaboration with the provinces and territories to establish national standards for long-term care. We will take action to ensure that the seniors can stay longer at home, and we will work with our colleagues here in Parliament in order to change the criminal code to ensure that people who neglect the seniors they care for will be held responsible for their actions. The throne speech also indicates that we will look at new measures to improve the payment of support personnel who do such difficult but essential work. Our community must value their diligence and their contributions. We must continue to do better for our seniors. And if the Conservatives aren't in agreement with that, but they continue to say it, if they continue to vote against the throne speech, that is delivering concrete aid and assistance for our seniors, if they're in agreement with these measures, well, then they should explain it to the seniors directly, because that is what they are saying, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to job creation, We know that we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do to return to the economy we had before the pandemic and even a stronger economy than before. In the 5 first years of our mandate, we created more than 1 billion jobs for Canadians. But during the pandemic, we have seen record job losses across the country, as in all countries around the world. And the Conservatives continue to say that the support, the emergency response benefit that we're giving, the money that we're giving to people so they can pay for their groceries or their rent, is a disincentive to employment. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that we will always be here to support the workers. And we know that Canadians want to contribute. They want to work. But there aren't jobs because of the pandemic. There are many sectors that have been extremely hard hit by the pandemic. Therefore, we will continue to be there to help people who want to work. But where there are no jobs. So if we took away the supports from 1 million people, would they find a job? It's completely irresponsible and nonsensical of the Conservatives to say that. I would ask once again, what are the specific measures in the throne speech that the Conservatives disagree with? Because they say, well, we don't like the Liberal Party. We don't like their approach. Okay, then, well, propose something to us. But they have nothing. They have nothing because they know that since the beginning, our priority has been to be there for Canadians. Because they have nothing, what are they doing? They're talking about a national unity crisis. The reality is, Madam Speaker, rather, is that Canadians have never been as united as we are now.
Of this pandemic, Canadians coming together to work together at all orders of government to deliver for people, to work together in communities, to work together in workplaces, to be there for opposite sides of the country. PPE produced in Ontario, making its way across the country. Supports and scientific resources developed in the West, in BC, sharing their impact across the country. Seafood built, harvested on our coasts, feeding the rest of the world. And energy workers in Alberta who continue to innovate and look forward to a better world where their kids are going to continue to have jobs and opportunities. And the members opposite have asked me and are highlighting Alberta. Well, let me tell you how this government has been there for all Canadians, and specifically because they keep asking for Alberta. From the very beginning, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit helped thousands upon thousands of Albertans who were already being challenged with a crisis in the oil and gas sector that is global and is particularly acute in Alberta. We were there with the CERB. We were there with the emergency wage subsidy to keep people on. We made investments in cleaning up orphaned wells, which is something that was a provincial area of jurisdiction that we are happy to support because we needed to give people opportunities to do the right thing and to have work through this difficult time. On top of that, we sat down, delivered a part of the $19 billion that we've transferred to provinces that has helped Albertans and people all across the country on that safe restart. And that was something that we worked out and agreed with all premiers, including the Premier of Alberta. Those transfers to keep people safe. And just a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, as school boards and parents across the country were worried about getting back to school, we signed a $2 billion safe restart agreement with the provinces that makes sure, among other things, that school boards in Alberta will have some money to make sure kids get back to school safe. But the Conservatives are choosing to create a national unity crisis. All Canadians are challenged with this. Some areas much harder hit than others. The tourism sector, the oil and gas industry, certain cultural sectors are based on performance. There are many sectors that are hurting, and we are continuing to look at ways and deliver supports to them right across the country. And unfortunately, the deputy leader, I know she didn't mean to mislead the House, so I'm hoping she's going to be able to correct herself, because she said, and I quote, "The agricultural, the forestry industry, natural resources are not even mentioned in the speech from the throne." That's not true, and she can check on page 24 if she really wants to. But we took a lot of time to reassure people and to talk about the challenges faced by people across the country. And if we want to talk about agriculture, we know that the capacity of hardworking farmers and fishers across this country to put food on our table, to contribute to important global supply chains by working hard even through a pandemic is incredibly important. And our farmers have been absolute heroes in making that happen. And that's why when we looked at things that they were worried about, with increasing flooding and increasing droughts because of climate change, we realized that something that the deputy leader's party and former government did really hurt farmers in the prairies. They killed the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Administration. The PFRA was there to help manage water in the prairies in a way that is only becoming more important with the impacts of climate change. But the previous Conservative government killed it. And the reality is that we know that managing our water resources, particularly for our farmers in the prairies, is essential. And that's why this throne speech promises to deliver on a Canadian water agency to replace and continue the good work of the PFRA. For that alone, Conservatives in the prairies should be voting for this throne speech. But no, they killed the PFRA, so they wouldn't want to highlight that we're actually bringing it back. We talk, Mr. Speaker, about how important our forestry workers are going to be in building good jobs for the future, how important our natural resources industries and our miners are going to be important building jobs for the future. We know that we are moving towards a society and a world where more and more high-tech solutions are going to rely on rare minerals, on good quality and well-extracted products, to look at the fact that Canada's clean aluminum is so important to so many supply chains across the country. Notre aluminium vert.
Our green aluminum in Canada produces less GHGs, and it is sought by industry throughout the world. And to say that they're not contributing with their electronics to climate change, well, that's good news for aluminum workers. Also, there's a lot of good news for natural resource workers, when we can also show that batteries for electric cars are based on minerals and that are extracted here in Canada responsibly and in a future-forward fashion. It was a great pleasure to meet with people in the mining sector, and I know that what Canada has to offer, not just in terms of natural resources, but in the processing of these natural resources and being part of the economy of the future, which will be more prosperous and more sustainable, that's essential. And we talk about that in the speech from the throne. We're going to continue to recognize that the best way to kickstart our economy is to also think about where the economy is going. And we're heading towards decarbonization. But the reality is that we can't reach our targets of net zero by 2050 if we don't have the full participation of innovative sectors and workers in the energy sector and in the natural resources sector. People in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC, and in Newfoundland and Labrador, they're experts in energy. They're always there to innovate and to prepare for a better future, to find concrete solutions. We need them when we're transforming our economy to a less polluting one that is more efficient, that has greater commercial success worldwide. That's a part of our future, and we're going to continue to invest in that. But the Conservatives want to make this a crisis of national unity, and that is absolutely irresponsible. We've shown throughout this pandemic that better than any other country in the world, Canadians have been there for each other. So trying to introduce this political attack is quite simply irresponsible and far-fetched.
To be there for Canadians through this pandemic. We will continue to support the families and the workers that need it right across the country. We will continue to do what is necessary to have Canadians' backs, regardless of what the Conservatives might say. We will continue to recognize the cracks in our systems that the pandemic has revealed. Challenges around homelessness, challenges around women excluded from the workforce, challenges around access to health care and pharmacare, challenges around systemic racism that continues to hold far too many people back across the country. That's why, as we've moved forward on fighting systemic racism, we move forward first and foremost on economic empowerment for Black entrepreneurs and Black-owned businesses. And it's interesting because I heard a lot of people say, well, there's so many other things to do. Yes, there are. But if you sit down with Black community leaders and you talk to Black entrepreneurs, one of the first things they'll say is, give us better access to capital. And that's why we were so glad a few weeks ago to be able to announce that we've worked with Canada's top banks on delivering access to capital to start rebalancing the economic scales and the barriers that exist because of systems that are discriminatory. But there's so much more to do, and we talk about that in the throne speech. It needs to reform our justice system, needs to improve outcomes for Black communities and young people. These are the things that we're going to continue to do, not just for Black Canadians, but for all racialized Canadians. And on the flip side, that pathway towards reconciliation continues to be more important than ever before. All the commitments this government has made over the years on moving forward on reconciliation that we have been steadily working on and living up to now need to be accelerated. We need to continue to protect Indigenous brothers and sisters from the impacts of this pandemic. But we also need to be giving them the tools and the ability to thrive and prosper in their communities right across the country. And that's where we're going to be accelerating many measures of reconciliation. That's why we will be bringing forward in this House before the end of this year legislation to enact the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, despite the fact that the Conservatives are already set to vote against it. We know, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is an incredible country. It's an incredible country, not because of geography, not because of history, so much as because of Canadians themselves. People who are there to support each other, to work hard for each other, to build their success and make sure their community feels success as well, to stand up for each other's rights and opportunities, and to build a better future. And that is what this pandemic has shown. Canadians stepping up to do what really matters. It is unfortunate to see the Conservatives choosing to focus on politics at this time where Canadians are pulling together, trying to create divisions instead of recognizing that Canadians are working together. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue to work not just to support Canadians, but work with all members of this House to move forward on meaningful, tangible ways to help Canadians now and help Canadians into the future. This is a moment in our history, Mr. Speaker,
that will really make a big difference, not only in the years to come, but in the decades to come. How we help the most vulnerable members of our society, how we restart our economy that is focused on the future with opportunities for all throughout the country, how we ensure that barriers that exist because of systemic racism will be reduced and eliminated. The choices we're making right now as a country are extremely important in the life of our country. Our parents and grandparents, those who lived through the Great Depression and the Second World War, they worked extremely hard, and they created the basis of our country's society that we live in today. They faced crises and brought forward change with an eye to the future, and they created the world we live in today. And that is the crisis they lived through, and that's the work they did. And two things, Madam Speaker. First, we have to take inspiration from their example for having created this very prosperous world that we've seen at the end of the 20th century. And we have to take inspiration for how to respond to a crisis by growing together and working together for a better future. At the same time, as we think about this, we have to learn from their example, and we have to recognize the work that we have to do to change things for the better because of this crisis. We have to recognize that seniors who created this country that we love today are right now extremely vulnerable in our long-term health care centers across the country. It is our duty to focus on them and to do everything we can to protect them. And we're going to be there as a country to recognize their sacrifices and their vulnerability. And we're going to rise to this occasion together to face these challenges that are before us. I know that we'll be able to work together, and I know that we'll be able to deliver for Canadians. And I know, Madam Speaker, that the future will be better because of the work that we're going to do together. Thank you. Questions and comments? Before we move forward with this, I'd like to remind the House that we do have colleagues in a hybrid session, so please limit your time during the question and comments period so we can give everyone time. The Honourable House Leader of the Opposition.
Delivered today his second partisan speech in the last hours, because here the so-called national address to the nation was everything but a call from the Prime Minister, but a call from the Liberal Party leader.
That's right.
Monsieur le Président,
Madam Speaker, what we saw today is a Prime Minister who is absolutely disconnected from Canadian reality. In terms of national unity, he preferred to throw oil on the fire rather than realize the reality of Canadians. Yes, there is a problem of national unity in Canada. Western Canadians are fed up of the federal government's policies. And yes, the Quebec government is also fed up to see this government interfere in their jurisdiction. And what has he said about this reality? The Prime Minister, he said, it's far-fetched. Madam Speaker, what we're seeing right now is everything but far-fetched.
Now, and the Prime Minister is talking about that, saying this is irresponsible to raise this issue. This is funny. How the Prime Minister can be so arrogant today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the story of this pandemic is Canada is the story of people who are working together. Since the beginning of this pandemic, when there were 18 meetings with the provincial premiers, and at every meeting, the federal government, ask them, how can we help you? What can we do to help you to protect your citizens? What can we do together to ensure the health and safety of Canadians? And during these 18 meetings with the premiers, we were able to make record investments, $18 billion to help the provinces with their safety measures, $2 billion just to ensure that going back to school would be safer across the country. And we're going through a crisis right now, but at the same time, we are coming together as Canadians across this country. The reality is that, well, if you say that we're united, that's something the Conservatives have made up. Yes, people have different viewpoints about politics. Yes, there are people who are somewhat frustrated, I understand. But to say that Canadians are divided, whereas particularly in comparison to our U.S. counterparts, we are more united than ever when we work together to protect each other. And the reality is that we're going to continue to work together, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Mortarville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the Prime Minister say that the Conservatives certainly would have to answer a certain number of questions, but I think the Prime Minister will also have to answer some questions, particularly about seniors. He said a few moments ago that why, for the first time, there's two categories of seniors, young seniors and older seniors. And we also have some questions about We Charity. This government is not managing any hospitals. It doesn't manage any residence for seniors. And it thinks it can give lessons to the provinces who have the expertise in this field, rather than simply transferring the necessary funds to allow provinces to offer quality services to their citizens. In a rather condescending approach, they're saying we want a blank check, but we're not asking for a blank check. We're simply asking for the federal government to respect its commitments and contribute to 50% of healthcare costs in Canada. We're simply asking the federal government to respect the Constitution that your father shoved down Quebec's throat. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'm happy to correct the Honourable Member who certainly didn't want to mislead the House, but the federal government has the responsibility for providing health care for Indigenous peoples on reserves and for our military and Canadian forces. So it's a good thing to underscore that we do have this expertise in health care for the military, because it means that our soldiers were able to help out in long-term care homes with sizable expertise to help Quebec to better protect its seniors. So we're going to continue to respect provincial jurisdiction, and we're going to continue to be there for Canadians. We've also heard the fact that we're going to increase old age securities for seniors who are 75 years of age and more. People are living longer now, which is a good thing, but unfortunately, often their costs increase as they get older. And often their pension covers less of their costs. So we decided to do more for seniors who are older so that they can live longer with dignity. And that's important, and we're going to continue to do so. And finally, Madam Speaker, we're going to always continue to work in partnership and with respect with provinces. And that is what makes our beautiful country, our beautiful confederation work. I know as a federalist, there are some things I won't agree with my sovereignist friends, but we're always going to agree on the fact that we all have to work as best as possible to protect all Canadians, regardless of where they are in our country. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley-Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so many people in Northwest British Columbia continue to struggle with the loss of their income as a result of this pandemic. This includes people working in retail, people working in tourism, people working in hospitality. This government's original plan for the transition from CERB to EI included an unexplained reduction in benefits of $400 per month. Will the Prime Minister please confirm that he has now accepted the NDP's demand that there be no reduction in benefits in the transition from the CERB program?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to highlight that we recognize the challenges faced by Canadians right across the country. From the very beginning, with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, we were there to support Canadians. And despite the fact that the Conservatives continue to insist that we shouldn't have been so quick with the CERB, we shouldn't have been so quick to help Canadians, we should have focused on businesses first instead, we know that supporting workers and families across this country was the right thing to do. And we all want to imagine a country in which our economy will be running again at full steam without this pandemic. But we're not there yet. We still have far too many people who are out of work, far too many people who would love to be finding a job or love to be working who simply cannot. That's why we are transitioning the CERB into a robust EI system that will continue to offer $500 a week to people who are looking for work, who can't find work, people who need that support because they simply have to be home to support their families during this difficult time. And for the people who haven't been able to access EI or can't access EI, we're creating a Canada Response Benefit recovery benefit that will support them with that $500 a month, because that's the support that all Canadians deserve.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and Gals.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his intervention today. And I'm so glad that he talked about CERB, because CERB was a program that not only helped so many individual Canadians, but in fact put our economy in a place that it could continue to survive throughout this pandemic. And I'll take the opportunity, because I've done it before, Madam Speaker, to thank the incredible public service that delivered on that program. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we went from the World Health Organization declaring a global pandemic to having money in the bank accounts of 5.4 million Canadians in 1 month and 4 days. By any standards, Madam Speaker, that is an extreme accomplishment, and it's all due to the incredible public service that we have. The Prime Minister would know, Madam Speaker, that the economy and our environment is incredibly important to me, and the throne speech hit on the government legislating Canada's global goal of net zero by 2050. I'm curious if the Prime Minister can expand on how he sees the changes to our economy and what parts of the economy we will push and support in order to make this a reality so that we can meet these achievements.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, a brief answer.
First of all, Madam Speaker, let me respond to the initial comments of our esteemed colleague from Kingston and the Islands. Canadian public service has been extraordinary, not just the federal public service, but right across the provinces, as we've worked on initiatives to support vulnerable workers, as we've worked on initiatives to support local food banks and shelters, as we've delivered on unprecedented financial supports for an economy that was in shutdown through the spring, with the CERB, with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. These are extraordinary people who, even as everyone else was hunkering down and stayed home, stayed at work, connected online, and delivered innovative, creative ways of supporting Canadians in a way that we are all deeply indebted. In regards to the environment, we will continue to recognize that the best way to build a strong economy for the future, for the long term, for future generations, and for now, is to invest in innovative new technologies, in decarbonizing, in moving forward on ensuring that every sector is playing a role in transforming our country for the better, from energy workers to auto workers, from fishers and foresters to farmers. We know that working together on fighting climate change and building that economy of the future goes through being responsible and sustainable about the long term.
Du débat, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All that fuss, and this is what we've got. Parliament was prorogued a month ago during a severe crisis. Today, we're seeing what's probably the second wave. When Parliament was closed down, we were told there would be a speech from the throne, and we were expecting clear and precise ideas, concrete solutions to what we're currently experiencing. Moreover, the PM called upon or spoke to the nation yesterday. People were saying, what is he going to say? This is extraordinary. We were expectant. We were expecting that he would say something extremely interesting. But unfortunately, the speech from the throne was simply a potpourri of ideas we've already heard many times before. Ultimately, it's just a sequel to the throne speech that we heard last year. Empty words, no solutions. People are going to say it's greener. Well, yes, but it's just old ideas that were recycled. And then there was also a historical level of interference proposed here on the part of the federal governments in areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. Then the PM speech. I watched it and I said to myself, is this a joke? Is that it? He told us to wash our hands, to wear our masks, to use the application, the app, and that the government was going to take on debt instead of Canadians. Nothing new. It was just a one-man show. That's all he had for us. This is not serious. And then I said to myself, why all of this show? And then I got it. Do you know what magicians do, Madam Speaker? They hold objects in the palm of their hand and they make them disappear. How do they accomplish that? They create a diversion so that people look elsewhere, and then they use sleight of hand to make the object disappear. And that's what this government is doing. This was just a diversion, Madam Speaker. The government is trying to create a diversion to distract us from something. Yes, an appeal to the nation, throne speech, all sorts of things. And what's the goal here? They're trying to cause us to forget about the We Charity scandal. This whole political theater, Madam Speaker, this whole song and dance is to try to distract Canadians from the scandal that was raging last month, the We Charity scandal. It's the worst scandal that this government has been through, and it's not its first scandal. 4 committees were studying the matter. A finance minister had to step down. That's a huge thing. That's not nothing. And this is the 3rd time that the Prime Minister is going to be investigated by the Ethics Commissioner. This should be a Guinness World Record. The PM is the Wayne Gretzky of ethics violations. Well, ultimately, for us, for Quebecers, we're going to keep on doing our work. We're going to continue to scrutinize what happened with We Charity. People will say, well, what's the solution here? It's very simple. What we should have seen in the address to the nation and in the throne speech, we should have seen a recognition that this is a health crisis. Healthcare has been affected, obviously, by this unprecedented crisis. Quebec and the provinces have made clear proposals, a clear solution to transfer money to the province's health system. That's all that the provinces want, help to fund the health system. The PM says that he has listened to the provinces, but if you don't take action, then it doesn't mean anything. He's met with the provinces many times, but he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to healthcare specialists, people who are responsible for ensuring that healthcare be offered to Quebecers and Canadians. Earlier, we heard about a blank check. He doesn't seem to understand. The Canadian Constitution clearly states that healthcare is an area of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. That's clear. to help Quebec and the provinces adequately fund healthcare, the federal government needs to do its part. The PM says he's not going to write a blank check, but this is not his money we're talking about. He needs to understand that. This is taxpayers' money. It's taxpayers who pay their taxes. They're the ones who are writing a blank check to the federal government. And in exchange for that, they expect services from government. Quebec taxpayers expect to get quality health care because they've paid taxes to this government, which has pocketed the money. And then after that, the Prime Minister decides to interfere and give all sorts of instructions to the provinces, but it's not an expert on this. This is not its area. Initially, the federal government was supposed to pay 50% of healthcare costs. Then it plummeted to 35%, then 25%. Since 2010, the federal government decided to cap the increase in healthcare transfers to 3%. And yet the situation is clear. To keep healthcare costs adequate in Quebec and the provinces, the rate of increase needs to be 5.2% per year. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that when 5.2% is needed and the federal government is only giving 3%, there's a problem. Last week, provincial and Quebec premiers explained that they had calculated that it would take $28 billion to fund health care costs. And once again, the federal government said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to write a blank check. It's odd. This government is interfering in areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, and yet it seems unable to take care of its own areas of jurisdiction properly. There's all sorts of cases where the federal government should have managed something, and yet then the federal government tells the provinces to take care of it. It's extraordinary. It's a real lack of initiative. And then when the pandemic started, it's not that complicated. The virus was raging outside our borders. It wouldn't have been that complicated to close the borders. The mayor of Montreal had to go to Dorval and say, okay, that's enough with this international travel. That was the mayor of Montreal. It should have been the federal government. So it's not taking care of its own areas of jurisdiction. The federal government should have managed its own affairs. So instead of taking care of what is its own responsibility properly, instead it comes and sticks its nose into areas of provincial jurisdiction. Quebecers just want the federal government to take care of its own business properly. Now, let's talk about nurses, hospital staff. They're doing incredible work. They've been doing miraculous work for years. But because of the chronic underfunding, they're increasingly being left to their own devices. These healthcare assistants are seeing their workload increase. They're having burnouts. The federal government should help these people. The federal government should get money, resources, help PSWs and other health staff. But now, all that the government is doing is saying, you need to keep doing your jobs, but we're not going to help you. It makes no sense. And if you look at the throne speech, it's just a parade of examples of how the federal government is interfering with provincial business. It wants to get involved in long-term care, family doctors, virtual health care, mental health services, pharmacare, workforce training, all sorts of things. This is not an area of federal jurisdiction. This is just about taxpayer monies that need to be transferred to the provincial government that is responsible for giving those services to taxpayers. That's how the Canadian Federation works. I'm not the one making up these rules. That's just what they are, and the federal government is not respecting the rules. There are some pieces of good news. Assistance to seniors. Wonderful. We've been saying for a long time that seniors are in a precarious financial situation. Seniors have been struggling during the pandemic. Many have tragically died. Others have been struggling with their health and finances. We asked the government to help them. The federal government solution is to help those who are over 75. That doesn't make sense, though. People between 65 and 75 also need help. I don't see why we should create a two-tier system like this. Now, the government says it's going to help some struggling industries like tourism, but not a single word on aerospace. There are 43,000 direct and indirect jobs in this sector in Quebec. It's our main export. And the pandemic has decimated the sector. And yet, what did we see in the throne speech to address this? Nothing. We heard about how the government is going to create 1 million jobs. The government loves round numbers like that, but if you ask them how they're going to create those jobs, then they don't seem to know. Last year, the government promised to plant 2 billion trees. If you ask, and they were asked how, well, they said, I don't know, we'll plant them. And yet today they haven't planted any. Same thing with all sorts of promises. They simply make big promises, but they don't know how they're actually going to carry out those actions. So when it comes to jobs, aerospace jobs are so important in Quebec. It's crucial for good jobs and exports in Quebec. It's not complicated. This government doesn't want to act intelligently in the economy, even though it could have done that in aerospace. Canada is the only country that doesn't offer structural assistance to the aerospace industry. In Quebec, we can create an airplane from A to Z. It's remarkable, but we do that despite the lack of assistance from the federal government and the fact that half of our taxes aren't used intelligently for our services. We also heard in the throne speech that web giants are going to have to contribute more. That's great, but why didn't we hear about tax havens? I know many Liberal MPs individually. They're nice people. If you were to ask them, I haven't discussed it with them that much, but if you were to ask them what they think of tax havens, they would say, well, we need to do something about it. But why aren't they acting? Who are they protecting? What kind of friend of the Liberal Party are they trying to protect? They've been asked to act on this topic for a very long time. Then we heard about how the wage subsidy would be extended. Well, we know the Liberal Party has taken advantage of that program for the last 6 months and they love it, so they've tested it out. We also heard about how this is going to be a green recovery. All right, very well. But what I would have liked to hear in the speech with regard to the green recovery, well, I would have liked to hear that the Trans Mountain expansion would be put on ice. All sorts of people, economists, even people in the West, don't agree that it makes sense to invest $12 billion in this program. That is not viable. It should be clear. Anyone could see it. That this program simply doesn't make sense, this expansion. It would have been nice to have a clear statement on that in the throne speech, but there was nothing. This government's environmental whims ultimately don't last any longer than a balloon in a porcupine party, so to speak. They ultimately don't last very long at all. Now, we heard all about free trade, and we heard all about support for producers. Farmers were sacrificed on the altar of globalization, but compensation was promised. It's been promised multiple times. Last year, we heard about that in the throne speech, and what has happened since then? Nothing. What's happening today? Still nothing. So there's a message here for farmers. You're being placed in a precarious financial situation, which is our fault because we haven't been able to negotiate intelligent agreements. And as a result, we can't and won't help you. We say we're going to help you, but then we don't. That's typical of the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion, I just have my conclusion here. There's practically nothing in the throne speech that ultimately satisfies our party. In order to be able to support the throne speech, we would require an agreement by next week to increase health transfers. That is what Quebecers want. That is what the Quebec health system needs. That is what the Bloc Québécois demands. Madam Speaker, I would like to just table a sub-amendment seconded by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi that the amendment be modified by adding after paragraph 4, we regret that your government did not listen to the unanimous request of the premiers of Quebec, the provinces and territories, requesting that the Canada Health Transfer be increased to reach 35% of health spending in Quebec, the provinces and territories. We regret that your government has created a two-tier system for seniors with this proposal to increase old age security for individuals only over 75. And we regret that your government does not respect the constitutional areas of jurisdiction by not allowing Quebec and the provinces to withdraw unconditionally and with full compensation from the programs implemented by the federal government in their areas of jurisdiction. Thank you.
That the amendment be amended by the addition after the paragraph 4 of the following. Mr. Terrien, seconded by Ms. de Bellefeuille, moves the following sub-amendment. We regret that your government hasn't heard the calls of the premiers of Quebec, the provinces and the territories to increase healthcare transfers without condition, so that it represents 35% of healthcare spending in Quebec, provinces, and the territories. We also find it unfortunate that the government is creating two-tiered system for seniors by only providing measures for people over the age of 75. They are not allowing Quebec and the provinces to withdraw unconditionally and with full compensation from the programs put in place by the federal government in their areas of under their own jurisdiction. The sub-amendment is considered in order.
Or the amendment is in order, yeah.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not surprised, somewhat disappointed, but not surprised. My colleagues and members from the bloc would like to see the demise of Canada. That's fairly well established. And to say that all they want is give us the cash, don't give us any sort of standards or anything tagged onto the money, just give us the money type of thing, is something that goes completely at odds with the people that I represent. The people that I represent, I think, aren't that much different than a majority of Canadians. and they do understand and appreciate that the federal government has more than a role than just handing over cash or a blank check. They understand and appreciate the value of our healthcare system. They want a national government that genuinely cares about the delivery of that healthcare system. The federal government does have a role to play. The Canada Health Act dictates that the federal government has a role to play. The member made reference very quickly, Madam Speaker, that the throne speech and we haven't done anything for the aerospace industry. Facts are distorted often inside the chamber. The government cares passionately about the aerospace industry, whether it's in Quebec or in the province of Manitoba. The wage subsidy program has been very beneficial for many aerospace jobs, I suspect. And my question to the member is, would he not recognize that many of the initiatives that have actually been brought in force over the last 6 months has literally saved thousands of jobs in the province of Quebec and assisted many more, tens of thousands of people in providing money in their pocket?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There mustn't be many constitutionalists among his friends. I am, and I read it, and I've worked on it. I know what I'm talking about when we say that health care does not fall under Quebec jurisdiction and the federal government has a role to play in there. Well, sorry, but that's not serious. There's no one here that has read the Constitution or worked on it will say, well, the federal government has nothing to do with this giving, that the income, the funding of the provinces and territories was insufficient for the needs. And that's why in 1867 they created these transfers. The federal government had a revenue stream with regard to the transportation industry as they crossed the border. And there was also income tax. It was created at the beginning of the 20th century in BC. When they saw that it worked, the federal government said, well, I think we're going to do this too. So this is the history of the Federation. I could talk about this for 8 hours straight. But at some point, these people have to understand that we're using facts here. It's not the subsidies or the crumbs that they're giving us in subsidies that are going to work or be sufficient. Most of the assistance that's been given from aeronautics at the time was given in sectors that sent capital to Quebec and Ontario. That's also false information. We'll have to be able to manage the information properly. If they want to have a debate on that, I am prepared to have that debate. Comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemount. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very interested to hear the Bloc Québécois speakers speak so passionately about the Canadian Constitution and defend it. It's quite a pleasure to hear it. I think it's quite appropriate and interesting. But what I would like to ask my Bloc Québécois colleague is the following question. We wanted to have things that would benefit people directly. And we have seen throughout this crisis that sick leave is important because if you don't feel well, if you have COVID symptoms, you shouldn't feel forced to go to work. You have to be able to stay at home because it's a fundamental right for the health and safety of workers. And I'd like to hear my Bloc Québec colleague. Is he in agreement that people should be entitled to sick leave? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. First of all, I would like to say that I'm not inventing anything here about the Constitution. I know the Constitution. Since 1867, the Constitution has hindered the development of Quebec, and that is why we are interested in what is happening, and we want to leave. We have seen through the Constitution a decrease in rights and the institutionalization of our status as a minority in Canada. This is a fact. One people has been confined and destined to have the role of a province here. But here he's talking about health care. This is a proof of interference. The NDP are Liberals. They want to see the disappearance of the powers of the provinces in Quebec. I don't know if he will be here after the next election. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked a lot about aeronautics, and Quebec is a leader in this area. But there's another area in which Quebec is a leader. That's the electrification of transportation. And there are some ideas in the throne speech, but no details, and that concerns us. Quebec is already a leader in terms of generous subsidies for electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles. There are thousands of jobs, hundreds of companies, but in the throne speech, they are talking about it. Will the government lead the federal investments? Will it be a competitor to the Quebec industry? Or will it instead negotiate with Quebec to transform the resources and help our companies that built this expertise? So, in what my colleague said, he was saying that Quebec has always been underestimated. What does he think now of the dangers with regard to the promises in the throne speech about electric and hybrid transportation? The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you. Quebec is moving increasingly to the green shift. We are in it. We are the pioneers in Canada. That's it. It's not that we're better or worse, but because of the situation that we have with hydroelectricity, we have moved more quickly towards this change. We can ask the government to help Western oil companies, or can we ask the government to help Western oil companies and then invest in electrification? If you try to do too much, you don't do anything well. We want to have an increase in funds for the green shift, but I think that we've seen empty words on the other side. Questions and comments?
Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear that the Bloc Québécois vision is a bit affected by their very limited vision of what this country could be and what Quebec could be. As I see it, 87 cents of every dollar has been invested in our workers, our families, our small businesses, in order to protect our economy, protect our families. 87 cents out of every dollar invested by the government, all governments across the country, 87 cents are invested by the federal government. So I hope that they will appreciate the fact that we are a government that is prepared to help Quebecers and our small and medium-sized businesses across the country, but specifically with regard to climate change and the protection of our environment. Why not comment then on the Quebec's government desire for net zero? Our government knows where it's positioning itself. The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, nothing lost, nothing created, everything transformed. The money that the federal government gives to Quebecers is money that Quebecers have paid in taxes. There's no gift here. The Bloc Québécois doesn't see Quebec as small. It sees Quebec so big, in fact, that it believes that Quebecers are themselves able to take their own destiny in their own hands. So it's quite the opposite than of seeing Quebec as small. Do we hate the rest of Canada? Absolutely not. It's just that we're different. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I simply want to say, then, starting, that I will be sharing my time with the colleague and friend, the member for Courtenay-Alberni. He will speak to us about subjects that will affect his community and people in BC. I'm very pleased to rise in the House to respond on behalf of the NDP to the throne speech. And frankly, the first reaction that we have to have, and I think that everybody has had, is that all this for that. It's really making a mountain out of a molehill. Having a prorogation to say that we need to start at zero from scratch and we have to look and have a new vision for the future. But I think yesterday that it was Groundhog Day. I thought I was getting up and it was October 2019. It was the Liberal platform from last year, and yet again it's been reheated and pushed out with things that are sometimes interesting, sometimes unfortunate, sometimes some things are missing, but really there's nothing new in here to explain why the government prorogued the House. It's cut and paste of what they had proposed the last time. So in the NDP, we feel like it is a missed opportunity, all the more so because they had also an address to the nation. I thought that was quite funny because the Prime Minister wasn't happy that it was the Governor General who delivered the line. So he said, I'm going to speak and I'm going to say it myself, and then I'll be sure that it'll be my face that will be on the news tonight. And I think the Prime Minister will have ample opportunity to speak to the Canadian public. And the fact that yesterday we had the throne speech, that was useless. And it was just reheated leftovers, and an address to the nation that was also useless, that taught us nothing new other than wear a mask and be careful. I feel like there has been some use of the institutions for political and partisan purposes. Madam Speaker, you'll say it's not the first time the Liberals have done that, and I would agree with you. But I think that here there has been a little bit of playing about with institutions for no purpose, or really not much. We are left wanting more here in the NDP. There are some things that seem interesting, but you know, when the Liberals talk to us, we take care of your families, we have to take care of our kids, we have to invest in childcare, people have to have access to drugs. Well, we remember that the first time the Liberals talked about childcare, public childcare program and a national pharmacare program was in 1997. So it's almost 25 years that the Liberals have been talking to us about these social programs that are interesting, but they never accomplish them. So every time they say, well, I wasn't able to do it the last time, but the next time, look, I'm going to do it. And every time we have to believe them. But the real test is not the throne speech. The real test is, will they take these decisions that are necessary? Will they make the choices and do the investments to do it finally? Because this would really help our constituents. We worked in past months with the government because we wanted to be able, during this crisis, to be able to ensure that everybody is able to pay for their groceries, their rent, and have income, a minimum income, in order to move forward between an economic crisis and a health crisis. In the beginning, the response that the government gave us wasn't very enthusiastic when we said people are losing their jobs. Thousands, millions of people are losing their jobs. And they don't have any income to ensure their family survival. Their first instinct and response was to say, well, they have to turn to EI. And we reminded the Liberals that 60% of people don't have access to the EI program because there's a lot of holes in the programs. It's not accessible, and it's been that way for a long time. And it's been a long time that as a left-wing party that we have, and a progressive party, that we've asked for this to change. There's also the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, and they said, well, it won't be for everybody. If you don't need it, you can deal with it. They said $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month, we said, well, in many places, be it in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, where once you paid your rent, if you can pay your rent with that at all, you have nothing left. So we were able to push them with $2,000 a month and ultimately realized that the independent workers and contract workers were not covered, because imagine you've got 10, 12 contracts, you lose 8 or 9 because of the crisis, but you still have some income. And at the beginning, these people were excluded from the emergency response benefit. And we worked with the government, and we pushed to ensure that they could get about $1,000 max a month, but they still got the CERB. And students were then excluded. The Liberals hadn't thought about the students, and we said, well, students don't all live at home with their parents. There are a number who are paying their own rents. They have to eat as well, and they don't have a summer job. And so we asked for a benefit for students, and it took time. And we worked hard, and we negotiated with the government to be able to go and get that. And this proves that it's worth having progressive MPs who will push and who will have some wins for the people, for the independent workers, for the students, for others. Sick days. I talked about it earlier. My colleague in the Bloc Québécois just rejected it out of hand with some contempt, but for the people in real life, sick days are very important, particularly during a time of crisis, a health crisis at that. People should not go to work if they're suffering from symptoms, if they have a fever, if they're coughing. So it's significant progress to get sick days by putting pressure on the government. And if it was applauded by the unions in Quebec and Canada to see that there would be sick days available for people. And I think this is something where we have made a good progress. In the throne speech, there were things that weren't in it. It's a health crisis. It's a crisis with a virus that's been here for 6 months, and it will probably be around for another good 6 months at least. And we have a Liberal government who is not acting when it comes to the transfers to the healthcare system.
The Conservatives of Stephen Harper slashed the increase in health transfers, and despite their lip service, the Liberals continued with the same vision as the Conservatives, and this has put enormous pressure on our healthcare systems in Quebec and across Canada. And we saw with this crisis that our public health system needs funding. It has to be able to recruit people. We have to give people good working conditions and good salaries so that they stay at work. We've seen today that orderlies don't want to go to work because it's too dangerous, and we understand this. They're paid poor salaries, and then they leave their profession because their working hours are too tough. And Ottawa doesn't manage how this is managed. It's Quebec and the provinces do this. But it's the federal government has to take responsibility for a significant contribution. The federal government's share is not that high. And at the NDP, we tell the federal government, how come you haven't transferred more money for our healthcare systems? How come we have a healthcare system that is officially public, but that is widely privatized? At the NDP, we're the party of Mr. Douglas and Healthcare for All. You shouldn't have to give your credit card to receive healthcare. But now we've seen a whole bunch of long-term care homes and senior centers that are private. There are people who want to make profits on health. They want to profit from the health of our seniors. The Erin Centre crisis is a private centre in Dorval, and they were charging $10,000 a month, and the seniors stayed in their dirty diapers, and they weren't receiving care, and they were falling on the ground, and no one came to pick them up. And we find this totally unacceptable, and we don't want to see private healthcare systems, particularly in terms of senior care. This is a health crisis we're facing right now, but we can't forget that we are still in an environmental crisis and climate crisis as well. This hasn't gone away. We've traveled less. We've taken our car a little bit less. The economy has slowed down a bit, and we've seen a reduction in our GHG emissions. But this won't last, because if we don't change our lifestyle, the way we change the way we consume, we're going to hit a wall. And I quote a professor from the University of Laval, who said that the earth is a garbage can on fire in his book. And we've seen how this is not just an image, but this is actually true. If we don't change drastically the way we live, our GHG emissions will continue to increase and will fully miss our Paris Accord targets. And it'll be increasingly hard to believe they'll be able to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees like we've committed to do. And on this, the Liberals are talking about both sides through both sides of their mouth. They're continuing to buy pipelines and increase subsidies to oil companies. And as NDP, we're opposed to this. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentide. Avignon, sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What we heard in the speech from the throne yesterday is a lot of promises, but Quebec, Gaspésie, and the Lower St. Lawrence region are facing the second wave of the crisis in a much harder way than the first one. And what we need is financial assistance. And the job of the federal government is easy. Increase our health care transfers. And what we've seen is interference in provincial jurisdiction. They're not respecting the requests and the will of Quebecers. And what I've heard from my colleague from La Petite Patrie, it's Groundhog Day. It's a copy and paste from the other previous throne speech. They are going to vote for the throne speech because they belong to the Liberal school. If it's a copy and paste from the previous ones, how come they're going to vote in favor of it? The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which is quite interesting. And I would say that the NDP is a left-wing social democrat party, and we distinguish ourselves from the Liberals, and we're very proud of the work we do. We're going to continue to do it. We're progressive. And I understand her concern with the fact that there were a lot of things that were left out of the throne speech that were important for us. But the whole cultural aspect of arts and shows, this industry is suffering right now. And we hope that we'll have shows one day. But this is also very concerning right now. And once again, the Liberals missed the opportunity to help the aeronautics sector, which represents tens of thousands of good jobs in Quebec. The whole supply chain is very interesting as well. We're the only country in the world that produces planes, but that has no national strategy for aeronautics. And I think that the Liberals should be correcting this situation in the coming months to be able to support this sector because it's very important for Canada and many regions in Quebec. The honourable member. Sorry. I'm just getting a bit lost in the list here. Mégantic l'érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, in the speech from the throne, we heard a whole litany of promises from the Liberals. Yes, it's a remake from the previous throne speech, and we've heard many unrealized promises. This may be the most we've heard in the history of Canada. And it calls into question our credibility. There are companies in my region that are having a hard time. But unfortunately, the federal government wants that various systems aren't speaking to one another, the CERB and the other programs. So they've announced a whole litany of new programs, and they are not even able to manage the current ones. So my colleague from the NDP is not surprised by the fact they're going to announce a whole bunch of new programs and they're not able to manage the programs that are in place right now. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I also share some of these concerns as well. The Liberals promised that the web giants would pay 3% in tax, but these web giants have been benefiting from the system and not paying their fair share. And that's another broken promise. But when the current federal government was able to deliver services, there are a lot of people from Quebec and particularly in Montreal. Well, right now, the Department of Immigration is mostly closed right now. People who've been trying to see their spouses and their children for months are unable to know when they'll be able to bring their loved ones to Canada and when will their families be together. So many people are very concerned right now. And the federal government says that the machine seems broken. There's a lot of services that aren't being provided, and yes, it does concern us greatly. A very quick... Well, resuming debate, the honourable member for Albany St. John.
It's an honour today to speak and reply to the speech to the throne, which we know is just a speech, Madam Speaker. It's a speech that basically we've seen before. In 2015, there was promises made, similar promises. We can look at this speech from the throne. I think what we really got was a litany of broken promises from the Liberal Party on things that actually matter, that are important to Canadians, Madam Speaker. Especially, we've seen through this pandemic the gaps in the social safety net, and people are struggling right now. They're struggling to stay employed and to keep a roof over their heads and put food on the table for their families. This isn't a time for just words, it's time for action. And Madam Speaker, this pandemic, like I said, has exposed the huge gaps in the social safety net, things that we've been talking about, the importance of 10 paid sick days so that people aren't going to work that are sick and infecting their colleagues, or taking care of their own health, or being able to stay home and look after their children when their children might be having signs of having the virus, Madam Speaker. We can't go backwards. We know that so many things aren't working right now for people. This pandemic has exposed that in so many areas. Our healthcare system, where it isn't covering everybody. People are, losing their jobs without able to make ends meet. And given even with the CERB, which many people are still not able to cover their bills, and that's set to expire in 9 days. And we're being told that Canadians are expected to take a cut, many of them, on the CERB payment. People that have lost their businesses that they closed to protect public health, and now the government's looking at penalizing them. People were excited about the speech from the throne. They were expecting transformational change. The government talked about building back better, but they missed so many things, Madam Speaker, and it's heartbreaking. When I look at the things that they didn't talk about, the opioid crisis was just briefly mentioned. They still haven't even declared the opioid crisis a public health emergency. In August alone in British Columbia, we lost 147 lives. These are daughters and sons and brothers and sisters and cousins of people, families and community members that are dying from a tainted drug supply, Madam Speaker. And the government still has not rolled out a plan to save those people's lives. Madam Speaker, there was nothing for veterans. Can you believe it, Madam Speaker? The people that have put their lives on the line to serve Canadians, to protect Canadians, many of them suffering from PTSD, or they're in the backlog of over 50,000, the growing backlog of claims that the government hasn't even opened their envelope and started working on. Madam Speaker, we're seeing a growing amount of homeless veterans. The Royal Legion Command wrote a letter to the government asking for help. They're saying that 1 in 10 legions across the country are looking at closing their doors permanently, Madam Speaker. In British Columbia, BC and Yukon Command wrote a letter saying it might be 4 in 10 legions that are closing their door. No mention in the speech from the throne. That speech is meant to be where the government's going. So clearly they're going to leave veterans behind, Madam Speaker. This is absolutely shameful, Madam Speaker. They should be responding to the veterans. They haven't even gotten a letter of response for their request for help, Madam Speaker. So this is just highlighting the importance of the people that are being left behind. Students that were promised that they were going to get help. My daughter, on April 24th, watched the news and the Prime Minister said, "We need your help. We know you can't go to work because your business where you worked is closed. Your summer job may not happen. We need you to go out and volunteer." My daughter went out, delivered food at the local food bank with her friends, helping contribute. Then on June 25th, the Prime Minister comes back and announces a program, says, "It starts today, and we're going to help you." They felt betrayed. They felt like, what? How could this be happening? Then the WE scandal emerges, Madam Speaker, and they don't get any help. So there's nothing in the speech from the throne targeted to these students. There's $900 million still allocated for these students that needs to get out the door to these students. And if you do the math, then there's $450 that could go towards tuition, potentially to each student across this country. A lot of students don't know how they're going to get through the school year, Madam Speaker. No help from this government. They have questions. And, this is our future. This is important that we invest in them. Nothing about wild salmon, Madam Speaker. We have the largest salmon-bearing river in the world in the Fraser. Last year was half of the lowest recorded return in Canadian history, in recorded history. This year was half of that, Madam Speaker. We are losing our wild salmon. Nothing in the speech from the throne to address that. We need help. We need this government to understand the importance of salmon to British Columbians. And while I'm on British Columbia, Madam Speaker, my colleague from Vancouver East did a question on the order paper to find out how it's going on the national housing strategy and how that's rolling out for people. Well, I'll tell you in British Columbia how it's rolling out. We got 0.5% of the National Co-Investment Fund, of the $1.46 billion fund, and this is affirmed in a question on the order paper as I see people shaking their heads across the way. Just ask the homeless people right now how that's playing out for them. In our communities, it's real, Madam Speaker. No mention of Indigenous urban housing in the speech from the throne. 80% of Indigenous people live off reserve. Many of them are homeless, and they're not getting the help they need, Madam Speaker, from the federal government. And ask the province of BC. They know that they're not getting funding. This is also supported by the minister there that has been fighting hard to make sure people have a home in British Columbia. And we're building half of the non-market housing in the country right now in our province. And I'm very proud of our provincial government for the work they're doing. But they could be doing a lot more with the help from this government. Madam Speaker, there are so many things that are missing in this speech from the throne. There's still no fix for the commercial emergency rent assistance program. They're still relying on landlords. That's why they've only got a third of the money out the door, Madam Speaker. 15% of landlords have applied for the program. And the rest of the people, the tenants that need the help the most, they still haven't fixed the program so they can apply for it. I do applaud the government for responding to our request when we asked for the wage subsidy to go from 10% to 75%. We appreciate them working with us. Last week we sent a letter asking them to extend the wage subsidy. They honored that. These are very important supports for small business and medium-sized business across our country. And I urge the government to fix the commercial emergency rent assistance program. Madam Speaker, when it comes to Indigenous peoples, they say their most important relationship is Canada's Indigenous peoples. Yet, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls to justice document was tabled a year ago, over a year ago, Madam Speaker. And a constituent of ours, of my riding, Chantal Moore, died on the anniversary of that document being tabled, and the government had done nothing to respond to the calls to justice. They're still failing to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to respecting Indigenous rights, we can look to the New Chalmouth court case where they've spent $19 million just on lawyers fighting them. No different than the Micmac, Madam Speaker. Right now, that, a court decision in 1999, the Marshall decision, and they're frustrated, Madam Speaker. They all only just want to go out and earn a moderate living. They just want to feed their families. They want to be on the water fishing, not in court, Madam Speaker. And this government does nothing in this speech from the throne about addressing that. They haven't resourced the tables. They send their negotiators to the table knowingly empty-handed. How is that? How is that treating your most important relationship? Well, people are living in terrible conditions, trying to figure out how they're going to feed their families. This is not honorable, Madam Speaker. They talked about planting trees. They haven't planted a tree since their last speech from the throne. Nothing. Clean energy. They haven't met a single climate target, Madam Speaker, that they set out. Not one. They talked about broadband. They promised that before. And we look at pharmacare. People are living in pain. They can't fill their prescriptions, Madam Speaker. They promised and promised. They promised this in 1997 under Jean Chrétien in the Red Book. And they're promising again today. Childcare. We learned from our colleagues and our friends from Quebec that have delivered a childcare plan across their province. And 70,000 women have been back to work. Their GDP's gone up 2%, mostly women, I should say. This is critical that they do this now, that we get action. No more talk, Madam Speaker. It's time and it's urgent. And we need this government to respond, and we'll be here to continue to drag them to follow through with their promises in this speech from the throne, Madam Speaker. They can count on New Democrats to do that. We've done that through this pandemic, and we're going to do it. We're going to be here every day fighting for everyday Canadians.
I'll take questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the honourable member for raising the opioid issue. He has been tirelessly advocating for stronger federal, provincial, municipal, all action on that front, and I join him in that as we have lost too many people. And as for his daughter's volunteer work, I thank him as well. It's not easy to get young people to volunteer in such a socially conscious way, and during the pandemic it put themselves and their families at risk, and that service is also to be acknowledged and thanked. I do, however, take issue with some of his statistics and some of his analysis of the throne speech. And I'd just like to ask him whether or not, when he says it's all words and no action, whether the $1 billion invested straight into municipalities to acquire and secure housing for the most vulnerable this week, ahead of the throne speech, and then to commit to the end of chronic homelessness right across the country, if that does not also address and, of course, include veterans. I'd like him to address the fact that the investment we've committed to in this throne speech for the Youth Employment Services is not employment dollars committed to and invested in all students, all young people, not just those going to college, but all vulnerable youth across this country, and whether or not he will be supporting that. And then finally, on the child care issue, I was a reporter here. We are 6 weeks away from a national child care strategy being locked in for 10 solid years with the provincial commitments right across the country from coast to coast to coast. And your party chose to defeat that government 6 weeks ahead of those dollars being locked in, and we lost 10 years of a national child care policy. Will the party this time support a child care strategy, or will they gamble another Conservative government to existence?
Just a reminder that members should speak through the chair, please. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Speaker, a lot to unpack there. It'd take me another 10 minutes. If you'll grant it to me, I'm happy to respond. We are going to do everything we can to leverage, to get help to Canadians. We will be here to do that. And if this government responds with helping Canadians, we'll continue to work with that government. But, Madam Speaker, when he talks about affordable housing, I'll talk about how it's working for people in our communities. There are people, the growing amount of people that are homeless, especially now with the pandemic. The government is not moving with the speed and urgency that's necessary. He talked about veterans housing. My colleague from Esquimalt, Souk, he can tell you about a great facility called the Cockrell House that Angus Stanfield runs. No help from the federal government. None. They operate on donations through the Poppy Fund. We want to create a pilot project in our riding. I hope that the member reaches back to me and gives us help so that we can provide safe and secure housing for veterans. He needs to come to my riding. He needs to come to a house it and see the squalor conditions that Indigenous people are living in. The people that he says is their most important relationship. Well, I'll tell you how that looks. Moldy, elders, children living in conditions that are third world conditions. And they want to brag and tout about their money that they're rolling out the door to build housing. Come to my riding. Meet the people on the street where there's nowhere to go, because that's what we're facing right now. And young people, they have apathy when they keep seeing a speech from the throne from the same government, whether it be, I don't know why they didn't put electoral reform on their litany of unfulfilled promises. Why not? We know they're not going to do it, you know?
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, and I want to ask my friend a question about the government's response to COVID in terms of the public health aspects of this. We know from international best practices a few things that work. Having closed the border quickly would have worked, and that didn't happen. Having masking in place, and we know that the government actually destroyed a stockpile of masks last year. We weren't ready in terms of having sufficient masks available. We're still behind on testing. In many places, you can't get a test if you're not showing symptoms and you don't fit within a certain prescribed window of having been exposed, but you think you might have been exposed earlier, you might not get a test. And specifically, if the member can comment, in my province and in his province, you still cannot enter a diagnosis in the federal tracing app. So they've rolled out a tracing app, but if you're in BC, if you're in Alberta, if you're in Quebec, you can't even enter a diagnosis still, months and months later. What are people in British Columbia saying about the fact that they are excluded from being able to participate in what are supposed to be national measures to respond to COVID-19?
Honourable Member for Courtenay-Port Alberni, very brief answer.
Yeah, it's just a great question. Clearly, there's a huge gap and a huge problem, and we're hearing about it every day from constituents that are waiting in long lineups or the phone line's not working. They're frustrated. The provinces are frustrated. We're hearing from all of the provinces that have had numerous promises from the federal government to address the very concerns that he's outlined. And absolutely, we need to follow through with evidence and science-based decision-making and recommendations from the public health officer, but they need to be resourced. And this government needs to move much faster so that we can flatten the curve as we head into a second wave. Thank you.
Prise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown, who will be joining us.
Thank you very much,
through the hip
Madam Speaker. I wish to advise that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Sherbrooke. I appreciate the opportunity to address yesterday's throne speech and how it will impact the good people of Charlottetown, who I am so proud to represent. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by recognizing some people who have really shone through the pandemic, and probably it's apt to begin with our public service. Our public service in Canada have developed and tweaked programs on the fly that have been immensely successful in keeping Canadians safe and attending to their immediate needs. The efforts that have been made and the excellence that has been displayed is one that merits our appreciation. Closer to home, there are a couple of people that I also want to single out. Madam Speaker, back in the early days of the pandemic, I had the honor to attend a public meeting on a variety of issues, and one of the constituents there was an infectious disease specialist by the name of Dr. Greg German. Dr. German informed the people there that Prince Edward Island was ready to face the pandemic, that they were well equipped in terms of personal protective equipment, that there were protocols in place for testing, and that has completely borne out. And Dr. German and his team are to be complimented for what we see now, a very significant increase in the testing capacity on Prince Edward Island. Also, our Chief Public Health Officer on Prince Edward Island, Dr. Heather Morrison, has absolutely worked tirelessly to keep Islanders safe, and the proof is in the pudding. In Prince Edward Island, we have had very few cases of COVID. We have had no hospitalizations. We have had no deaths. We have had no community transmission. And that is in no small measure to the tireless efforts of Dr. Morrison, and I salute her and all those that have done such a great job in keeping us safe in Prince Edward Island. Back in the early days of the pandemic, there was outright fear, and the pandemic was and is frightening. I would say that in the early days, fear was probably our greatest enemy, but I think it's also fair to say that it was also a powerful motivator. And it was fear that kept so many people on guard and tuned in to the daily briefings, and it was fear that kept us vigilant. But that's no way to live, so we adapted. Personal protective equipment was sourced and shipped. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit was implemented, wages were subsidized, money was sent to support the provinces, and the Army was called in to assist at-risk seniors within our long-term care system. We adapted and we learned, and the results, and as a result, we have largely avoided the nightmare scenarios that we've seen in other countries. We now know that it's within our ability to fight this thing. And because of that, we have far less reason to be afraid. And I would humbly submit, Madam Speaker, that as we enter the second wave, complacency is now our biggest threat. Where fear makes people act, complacency makes them indifferent. And during a pandemic, that can be lethal. The truth is that we've been complacent about many things for some time now. It was complacency which chipped away at our social safety net. It was complacency that created the truly horrifying situations recorded in the Armed Forces report on the long-term care homes they were sent to assist. Complacency leads to austerity, a philosophy that tells us we simply cannot do any better and we should quit while we're behind. I remember the devastating impact austerity had on Atlantic Canada during the Harper years. Nationally, it brought us not only increased inequality, but anemic growth. In yesterday's throne speech, we heard now is the time for action, not complacency, and certainly not austerity. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by talking about something that was mentioned in the throne speech that's extremely important in Prince Edward Island and in all seasonal economies, and that is the employment insurance system. And yesterday we heard government's pledge to take action to reform the EI program. This is something that will be very well received in Prince Edward Island and is long overdue. I've seen firsthand men and women in the seasonal economy disadvantaged by decisions which in no way reflected the realities on the ground. One in particular that hits very close to home is the October 2014 decision taken by the Harper government to divide Prince Edward Island into 2 EI zones. The result of this in a place that is as densely populated and as closely knit in Prince Edward Island is it pit workers against one another, it pit islanders against one another, but it did something even worse than that. It incentivized dishonesty. It incentivized people that were in one zone to have their residents listed as being in the other zone for the purpose of survival. This is something that has been rectified on an interim basis by the measures our government has taken with respect to EI. The result of the interim measures that have been taken that will be in place for the next year is that seasonal workers and those who need the EI system across Prince Edward Island will be treated equally. The announcement in the throne speech to reform the EI system hopefully will result in that interim measure being made permanent in a meaningful way. I will personally be advocating for public input into the measures that will be coming forward. I do believe that the disastrous 2014 changes on Prince Edward Island were brought on completely without input, and it's only with the people directly affected that we will achieve the right result. Employment insurance is a 20th century idea in desperate need of 21st century reforms. We need to realize and we need to accept, we need to be completely cognizant that we're in recovery phase. We talk about building back better, but quite frankly, Madam Speaker, that's a conversation for next month, next year. 6 months. We can't skip past. We have to find our feet before we can start building. But when we do, I believe that the reforms to the EI system and the Canada Emergency Response Benefit have started a very important conversation in this country around universal basic income. I believe that universal basic income should be part of the ongoing conversations. Poverty and inequality are far too prevalent in this country, despite our wealth as a nation. We have an alphabet soup of poverty reduction measures, OAS, GIS, employment insurance, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, social assistance, the workers' compensation benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, HST rebates. All of these things constitute our social safety net. All of these things have their own rules and their own bureaucracy to make sure they get into the right hands. There has been much written about the need to have this streamlined, and this experiment that has been forced upon us as a result of the pandemic is an indicator of the potential of this idea. Prince Edward Island, I believe, would be uniquely positioned to serve as a pilot for such an initiative. Again, a conversation to be had once we find our feet. Madam Speaker, I want to finish by offering a few comments with respect to the real existential threat in this country, and that is the threat of climate change. There's plenty of room for debate on how to combat a problem that's so immense that its fallout will be measured in geological time. Here's what the government plans to bring to the table. A working plan to exceed Canada's 2030 climate goal, legislation to give Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050 the weight of law, thousands of jobs retrofitting homes and buildings, which will have the added bonus of cutting energy costs, investments to reduce the impact of climate change disasters like floods and wildfires. I see my time is at an end. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for affording me an opportunity to offer some insights with respect to the throne speech. I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the reasons we have this pandemic that has struck Canada in such a way is the failure of the government to plan effectively in advance. Less than 20 years ago, we had another coronavirus pandemic in terms of SARS. It didn't reach the same proportions, but it was in response to that the government of the day created the Public Health Agency, which was supposed to prepare us for events like this. The government was not prepared. They destroyed aspects of our mask stockpile, and that put us in a situation where the government was procuring very large amounts of PPE from China. And I want to ask the member specifically about this procurement, because many concerns have been raised about how Uyghur Muslims in China, who face horrific repression, the largest mass detention of a minority since the Holocaust, according to many experts, are being forced to participate in slave labor, including the production of PPE. And when we've previously asked the government what safeguards are in place to ensure that slave labor is not part of the supply chain for our government-procured PPE, we were told by the minister that, well, there's a process by which companies self-certify. In other words, they tell us everything is fine, and then we believe them. Is the member concerned about the involvement or the possible involvement of slave labor in the supply chain for government-procured PPE, and is he prepared to support new legislation to ensure that that does not happen going forward, similar to, for instance, the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act that was passed with overwhelming support in the U.S. Congress? Thank you.
Honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question and for the passion that he brings to international human rights. This is something that is absolutely a positive contribution to all of the discussions that we have in Parliament. Madam Speaker, I would respectfully submit that the government has done an admirable job in protecting Canadians from the coronavirus right down the line, including the funds that have been rolled out, including the acquisition of PPE. I think that we can be rightly proud of the public servants and rightly proud of the decision makers that have done such an excellent job in having Canadians' backs through the pandemic.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments de l'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Rivière du Nord, oui.
Rivière du Nord. Well, we've seen a lot of intrusion into areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction in this throne speech, and specifically on the issue of health. The federal government doesn't manage hospitals, it has no expertise, and yet it's trying to tell us what to do. Would my colleague agree with the idea that if the government goes ahead with a pan-Canadian pharmacare system, wouldn't Quebec, which already has its own system, shouldn't Quebec be able to withdraw with full compensation?
For Charlottetown.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. During the pandemic, we've seen remarkable collaboration between provincial and the federal government. And I believe that we will continue to collaborate well with provincial governments The Quebec and federal governments have worked strongly together to protect their citizens and there is respect between the federal, Quebec, and provincial governments, respect of their areas of jurisdiction. I strongly believe that this will continue. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his remarks. He ended his speech talking about climate change, an issue that is of utmost importance to many people in Northwest BC, and I couldn't help but notice in the throne speech that the Liberal Party plans to legislate a 2050 climate target. Now, I fail to see how this exercise can be productive at all, given that they have failed to meet any of the targets that they have set for themselves and for our country. What I and my teenage daughters would like to see are targets within this political horizon, targets for the next 2 years, targets for the next 5 years. How can we possibly hold this government to account for a target that is 30 years in the future? We need action now, not in 2050.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I must begin by respectfully disagreeing with my honourable colleague. We set a target with respect to the protection of oceans.
Are you getting sound? Can you hold on a second? Are you getting sound? Are the honourable members hearing? Yes. Tout le monde écoute? Oui. Okay. Sorry. Proceed. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
I must respectfully disagree with my honourable colleague. We did set a target with respect to the protection of oceans that we met, and we will continue to strive to meet the targets with respect to the announcement in the throne speech of enshrining into legislation the 2050 target. This is yet another indicator of how very seriously this government takes our climate, how it must take our climate. The record of the government with respect to meeting their ocean protections targets is an excellent example of what we are capable of and what we want to be held accountable for. And it is that accountability that underpins the decision to enshrine into legislation the 2050 targets.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
For Etobicoke North.
It is with a heavy heart that I pay tribute to Mohammed Aslam Zafis, who was brutally and senselessly murdered while volunteering to keep people healthy and safe as they went into the mosque to pray. Mohammed was a good man, a valued community member, and someone whom I knew well. He welcomed everyone to the mosque, handed out food hampers, put others before himself, and always had treats for the children. I ask that you remember Mohammed's kindness, his family, the International Muslims Organization of Toronto, and Muslim communities across the country. Our caring, resilient communities grieving Mohammed's loss. I thank the first responders and all those providing care, President Omar Farouk, Imams Tahir and Junaid, and Sheikh Abdullah. The reports that his murder was motivated by neo-Nazism and Islamophobia are deeply concerning. We stand with Muslim communities against such hatred, which has no place in Canada.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 impacted every industry. However, it really hit the tourism, travel industries, and the hospitality economy hard. Many operations didn't open this season. Some destinations adjusted to the new normal and were successful. Other groups and clusters worked together and discovered a new way forward just to survive. Our government's COVID-19 programs helped keep Canadians employed and supported these businesses through the pandemic, and we are continuing to help. In yesterday's speech from the throne, our government has committed to helping regional airports and ensuring tourism businesses weather the storm, they can avail of our many programs to get the help they need. Travel and tourism are true economic engines for our country. It supports more than 2 million jobs and in excess of 200,000 businesses. Our government knows how important this sector is. And when we do return to the new tourism normal and the new normal, everyone will want what Canada has to offer. Friendly faces, iconic places, and rich cultures from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On July 3rd, Roger Gertien, a great patriot, left us. He's an extraordinary man who was responsible in large part for my being here today, and he deserves to be remembered. I offer my sincerest condolences to his wife Denise and his son Sebastian, Julian, and his many friends and members of his political family. He was noted as being a very distinguished, good, and humble, kind man. He spent a long time in the Quebec sovereigntist movement. He was strong during difficult times. It was never a question for him of abandoning ship, but of continuing. He believed in it. He is my captain, my inspiration. I have lost a mentor, an allied, a devoted ally to the cause, a real knight for sovereignty. I will remember him, and I know that there is a country far from here where love. The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. I would like to highlight the incredible work of the staff and volunteers at the following long-term care homes: the Elizabeth Val-Caron Centre, the St. Gabriel Chelmsford Villa, and the Sturgeon Falls Chateau in Nickelbelt. Alicia Wood, owner of CoverGirls, launched a campaign to donate a portion of her mask sales to allow these homes to buy PPE.
And support Canadian jobs. CoverGirls, under the hashtag Canada Strong, donated $3,000 to Villa Gabriel in Chelmsford and continues to build awareness with long-term care facilities. This pandemic has isolated our most vulnerable. Generosity of the Canadian women-led companies like CoverGirls give real support. Thank you for their hard-working staff. Let's keep supporting our long-term care residents. Together, we can get through these challenging times and be stronger than ever. Canada strong. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka. Sorry,
Mr. Speaker, my constituents are not buying the vacuous platitudes of this government anymore. Working from home, educating our kids, running our businesses, these are the fundamentals. This year, we've been reminded of the importance of connectivity as we work our way through the COVID-19 crisis from our homes. Rural Canadians need accessible, reliable, affordable internet. Mr. Speaker, this government is really good at making promises, but disastrous on delivering action. Yesterday, we heard another vague promise. Today, we need action. We need direct federal investment, and we need local, provincial, and national partnerships to get the job done now. On behalf of the people of Parry Sound, Muskoka, Northern Ontario, and all rural Canadians, I want to implore this government to lay off the empty promises. Show us how you will actually deliver accessible, reliable, affordable internet to the thousands of rural Canadians who are exhausted by years of empty Liberal promises.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the speech from the throne, I was very pleased to see that the input I have been receiving from my constituents of Don Valley East through the 7 virtual town halls that I have hosted since the pandemic have been incorporated into the speech. I have received numerous calls from my constituents expressing their satisfaction at the way our government has handled the COVID-19 crisis and the fact that their input resulted in not only fine-tuning programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, but being augmented into the road forward. Our government has listened to Canadians, and our plans post-pandemic is focusing on social justice and fiscal prudence for a green, sustainable, and equitable agenda where no one is left behind. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the Right Honourable John Napier Windham-Turner, the 17th Prime Minister of Canada. He died last Friday at the age of 91. Track star, Rhodes Scholar, lawyer John Turner turned heads as a result of his intellect and good looks. His mother said he could have been a pope or a prime minister, but Canada is better because he chose the latter. MP, minister, prime minister, leader of the opposition, he adored Parliament and its long-standing traditions. He was unique in that he had sat in the chamber as a member for 3 different provinces, Quebec, Ontario, and BC. I personally met John Turner. Over the years, when I stopped in Toronto, he was very generous with his time and gave me advice. His stories were very funny, some of which I could tell in public. He was a great Canadian. To his wife, Gils, and his family, our greatest condolences. Thank you for having shared him with us. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, let me say it's an honour to be back in this place representing the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and there's much that has occurred in the past months since we last sat, and it's fair to say there have been more unfortunate stories than any of us would like to see in our home ridings. However, there have also been some positive stories, and I would like to share one with you today. In British Columbia, this year, a record number of new trees were planted. Despite COVID-19, roughly 300 million trees were planted in British Columbia. That is important because this Liberal government promised to plant 2 billion trees, and in comparison, not a single one made it into the ground. Now, this Prime Minister, as we learned again today, is magnificent at making promises he can't keep, but is weak sauce when it comes to delivery. Now, reforestation is important. Many communities in my riding, forestry, particularly lumber mills, are the largest private sector employers. Without a vibrant private sector, there is no funding for the public sector. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking the many young Canadians in British Columbia who spent their summer planting these 300 million trees for all of us.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, September 18, 2020 was a dark day that mourned the loss of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Although she was a petite woman, she established herself as a giant on whose shoulders we stand. As a law professor, a lawyer, judge, and justice, she basically created the legal concept of gender discrimination and then set about challenging that discrimination in all of its forms. She's gone, but her legacy, the opportunities that she created, the rights she fought for, the status quo that she changed, will live on. This week, we celebrate gender equality in Canada, and I can think of no better time to recognize Justice Ginsburg's legacy. In her own words, as society sees what women can do, as women see what women can do, there will be more women out there doing things and will be better off for it. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, since early this year, New Brunswick Premier Blaine Higgs and his team have worked to successfully limit the spread of COVID-19 in New Brunswick. Thanks to his PC government recognizing the havoc the virus would unleash, they put in place measures early on to protect New Brunswickers. His hard work was recognized by voters on September 14th, when they elected 27 PC MLAs to lead New Brunswick with a majority government. I was also proud to see all PC MLAs elected across my riding of Fundy Royal, including Premier Blaine Higgs, Gary Crosman, Bill Oliver, Bruce Fitch, Sherry Wilson, Ross Wetmore, Mike Holland, Glenn Savoy, and Tammy Scott Wallace. On behalf of myself and our entire Conservative caucus, I wish to congratulate Premier Higgs and his team on the election results. We look forward to working with him in the months and years ahead.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, a single mom working back-to-back shifts to make ends meet cannot stand for 7 hours in line for a COVID-19 test. People in rural, remote communities or living on reserve need quick access and readily available testing options. And as Dr. Colin Furness, an infection control epidemiologist and assistant professor at the University of Toronto, said, as a screening tool, saliva tests would let parents test their kids and themselves regularly. Canadians are struggling This government needs to realize that the expectation of a quarantine for 14 days if you come in contact with a case is elitist. Several of our close allies, including Germany, the USA, and Japan, have rapid testing options. Meanwhile, our government continues to drag its heels on reviewing these technologies, and that's why Canadians, Conservatives, continue to call on the Prime Minister to finally do his job and both expeditiously and fulsomely review these testing options. Canadians are depending on this.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Recently, the professor at the University of Montreal, Frédéric Bédard, wrote a work entitled La Terre est une poubelle en feu, or a burning garbage can. The Earth is a burning garbage can. With major forest fires in California, it's not just a picture, but a real sad reality. The Liberals have to realize that there is a health and economic crisis, but the climate crisis hasn't disappeared. The government is sending contradictory signals that are causing confusion. They're continuing to subsidize the oil and gas companies. They're relaunching gas exploration in the Atlantic. They're wasting billions on the expansion of Trans Mountain. They're opening the door to LNG Quebec, and they're getting further and further away every year from our greenhouse gas targets, reductions targets. It's time for an ambitious plan. We have to electrify our transportation system. It's time for a consistent, ambitious plan, as I said, to be capable to ensure that we have a viable planet for future generations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to pay tribute in the House to the 50th anniversary of the Saint-Jérôme Cégep. 50 years dedicated to shaping society for today and tomorrow. What a great history. Founded back in 1970, the Saint-Jérôme Cégep offers today some 30 training programs, has 2 technology transfer centers, and 3 campuses in the Laurentians. It goes without saying that this Cégep is a major cultural and socio-economic player in the development of Rivière-du-Nord, the Laurentians, and all of Quebec. In its 50 years, the Cégep has had over 35,000 graduates. I salute and thank the work of all the staff, both past and present. In particular, the dedicated work being done by its current Director General, Ms. Nadine Legal, in 2020. There are more than 700 people who work every day to ensure the Cégep can work properly. As the President says, we're bigger together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are outraged. Canada has been dealing with the coronavirus for over 8 months now, and the government has to be urged to approve a rapid test. During the throne speech yesterday, the Governor-General clearly indicated that Canadians should not have to spend hours in line to get a test. In Kitchener, Ontario, on Wednesday, the media indicated that people had started to wait for a drive-through test starting at 2:30 in the morning. Health Canada has received 14 applications for rapid tests, but the government has approved none of them. In other jurisdictions, rapid COVID-19 tests take only 15 minutes, cost less than $5, and don't need a lab. It's high time for Canada to adopt rapid testing to ensure that Canadians don't have to worry about their health. Canadians have cooperated with the government to flatten the curve. It's the government's time to cooperate now with Canadians. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, we lost a great lady, one of our great love stories of the time. We learned of the death of Hélène Chrétien, the spouse of the former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. Canada is poor for its loss. She was not just a great Canadian, a great Quebecer, and a woman who sacrificed so much for her country. But when her husband was the member for Beauséjour in New Brunswick, she left her mark on the Acadians in our province. She adopted Acadia, and it was reciprocal because Acadians respected her deeply. She had a great friendship with another great lady, Viola Légère, former senator of New Brunswick, and who played the famous La Sagouine character. I'd like to remind people that it wasn't the Prime Minister who appointed her to the Senate, but Ms. Chrétien. On behalf of all Canadians, I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the Chrétien family and thank them for their great contribution. Yesterday, I had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Chrétien himself, and he asked me to thank all of the MPs in this House, the government, former colleagues, and all Canadians for their condolences and sharing their thoughts and memories of this incredible woman, his dear beloved Aileen.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Agriculture families, community organizations, and small businesses form the core of these farms, cultivations, and small operations. They feed our cities, they sustain our export to the world, and they play a critical part in our communities. Water and Grain, a grain farm that diversifies in many products, including canola, keeps our markets supplied and provides Canadian products to the world. We must support them against China's coercive diplomacy. Riverbend Gardens provide domestic food to local markets to sell quality and healthy alternative products grown at home here in Canada. Lady Flower Gardens provide food to our food bank, also create opportunities for our Indigenous peoples. Efforts like these represents the goodwill of the agriculture producers. The federal government must support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue, I just want to take this opportunity to remind the honourable members, as we get into something new, the members who are joining us from home. In the House, you have to stand up to be recognized, which has been done for years. From home, please turn on your cameras well in advance. Don't wait till the last second. That is just your way of standing up remotely. It just makes it easier to deal with any technological problem that we may incur as we go on. Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Mr. Speaker, the second wave of the pandemic is here, and most Canadians who may come up in a contact tracing list can't afford to take 2 or 3 weeks off to get tested for COVID. Right. Last March, the Prime Minister promised that rapid COVID testing for Canadians would be a top priority. Half a year and $500 billion later, Canadian families still have to wait in line for hours and sometimes days to get tested. Why is the Prime Minister failing Canadians on this vital test during the pandemic?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we've been working with the provinces and territories on increasing testing across the country. We provided $19 billion through the Safe Restart Agreement to increase testing capacity, amongst other things. We procured supplies and provided resources to help the provinces with testing, contact tracing, and data. I've held 18 meetings with the First Ministers over the course of the pandemic. We'll continue to do what it takes to keep Canadians safe, ensure our scientists have all the tools necessary to rapidly approve the tests that are safe for Canadians.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister locked the doors of Parliament to cover up his WE scandal under the guise of a speech from the throne which would address the pandemic. But the throne speech was nothing but a litany of recycled Liberal broken promises that leaves countless numbers of people behind. This Prime Minister has no plan to deal with the health crisis, no plan to deal with job losses, and no plan to address divisions in our country. So why did the Prime Minister waste all of this time just to cover up his scandal instead of using it to help Canadians?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic is the most serious public health crisis Canada has ever faced. The last 6 months have revealed fundamental gaps in our society and in countries around the world. For those who are already struggling, the pandemic has been even more difficult, so we must address the challenges of today and support vulnerable people for the future. We will take bold action on health, on the economy, on equality, and on the environment. Those are the things that Canadians expect while we continue to have their backs through this pandemic and chart a better course for a brighter future for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
But the Prime Minister's throne speech was nothing more than an attempt to change the channel on his corrupt government's actions. Right. The speech was almost 7,000 words long, but mentioned Canada's natural resources only once. There was no mention of unionized oil and gas workers in Alberta, no plan for forestry workers in Quebec and BC, and farmers, well, all they can expect is more carbon tax. So why did the Prime Minister knowingly leave millions of Canadians behind?
Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we've been there for Canadians right across the country. Almost 9 million people received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and with the measures we're putting forward today, we're actually going to continue to be able to support the millions who continue to be out of work, looking for work, but unable to find it because our economy is still in recovery. We've also stepped up in supporting small businesses with extending the Canada Emergency Business Account and extending the wage subsidy. These are the things that are going to get our economy going by supporting Canadians through this pandemic.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the throne speech was a typically Liberal speech. They're just creating disputes with provinces. And the speech wasn't even over when the Premier of Quebec already said that he was disappointed in the speech because the Liberal government once again has interfered in provincial jurisdiction, notably in health. And this is unacceptable. But this is the Liberal signature. How come the Liberal government of the Prime Minister is not respecting provincial jurisdiction and let the provinces take care of health and he take care of Canadians' concerns? I regret, Mr. Speaker, to hear the member saying that the federal government doesn't have its place in protecting seniors. The Premier didn't mind sending us to send in the military to help seniors in long-term care. And we're always going to be there to support our seniors. We're going to work in partnership with the provinces, all provinces, to ensure the health and safety of all Canadians. And in this particular case, we're going to take care of our seniors. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. If need be, Quebecers and Canadians are looking at the arrogance of this Liberal Prime Minister. He said that if there are needs, well, I know the needs of people in my riding. They're really happy to serve Canadians. But once again, the Prime Minister has shown his spite for Quebecers, and he's not respecting provincial jurisdiction. When will he understand that Canada needs work with the provinces and not against the provinces? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have always recognized and will always recognize provincial jurisdiction, and we're also recognized that we have to work together during a pandemic that is unprecedented. This crisis means that all levels of government have to work together to protect Canadians, to restart the economy. We can't play petty politics like the members across the way. We're going to work with the premiers and with Canadians to deliver on measures that will help everyone. The honourable member for La Prairie. After a second wave of COVID-19, the Quebec Premier and his counterparts came to Ottawa last week with a simple message: help us. They asked for funding to fight the COVID-19 virus. And this is why the speech from the throne is an insult for them. No one word about health transfers. No money. Just lectures and interference, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of a pandemic, will the Prime Minister increase health transfers? Or will he be creating other disputes with Quebec? I was very happy to work with all members on this House during this pandemic, and I'm sorry that there's some members who forgot what we did just a few months ago. We increased health transfers. We're already talking about $40 billion a year. And $2 billion was given at the beginning of this pandemic, and once again, we're talking about $19 billion that we're sending to the provinces to ensure a safe restart. And I also committed directly with the Premier and other. Yes, I said we're going to talk about health transfers to ensure that Canada can properly serve its citizens. The honourable member for La Prairie. The Deputy PM explained that her government is refusing to increase health transfers in the throne speech because the government must justify the reasons for its spending to Canadians. The reason for this spending, Mr. Speaker, is it COVID-19? This is the worst pandemic of our century. We're talking about 5,800 deaths in Quebec. Does the government realize that we're in the midst of a second wave and increased health transfers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we increased health transfers by $500 million right from the onset of this pandemic. And throughout, we also sent $19 billion to provinces for a safe restart. We've sent $2 billion directly to help children to go back to school, and we're going to continue to be there to work with the provinces to help Canadians to stay healthy and to restart our economy, whether it's with CERB that will now be transferred to the EI. We're going to continue to be there for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Sud. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. People are worried. Numbers are rising, and we are clearly facing a second wave of COVID-19. But at the same time, the Prime Minister didn't really give us a plan. What is the plan for more COVID testing? What's the plan for our seniors in long-term care homes? What is the plan to make sure that it's not everyday Canadians that are paying the cost of this recovery, but companies that made big profits during this company that pay the price? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'm very happy to highlight how we do have an approach that will first and foremost recognize that we are in the midst of a pandemic still and that it's ongoing and people still need help. And that is why we're going to continue to work with the provinces to accelerate the testing process and to make sure that everyone has access to testing. We're going to be there to help our seniors because we've always committed to do so. We're going to help our young people. We're going to help families with the ongoing support for families through EI. And we're going to support our small companies with measures to spur the economic recovery. We're going to continue to be there for them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are in the midst of a second wave. There are numbers increasing and people are deeply worried. But the Prime Minister still hasn't laid out clear plans for some of the most concerning parts of this pandemic. What is the plan to make sure people have access to testing? What's the plan to make sure our seniors are no longer bearing the brunt of COVID-19? What's the plan to make sure families who need childcare can get access to it? And what's the plan to make sure, when we get past the second wave, that it isn't everyday families struggling to get by that pay the price, but those who have profited off this pandemic who pay the price for the recovery?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the throne speech delivered by the Governor-General yesterday lays out our approach in all those elements. We're going to be supporting, moving forward, continuing to build on what we've done for childcare, continuing what we're doing on supporting families across the country, making sure that while we're dealing with this health crisis, we are there to continue to have Canadians' backs. The plan we laid out is a bold one that touches on the economy, the environment, health and safety, and the questions of fairness and the barriers facing too many Canadians still. We will continue to work together to deliver for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, Tokyo Airport started using rapid COVID-19 tests. And these are different tests than the Prime Minister outlined this morning that take hours to get and days to receive the results. They're different. So when the Health Minister found out that this technology was available, why didn't she pull her officials into the office and say, when is this review going to be done? When is this going to be available to Canadians? So the question, very bluntly, is this. On what day will the COVID-19 rapid test reviews be complete?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And throughout this pandemic, what we have done is rely on the expertise of the researchers, the scientists, and the experts to guide us in the measures that we're taking to respond to COVID-19. We'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, because we know that, in fact, science and research is the key that to unlock the next set of tools that Canadians and, in fact, all global citizens are waiting for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I believe the information the Minister has relied upon to date is that COVID-19 is not transmitted to person. Masks don't work. Border controls are quasi-racist. That's the information she's relying upon. So forgive us if we don't believe her. Why is she apologizing for Chinese numbers on COVID-19 transition? Why is she trusting Chinese numbers more than reviews from tests that Japan has approved?
The Honourable Minister.
What
Seem to have had a technical difficulty. I want to make sure everybody's got their mute on, and we'll ask the Minister of Health to start her answer. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite may realize, science evolves. And in fact, when COVID-19 first arrived on the global stage, not a lot was known about the virus. And every step of the way, we've worked with researchers, scientists, and the excellent public health officers across the country to ensure that our response meets the new understandings as they evolve. Mr. Speaker, this is a dynamic situation. Of course, our advice will change as the science changes around the coronavirus. I'm proud of the medical community and the hardworking research community.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But it's been half a year and other developed countries have got it done. And Mr. Speaker, apparently elite billionaires on private jets get special treatment when they fly into Canada. When Canadians found that out last week, the Public Safety Minister actually claimed he didn't know about it. So let's get this straight. In the middle of a pandemic that has locked down our country and almost shut down our economy, the Liberals don't know who or how many are receiving exemptions from the 14-day mandatory quarantine at the border?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take the opportunity to point out that the reporting on this incident was false, and unfortunately, the member opposite may not have heard that there were no national interest exemptions issued in this case. The decision was made by a Border Service officer based on the information that he was provided at the time of entry for those two individuals. And the information that was provided, unfortunately, was not sufficient to allow entry. We've acknowledged that the border officer in that case made a mistake, and those people should not have been admitted. And I've spoken to the head of the CPSA, and it won't happen again.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
For more than 6 months ago, Conservatives said the Liberals should shut down the border to block the virus and save Canadian lives. But now the minister is actually admitting that after they dithered and delayed and did it anyway, now they actually don't have control, or he's pretending they don't. And the Liberals gave a pass to hundreds of rich, connected travelers, but the minister personally rejected the fiancé of a Canadian who's sick with cancer. Quite the double standard. Meanwhile, everyday Canadians, businesses and families still face uncertainty at the border. So how many more elite billionaires are getting special treatment?
The Minister.
I'll point out again that no elite billionaires were given special treatment, and they will not receive special treatment. The rules that have been put in place to maintain the integrity of our borders and the safety of Canadians are clear and enforced by our Border Service officers. We also have a process in place to deal with those cases of compassion so that we can determine whether or not they are necessary for entry and that it can be done safely. We'll work with our public health authorities and with the provincial public health authorities. Mr. Speaker, our first priority will always be the protection, health and safety of Canadians.
The Honourable for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians that we'd have a transparent government, but now we've seen that he would not fulfill this promise. The proof: the media released news that there was a flagrant conflict of interest in terms of COVID-19. When will the Prime Minister make this information public? He knew this, but he was hiding it from Canadians. Why? The Honourable Minister.
Pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I would like some clarification about the question. I'm not sure what the member is referring to now. What is the issue? The Honourable for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I have a second question, but I'll repeat it to be kind with the minister. The vaccine committee that was established by the government in August had an issue there were people on the committee that had potential conflicts of interest that were dangerous, but people weren't aware of this. And CBC Radio Canada broke that news. And how come we had to hear this from the media? Why was this information hidden from Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Value the work of top scientific and industry experts. We very much also focus on evidence-based, science-based decisions, and there is a robust conflict of interest process in place. There's also an online registry of declared interest with respects to the task force the member opposite is alluding to.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the PM says he's basing his decision on science. Well, all scientists have told us that chronic underfunding for decades has weakened our health system. We saw this in long-term care. You can't prepare for an unforeseen situation like COVID-19 when systematic federal cuts meant we haven't had the means to take care of our people. The federal government used to pay 50 cents for every dollar. Now it pays 22 cents. Rather than giving lessons, will the government finally increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said a bit earlier, there were health transfers for provinces right from the beginning. There was $500 million in other funds that followed after. And the Canadian government was there when the provinces needed our support, and we're going to continue to be so. This is teamwork across the country to fight COVID-19. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare personnel hasn't recovered yet from the first wave of COVID, and now the second wave has begun. Our guardian angels, what they need is for the federal government to keep its word and transfer the necessary funds to Quebec for them to take care of their people. And what they read in their throne speech is that we're going to tell you how to do your job. When will the federal government get on the same page as everyone else and increase health transfers recurringly? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my Bloc colleague seems to be telling us that seniors, well, they're a question of jurisdiction. For us, seniors, it's a whole question of right to life, right to dignity, and the right to have the necessary medication and health care will always be there for our seniors. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Leader of the Government, well, they've been cutting health transfers for 25 years, and we weren't able to properly deal with the situation of our seniors in long-term care, and they have to be responsible for that situation. And now the Premier of Quebec said about the Prime Minister today that instead of talking about increasing health transfers to the provinces, he's telling us that he's going to interfere in long-term care, in family medicine, interfere in mental health, and tell us how to do things. Listen, this is somewhat insulting. End of quote. What is this government saying to the Premier of Quebec in response? The Honourable Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, for the Bloc, when we talk about seniors, it's a constitutional dispute, but we're talking about being human. The people who have suffered most during this pandemic are seniors. So every time when we rise on this side of the House, when we talk about seniors, we're going to talk about a right to life, right to dignity, right to medication, and right to quality health care.
For Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were told last year that they need to ban single-use plastics. We started packing our groceries in reusable bags and using our reusable cups for morning coffee runs. Then the pandemic hits and the government says stop. The Chemistry Industry Association said, we feel that now more than ever, we must ensure that new regulatory measures will continue to contribute to and not detract from Canada's much-needed economic recovery. How many workers making products that healthcare workers need will lose their jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has made a commitment to address the issue of plastic pollution.
One part of that involves a ban on harmful single-use plastics, but the bulk of the strategy, actually working in tandem with provinces and territories across the country, involves additional recycling, simplification of product design, and a whole range of other measures. It's important for us to ensure that we are addressing the issue of plastic pollution. We will do so in a thoughtful way and are working very closely with the provinces and territories to do that.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if this year showed us anything, is that we need single-use plastic products like masks, gloves, and other PPE. Yesterday, the Chemistry Industries Association said instead of pursuing go-alone policies like the federal government's plan to ban certain plastic products, Canada should commit to a reimagination of recycling and repurposing of plastics and maximize their lifespan and value. Why is this government attacking an industry that makes products critical to our COVID-19 response instead of working with industry to make them sustainable?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable colleague, I would direct him to some of the information that's actually on the web. This is exactly what we are doing, is working to ensure that recycling happens, that it actually happens at a much elevated rate to what it normally is. We're working very actively with the governments of the provinces and territories across this country, including the governments in Western Canada, on this issue. And in fact, with respect to PPE, that was a direct issue that was on the agenda of Canadian Council of Environment Ministers that was chaired by the province of Saskatchewan. There is an initiative underway between the federal government and the provinces and territories to look at how we better either replace some of those products or to get them into the recycling stream. It is an important issue, and we are working hard.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw a throne speech heavy on rhetoric, light on details. A representative from Clean Energy Fuels said that the throne speech had a bunch of promises, but without any action as usual. With feedback like this, the government expects us to believe they will beat the 2030 targets. Targets they're not even close to being on pace to meeting. Now, they promised to plant 2 billion trees, and so far, how many have they planted? 0. Why should Canadians trust a government that makes such lofty statements but can't even plant a single tree?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member knows, a throne speech is a statement of intent and priorities, and what he would have found if he had read the third chapter in the throne speech is a commitment to immediately bring forward a plan which will allow Canadians visibility on how we will not only meet, but we will exceed the 2030 targets. I look forward to bringing that plan forward in the coming weeks and months.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals created the housing crisis in 1993 by cancelling the National Affordable Housing Program. And the crisis has only gotten worse with the pandemic. Van East has the largest homeless encampment in the country. Re-announcing the 3,000 housing units is not good enough when 235,000 Canadians face homelessness each year. The ongoing failure to have an Indigenous-led urban, rural, and northern housing strategy is shameful. The all-talk, no-action approach is not worth the paper it's written on without meaningful action. Will the Prime Minister adopt the Recovery for All 6-point plan to end the housing crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that the member opposite chooses to ignore the groundbreaking announcement that we made just prior to the throne speech, the Rapid Housing Initiative that will build 3,000 additional permanent and affordable housing units all across the country, targeting Canadians who are on the street and those who are at risk of being homeless, in addition to populations at risk such as women and children fleeing domestic violence. This, in addition to other aspects of the National Housing Strategy, bring us to close to $56 billion in.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, once again, the Liberals repeated their promise of national pharmacare. They claim they're paving the way to universal pharmacare for Canadians, but they refuse to commit to public delivery and fail to set out any timeline for action. Mr. Speaker, Liberals have been paving the way for decades. Canadians deserve something concrete. Will this government finally commit to public pharmacare and tell Canadians when they can get this overdue essential medical service?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member opposite that no Canadian should have to choose between paying for prescriptions and putting food on the table. And that's why we've done more than any government in a generation to lower drug prices, including new rules on patented drugs, saving Canadians over $13 billion. But now it's time for the hard work to sit down with provinces and territories and commit to working all together to ensure that all Canadians can access affordable medication.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago at this time, I walked through the PEI National Park in the Cavendish area to witness the damage from post-tropical storm Dorian that happened on September 7th and 8th. And the damage was shocking. 14 feet of erosion along Cavendish Beach on the shoreline. And in Cavendish Campground, 80% of the trees destroyed and the campsites themselves annihilated. My question to the minister is, what is the government doing to rehabilitate that campground and the PEI National Park, and when are they going to get to it?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thanks very much for the question. Certainly issues associated with damage to national parks are an important priority for the government. We are working through the issues associated with this particular park and the damage that was caused, and we will certainly be coming back to the honourable member.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, it's now been a week that tensions have been high in the normally quiet Acadian community of Clare, where local fishers are concerned about a fishery taking place during a sensitive time for the lobster biomass. After many questions asked and discussions on this crisis with the Minister of Fisheries, why has she failed to take any action?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my number one priority right now with regards to the tensions in southwest Nova Scotia is to make sure that we're ensuring the safety of all of the people that are in the area. We know that the best path forward is through a constructive, respectful dialogue with First Nations as well as with industry members from Nova Scotia. I have been meeting with the chiefs from Nova Scotia as well as with industry representatives. We're continuing to have those dialogues, and we will make sure that we find the path forward to make sure that First Nations treaty rights are implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries is the only person that can bring this crisis to an end. She has known that the tensions have been high for many months. Does the minister realize that her failure and inaction has put the safety of all at risk? It's completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. How long will it take for her to act?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do believe that the path forward is to make sure that we're having respectful and collaborative dialogue with the parties involved. My number one priority is making sure that people are safe, that we're lowering tensions. We have to work together towards a solution to the impasse. That's what we are doing now. This is a very long-standing and a deeply personal issue to many, many people. We're going to work with the First Nations as well as with industry to make sure that we find that path forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, disappointing, without content, without rigor, these are the reactions that greeted the throne speech. After the first wave of COVID-19, the Liberals seem not to have learned anything. The Quebec Chamber of Commerce has stated that we need more than a disconnected patchwork. People are concerned. Why are the Liberals allowing this virus to cause even more damage to the personal and economic health of all Canadians?
Honorable ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, Canada is now facing a second wave of COVID-19. Our economic and health priorities are to fight the second wave. And that is the responsibility of all members in this House. I also want to underline that it is also the responsibility of each and every Canadian. We can succeed, but we must all pull together.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals' only plan seems to be to preach to Quebec by getting involved in areas of provincial jurisdiction and causing disputes. That doesn't help anyone. Yesterday, the throne speech and the Prime Minister's Liberal partisan speech showed a real lack of clear deadlines
ideas and rigor. The Federation of Independent Business has stated that many of these initiatives may come too late for many small businesses. By proroguing Parliament, do the Liberals realize that they have imperiled the survival of many small Canadian businesses? The Honourable Minister. It almost sounds like my colleague stole a question from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. For my colleague who is criticizing the throne speech, I would ask him, what would he cut from it? Help for seniors? CERB? Help for businesses? Help for people with disabilities? It's easy to criticize. It's easy to nitpick and say, no, nothing was okay. But what would he have cut from the throne speech? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, let's discuss those who are most affected. COVID-19 has affected everyone, and specifically seniors. Not only are the majority of victims of COVID-19 seniors, but additionally, seniors are the ones who have been most isolated, separated from their near and dear, alone and anxious. And now they are the ones who have been most left out of the throne speech. Why does the Prime Minister want to create a two-tier system for seniors? Why is he abandoning seniors between 65 and 75? The Honourable Minister.
I really appreciate the opportunity to answer this question. We know that seniors are being affected more than many Canadians because they're staying home and they're staying safe. We know that social isolation among seniors is requiring much support from the government. We have provided direct financial support, and we have supported with additional funding through New Horizons for Seniors. This has been important resources on the ground that have helped seniors to get through during this challenging time. But you've raised a question. Why?
Le député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, we need to help seniors so they have more buying power in the long term. The government has spent nearly $400 billion since the beginning of the pandemic, and yesterday we were told that it is not the time for austerity. Well, the time may not be for austerity, according to the government, except when it comes time to help seniors more, to give a little back to those who work so hard to build Quebec and Canada. Can the government explain to seniors why it is still refusing to increase old age security from 65 by $110 a month?
I just want to remind, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind those in the House of what we have been doing to support seniors over the last many months. We have provided direct financial support to those seniors 65 and above that are on OAS of $300 and additional $200 for those on guaranteed income supplement. We have also provided a GST credit that provided those most vulnerable seniors, and if you look at a seniors couple, $1,500 of direct tax-free support to help them during this pandemic. We've additionally...
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the agriculture industry has been through a lot, even before the pandemic. The pandemic has made existing problems worse and added new ones. Whether it's competitiveness, market access, processing capacity, or reduced production, farmers have needed an action plan for some time. Yesterday, we got the same platitudes and vague promises that we've seen for years from this Liberal government. When will this government finally back up their promises with meaningful actions?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank our farmers because they've been working extremely hard, the farmers, the ranchers, and the food workers as well. And this is because of their hard work that we were able to have good food on our plates during the crisis. And we're there for them, and we will continue to be there for them. We have put significant additional money to support them. I'm just thinking about the $77.5 million for our processors. The $50 million that we've put, it was for to give $1,500.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, farmers take pride in being stewards of their land, ensuring it's sustainable for generations to come while lowering carbon emissions. While their campaign speech yesterday recognized these efforts, the Liberals' words still don't match their actions. To date, grain farmers have two options for drying their grain: natural gas or propane. There are no alternatives. Mr. Speaker, will this government recognize that fact and exempt the on-farm use of fuels from the punitive carbon tax?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right when she says that the farmers are good stewards of their land. They care for their land, they care for our environment, and we do appreciate it. And in the speech of the from the throne yesterday, we have recognized that they will be strong partners in the relaunch of the economy and also to fight climate change. Putting a price on pollution is one important tool to fight climate change.
For Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's Liberal throne speech simply repeated the failed promises they've already failed to keep, especially when it comes to rural broadband. In April, the Liberal government admitted that the Connect to Innovate program had already failed to distribute much-needed funds for rural broadband to rural communities. Once again, we keep hearing the same buzzwords, but with no plan and no action taking place. Families, small businesses, and farmers in rural Ontario, and remote villages in Newfoundland and Labrador, and Indigenous communities across Canada are waiting to connect, and they're struggling because of this failure to connect. Mr. Speaker, when will Canadians see real action to get their internet up to speed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my colleague in his new role and look forward to working with him. Since we formed government, we've invested to connect 1 million households to high-speed internet, but that work is far from over. Colleagues heard in the throne speech yesterday our plans to accelerate and add ambitions to our plans. And Mr. Speaker, I'm counting on my colleagues' support to ensure that the throne speech and subsequent measures are supported so that we can connect every Canadian to high-speed internet.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A key focus for our government as we restart our economy is facilitating Canadians getting back to work in a way that keeps them safe and healthy while sustainably growing the economy. One way is by taking measures to close the gender gap between men and women in the workforce, which will boost economic growth, productivity, and prosperity for the whole country. Can the Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development tell this House how our government will be helping women across Canada to fully engage in the workforce and to reach their economic potential?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague from Davenport well knows, women have been on the front lines of the fight against COVID. They have also been sidelines, and our economic recovery depends on women entering and re-entering the workforce. Yesterday's throne speech ensured that Canadians know that we will not lose the hard-won gains of the past decades, that we will work to ensure that there's an economic recovery with plan to get women back into the workforce, that we will ensure women's health and safety so that they can care for children, care for our elders, and ensure that Canada's full potential is realized.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 months, COVID-19 has had to share headlines with almost daily shootings across the GTA. Criminals don't care about COVID-19, and they certainly won't follow any new gun bans the Liberals pass. Organized crime and guns smuggled across the border go hand in hand. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally realize that the solution is not going after law-abiding gun owners in small towns, but smuggled guns and organized crime?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important question. Our government is absolutely committed to strengthening gun control measures as part of a larger response to the gun violence and violence generally that's impacting our communities right across this country. Mr. Speaker, we have worked very closely with communities, with our provinces and territories, and with the police to take measures that we know will be effective. We'll be bringing forward legislation to strengthen our efforts at the border, to prevent the theft and diversion of guns into the hands of criminals, and also to take steps to ensure that those who are currently in possession of firearms, if they represent a danger to others, that those firearms are removed.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's trade agreement with the EU, CETA, will no longer apply to the UK as of December 31st. Canadian businesses from multiple sectors across the country are very concerned that we do not have a new agreement signed. The Deputy Prime Minister in February stated that the government would inform the House of any negotiations that they enter into with intent within 90 days of those negotiations starting. This means that technically we wouldn't be entering into negotiations till December when this agreement ends. When are the Liberals going to enter into negotiations with the UK?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that really good question. I remain in close communication with my contact in the UK Trade Secretary. Really pleased that we will continue to work with the UK to build on our strong trade agreement. We're going to continue working on a solid path for both of our countries to grow our economies, benefit our people, on a transition agreement that will ensure continuity for businesses here in Canada and for workers and businesses in the United Kingdom. We're going to keep working hard for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, almost to the day, a dear friend died of a drug overdose. Kamloops has seen more people die of illegal drug overdoses in the first half of 2020 than in all of 2019. In the throne speech, all the government did was acknowledge there's an opioid epidemic, no hint of a plan. One sentence when more than 1,000 people in BC have died. Heartbroken families, fentanyl being smuggled unchecked, and no plan from the Liberals. How does the government justify such neglect?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite might realize, in fact, this government has done more than any previous government to meet substance users where they're at by making sure that there's easier access to medications like Suboxone and Methadone, working with provinces and territories to make sure that there are overdose prevention sites, supporting community-based projects through substance use and addictions programs for treatment, safer supply programs. Mr. Speaker, we are tirelessly working with provinces and communities to ensure that people who use substances have treatments that work for them.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadian manufacturers from coast to coast to coast have responded remarkably to COVID-19 by retooling their on-the-ground operations to help produce personal protective equipment that we need so badly. One example is the maker of yoga jeans in my riding, who is now producing hospital gowns for healthcare workers. Could the minister tell Canadians about the historic efforts in industrial mobilization supported by our government's Made in Canada initiative? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Laurent for her question, as well as her hard work. Thanks to our Made in Canada project, we are supporting Canadian businesses, including the business mentioned by my colleague, so that our first-line workers have the equipment they need to take care of Canadians. Together, we will continue to make progress to better protect Canadians' health and safety.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, last week, as students went back to school in Victoria, teachers were told to open the windows to help prevent the spread of COVID-19. But they had to close the windows because of the smoke from the climate fires. This federal government has missed every single climate target that they set. And they're on track to even miss Stephen Harper's weak targets. Parents and young people are understandably worried. They want real climate action. When will this government deliver more than empty words and broken promises to address the climate crisis?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the wildfires in the United States and the attendant smoke that existed in British Columbia are a sign of things to come if we do not aggressively address the climate issue. This government developed the Pan-Canadian Framework, which identified over 225 megatons of reductions during first term in office. It is the first real climate plan this country has ever had. In the throne speech yesterday, we reiterated our commitment to bringing forward an enhanced climate plan that will provide transparency about how this government will not only meet but exceed our 2030 targets, and we intend to do that in the very near term.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to raise an urgent question. A number of years ago in the Cohen Commission, it was set for September 30th, 2020, it seemed a long time in the future, for the Minister of Fisheries to act to protect the wild BC salmon from the terrible impacts of what are sometimes called fish farms, but which are more accurately described as toxic fish factories. September 30th, the deadline looms. At the same time, Pacific salmon is in a desperate state of crisis throughout all its ecosystems. But will the minister commit to act to shut down the open pen toxic fish factories September 30th?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my department is absolutely committed to the conservation and protection of the wild Pacific salmon. That's why my department's policy and decision-making potential, we look at the potential risk, and we heavily rely on sound peer-reviewed science in order to make our decisions. To date, the department has 8 of the 9 risk assessments completed. We know that there's still 1 more to be finished up, and I will have more to say on this in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have today for question period. Before we go to the point of order, I just want, while I've got everybody's attention, for those of our members who are joining us from away from the chamber, I just want to remind them that technically it's up to them to find a good source of internet. So if they're doing it from home, please make sure they're wired directly into their router, and to make sure the signal is strong. And please work with our IT department and your ambassadors to make sure that works. And that goes for anyone joining us from outside. Oui, un appel au règlement.
A point of order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, we understand that we are in a shiny new hybrid sitting paradigm. Sometimes things go well, sometimes things go wrong. We are in a rather new country, technologically speaking. The member for Charles asked a question, and we understood that, technically speaking, the minister could not answer because of technical reasons, and so I'd like to ask the consent of the House that this question be asked once again, because it wasn't the case beforehand. Do I have the unanimous consent of the House to re-ask this question?
Oui.
Yes. I don't see any no's. The honourable member for Charles. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Service has created a council for procurement. Well, she did so last May after having been surprised that we saw the Liberals helping the Trudeau family. Canadians now want guarantees. They want their money to be invested in their well-being and not invested in the friends of the Canadian Liberal Party. And so, yes or no, can the government confirm if there are conflict of interests in this procurement crisis? The Honourable Minister.
Go ahead, Anita.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this question.
Also, as this is the beginning of the new session, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, for her contributions in the last session of Parliament. I want to say, depuis le début, nous
Since the very beginning, we have collaborated with our partners at every level of government and with industry in order to get the necessary medical equipment in our transgovernmental approach fighting this COVID-19 pandemic. We have a collaborative approach which helps us tackle the current and future challenges with regards to procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for... My apologies. I'm trying to think of your writing. Excuse me? Just 1 second before we continue. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Does he have something to add, or? We are Thursday, so there will be a traditional question once points of order have occurred.
Okay.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple point of order in the SO30. I had 3 to 4 words to say in my statement. My team told me that my minute was not over, and so I would like to start from the beginning again. This is an important tribute for an important person who passed away recently. What we require is this House's unanimous consent. Are you asking for unanimous consent? Yes, I am. Does the MP enjoy the unanimous consent of this House? Yes. And so, please, you have the floor. On the 3rd of July, a great patriot, Roger Gartin, passed away, this exemplary man to whom I owe the seat that I'm in today. I would like to express my condolences to Denise, Sébastien, Julien, his many friends, and Roger's political family. Roger was a good and generous and humble man who distinguished himself during his many years on the Saint-Laurent and as a strong member of the Quebec independence movement. He kept us strong in difficult moments. He never abandoned. He never gave up. He believed in his country. My great friend, my inspiration, my captain. I lose a North Star and someone who's devoted to the cause. Your happy and hopeful gaze will be something I miss. Félix Leclerc said it very well. I know a country that is far from here, where the ocean and love is united. My friend, I love you. Thank you.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, in the House of Commons. The 2 parliamentary leaders of the government and the opposition should talk about the events that are to come. First of all, I'd like to warmly thank the parliamentary leader, be it in the government, the Bloc Québécois, the MP for La Prairie, and the MP for Burnaby New Westminster, the parliamentary leader for the NDP, for the extraordinary collaboration that we have had over the past 2 weeks, allowing us to come back as a hybrid parliament. It's everyone's work that has been undertaken for the good of Canadians, and that's how we have been able to be here today. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all those who participated in this effort. Now, Mr. Speaker, given that we're now sitting, can the Leader of the Government tell us of what's to come in the next few days? The Honourable Parliamentary Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would also like to commend and congratulate my colleague for his appointment in this very important position that reflects the trust his leader has in him and the skills that he has to exercise this function. It will be a pleasure for me to work with him.
Note, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank all the parties for their collaborations yesterday on adopting that motion that allows MPs from all regions from across the country to participate in the debates. This is extremely important. Extremely important. Et pour répondre de façon directe.
To give a direct answer to my colleague's question, over the next days, we'll have the second day of debate on the speech from the throne. That will be tomorrow, Friday. Next Monday and Tuesday, we will start to debate Bill C2, an act relating to economic recovery in response to COVID-19. That was tabled this morning by the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Finally, the third and fourth day provided for debate on the speech to the throne will occur on Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Mr. Barrett, question.
Orders of the day? Okay, very good. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a lasting tribute from my predecessor, the late Gord Brown, that our riding reflects all of the beautiful attributes of of my constituency. I'm rising today on a question of privilege regarding a deliberately misleading statement presented to the House by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Now, this was by way of the government's response to an order paper question numbered 443, tabled during the previous session of Parliament. Back on May 11, 2020, I asked the government through that written question about the construction and renovations at Harrington Lake, projects which came to light this spring. Specifically, I asked for the estimated costs of A, each new building or other structure constructed or in the process of being constructed, and B, all renovations. In the Parliamentary Secretary's response, tabled on July 20th, 2020, the House was informed that estimated costs of construction work at the Prime Minister's summer home would cost taxpayers some $8.63 million. Subsequently, on August 4th, 2020, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation published an online article entitled, quote, "Prime Minister's Cottage Renos Cost More Than Disclosed to Parliament," close quote, which informs readers that an access to information request revealed that annual expenditures totaled more than $10 million. For its part, the National Capital Commission claims the difference between the two amounts comes down to operational or maintenance budgets, but some of the invoices cited by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation include the removal of the caretaker's house foundation and installation of security infrastructure. Well, those, Mr. Speaker, do not sound like operational or maintenance items. Those are capital items. The chair is often inclined to view such disputes as contests over facts. That's not the case here. Mr. Speaker, instead what we have is willful muddying of language. While we have no procedural definition of renovation, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary offers, quote, "to restore to a former better state as by cleaning, repairing, or rebuilding," and defines maintenance as, quote, "the upkeep of property or equipment," close quote. There's no way to construe one word in the context of the repairs to a residence that would not include everything deemed relevant to the other. It's my view, Mr. Speaker, that the government has, by the very act of attempting to portray these two requests as different, shown an intent to deliberately mislead this House with its written response and is therefore in contempt of this House. Speakers have, when faced with allegations of the House being deliberately misled, applied a three-part test, which is articulated at footnote 129 on page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Quote, 1, it must be proven that the statement was misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew at the time that the statement was incorrect. And 3, that in making the statement, the member intended to mislead the House, end quote. I believe these three elements can be made out in the present case. Firstly, the statement in the response to question number 443, it's simply misleading. The numbers in the response and those disclosed under the Access to Information Act don't reconcile. Erskine May is worth noting here at paragraph 22.23 under Answers and Corrections, where it states, quote, when factual mistakes are discovered in an answer to a question, ministers may submit written ministerial corrections for publication in the House papers and online. Such corrections are required to be freestanding and should not be used to provide new information, however, closely related to the original proceeding. Nor should they be used to rehearse the arguments which may have given rise to the original erroneous answer, end quote. This point from Erskine May is crucial because it establishes that when it comes to questions, ministerial responsibility is firm. Ministers are responsible solely for the information provided by their department. Contradictory information provided to the House by the minister's department in response to questions is treated the same as though the information was provided personally by the minister. Secondly, the parliamentary secretary or the person preparing the response on his behalf had to have known the response to be misleading. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation Access to Information response is based on real, tangible documents. These documents, the actual bills, were certainly available at the time of preparing the response to my written question. In fact, many departments have their access to information and privacy officials prepare order paper question responses because the overlap in skills and procedures involved. Thirdly, it's my view that with the lower numbers provided in the response to the written question for the purpose of misleading the House, we're not talking here about blowing a construction estimate several years down the road. It's a pattern pretty common in government. But these are two sets of figures, most likely being prepared simultaneously and quite likely by the same official. In fact, I'm informed that the documents provided to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation are date stamped April 22nd of this year, a full 3 months before the answer to my question was tabled in this House. This means that the government cannot even plausibly argue that the costs changed between the time that the answer was provided to me and when the same response was provided to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. The government would have known that the cost provided to me omitted items which were part of the completed costing document, which was later provided to the Federation. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is you may recall how the whole matter of the Harrington Lake renovations came to be on the public radar. My colleague, the Honourable Member for Carleton, first raised questions about whether there had been construction going on at the Prime Minister's luxury cottage. He was mocked. He was ridiculed as if he was peddling some delusionary conspiracy theory. The Parliamentary Secretary for Housing even tweeted a reply featuring a Star Wars spaceship photoshopped onto the grounds of Harrington Lake. Well, it's clear that the government has taken a communication strategy to avoid well-deserved scrutiny for these extraordinary expenditures at a time when so many Canadians are struggling. Yes. As my colleague eloquently said when the truth came out, proving he'd been right all along, quote, "It sounds like they have effectively built the Prime Minister a new waterfront mansion while his old mansion is renovated, and they are trying to cover it up with complicated stories about how they have just moved the caretaker's derelict cottage up the road. What they should have just said is the Prime Minister needs a lakeside mansion while his existing one is renovated," end quote. It's no surprise that, yet again, efforts to minimize and deflect scrutiny are on display again. The problem, though, with that, Mr. Speaker, is that it's not just spin, it's misleading. A number of Speaker's rulings have established prima facie cases of privilege when it has been established that misleading information had been provided by the government. For example, on December 6, 1978, Mr. Speaker Jerome found a prima facie case of privilege where evidence at a Royal Commission had demonstrated that an MP had been purposely misled by Solicitor General some 5 years earlier. Again, on February 1st, 2002, Mr. Speaker Milliken found a prima facie case when conflicting information was provided by a minister, despite the fact that the minister stated he had no intention of misleading the House. Nonetheless, contradictory statements were made, leaving the House with two different versions of events. Now, just as then, we have before the House two contradictory statements made on behalf of the same minister on the same matter of the government's administrative responsibilities. Later on March 9, 2011, Mr. Speaker Milliken found a prima facie case involving a minister's statement in committee and the House. He said that the minister's statements had, at the very least, caused confusion. More recently, on March 3, 2014, another of your predecessors, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, found that a member had offered contradictory statements which merited further consideration by an appropriate committee. It's normally a cliche that the chair cannot judge the quality of a government's response, whether oral or written, but those responses are not beyond the chair's jurisdiction on contempt. As Madam Speaker Sauvé said on December 16, 1980 at page 5,797 of the debates, quote, "While it is correct to say that the government is not required by our rules to answer written or oral questions, it would be bold to suggest that no circumstances could ever exist for a prima facie question of privilege to be made where there was a deliberate attempt to deny answers to an honourable member." End quote. Before wrapping up, I should offer a comment about the timing of my intervention. The procedural authorities state that a question of privilege must be raised at the earliest opportunity. I had planned to raise this matter at the sitting scheduled for August 26th, but the Prime Minister's decision to shut down Parliament with prorogation robbed me of that opportunity. Despite prorogation, the Chair is perfectly capable of entertaining a question of privilege arising during the previous session. As Boss and Gagnon point out at page 81, quote, "Instances of contempt in one Parliament may even be punished during another Parliament," end quote. Of course, in the present situation, we are talking about different sessions of the same Parliament. In closing, Mr. Speaker, should you agree with me that there is a prima facie case of privilege here, I will be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I'll take it under advisement and return to the House with the ruling. Nous allons continuer debate.
We resuming debate.
Le secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak following one of the most important aspects of Canadian democracy. The Throne speech lays out the orientations and objectives for the next parliamentary session, and this is a particularly important session because the country is trying to recover from the first COVID-19 wave. I'm also pleased to speak today because the Throne speech showed that Canada will recover in a fair and green way. Canada will be more resilient and more inclusive. 4 pillars, 4 stages, which will have beneficial effects on the environment, jobs, and security in my riding of Sherbrooke and elsewhere in Canada. We're barely recovering from an unprecedented crisis, and I'd like to begin by offering my deepest condolences to anyone who has lost a friend or loved one to COVID-19. As you heard in the speech from the Throne, protecting Canadians from the virus is our priority. It has always been our priority. So I'd like to take a moment to thank all of those who have worked and are still working relentlessly day and night to get us out of this crisis. Many people had to stay home to stop the virus from spreading, but others kept on working, sometimes in very difficult conditions. We call these people essential services, guardian angels, or heroes. One thing is sure, these are caring people who care deeply in the areas of healthcare, social services, education, food services, and transportation. You have been brave, generous, and we thank you. I would also like to point out to the work of the government and all public servants who heard people on the ground and gave of their time and effort. This has allowed us to create targeted programs to help people in need and to adapt the programs as the crisis progressed. I am proud to be part of a government which did not hesitate to put in place urgent and necessary help and to stand by Canadians when they needed government the most. The most affected people by the crisis are often those in a vulnerable position. So time was of the essence when Canadians lost their job, their source of revenue to meet their needs and those of their family. I believe it was our duty to act quickly, and we responded to the call. This approach based to closeness to all Canadians was an approach which I myself embodied in my riding throughout the crisis. The government, therefore, had a humane approach in its management to the crisis, and we worked very hard day after day to support our fellow citizens. We helped people from Sherbrooke come home again when flights were almost impossible to find. We helped our companies. We gave them resources so they could keep on employing their workers. We also helped citizens who had lost their job so they could keep on paying their bills and get their groceries. And in fact, it is the spirit of the second pillar in the speech from the Throne, supporting Canadians during the pandemic, which has already started. As the Parliamentary Secretary for Economic Development, I was in regular contact with representatives from various economic sectors, and I listened to the reality they were living in this crisis, and I transmitted their concerns to government. In the last few months, I spoke to dozens of economic development agencies, and I was able to learn in real time the challenges these companies are facing, and this gave us a good idea of what was going on in the ground. What we heard helped us to adapt the programs that we had implemented, and our conversations helped us to make programs more flexible where necessary. For instance, the Regional Recovery Fund injected $962 million for SMEs when they needed the support the most. Of that amount, $70 million were spread throughout the network of development agencies. And this money is going to double the number of companies which will benefit from this support. I must also point to the extraordinary work of the teams on the ground, including Hélène Deslauriers, who reminded us that small businesses play an essential role in our communities. This program helped many small companies which would otherwise have shut their doors. We also had the wage subsidy program, which also helped save several companies and which helped to retain the attachment between workers and their workplace. When small business asked us to extend the wage subsidy program, we listened and we followed suit. The wage subsidy program will therefore be extended until next summer because following the uncertainty as a result of this crisis, our response has to be ambitious, inclusive, and pragmatic. Based on projections of the Canada Development Bank, our measures are going to help bring back most of the jobs which were lost and to keep most of our companies operating. We need to make sure that clients and customers can come back to open businesses. These small businesses are not only good for the economy, they're vital for our towns and regions. We have to help our companies adapt and innovate so that they can go back to normal as quickly as possible. Innovation is a solution because I was able to see for myself how innovation can make a difference. When I visited companies throughout Quebec, one thing came back time and time again, the importance of innovation and the strength of science as an economic driver. Innovation is indeed a pillar of local economic growth. Innovation leads to the creation of good jobs and ensures the competitiveness and dynamism of our companies. I'm thinking, amongst others, of the Quantic Institute of the University of Sherbrooke, which will officially open in the fall of 2021, but which has already led to the creation of 4 startups. This type of initiative, halfway between universities and the private sector, will train highly qualified workers, and they will become the drivers of tomorrow's economy. By being there for organizations like the Quantic Institute, we will remain competitive in a society which is constantly changing. In the speech from the throne, it was also indicated that if innovation is to be possible, companies need the tools they need to ride the digital wave. For many restaurants and businesses in Sherbrooke who have to focus more and more on selling online, for instance, Bioza or Au Chevreuil, moving to digital made all the difference in the world. It is a key for remaining competitive. As well, innovation happens within government, and innovation inevitably means green innovation. In Sherbrooke, there was a forum on the recovery which brought together about 100 economic agents, and we therefore were able to have a straight conversation with the business sector. I had the pleasure to meet with representatives from many companies who have developed innovative technologies. I truly believe that finding new solutions is going to help create a greener future for Quebec and Canada, and that leads me to the 3rd pillar in the speech from the throne, building back better, taking advantage of everything we have now to build a more inclusive, more resilient, and more and greener, rather, Canada, as well as a fairer country. As for the fourth pillar, Mr. Speaker, we have to remain true to ourselves, true to our Canadian values. Canada is and has always been a welcoming country, and it must remain a welcoming country. Our country is based on two official languages, English and French, and I'm proud as a Quebecer to see that the government is committed to protecting both official languages, be it by creating a French university in Ontario or by modernizing the Official Languages Act. We want to make sure that both official languages will live forever. I will conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. The speech from the throne from yesterday shows that the government is close to the people. It has a humane approach to protect Canadians against COVID-19, and it will help Canadians get through the pandemic. This is going to make Canada a stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et observations. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke a lot about economic development. And the only bright spot in the Alberta economy after the Liberal government economic developed the energy sector out of existence over the last 5 years was the hospitality and tourism industry. And this year in my province, it has just taken a complete beating because of the lack of tourism, including the Calgary Stampede, which had to shut down, loss of $500 million to the local economy. So my question is this. We need to get the hospitality and tourism industry going again. Given that she had such an interest in economic development, will she be pressing the Minister of Health to do a feasibility study for pre- and post-arrival COVID testing at airports? And will she be pressing the Minister of Health to find ways to expeditiously and fulsomely review rapid and at-home testing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question, which is an important one. In fact, tourism was one of the most hard-hit sectors, and it was hit immediately. And it will take longest to come back and from the crisis. But from the outset, as with all sectors affected by COVID, our government was close to the ground and put in measures to help the tourism sector. As far as I'm concerned, I was in direct contact on the ground throughout the entire pandemic to find out exactly what was going on. And I was there to reassure them that the government will always be there to support them. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague mentioned that she said that her government was close to the people. Well, if any government that's close to the people would know that the tragedy that occurred in our long-term care sector was devastating communities across this country. 80% of the deaths in this country due to COVID occurred in long-term care centres. Yet, the throne speech that was released yesterday by her party made no commitment to binding national standards in long-term care, announced no federal funds that would be tied to enforcement, and made no mention of home care, which is the preferred option for most seniors. So I'm just wondering, would my honourable colleague agree with New Democrats that we need binding national standards in this country with federal funds given to provinces and territories who agree to meet those standards so we can provide quality care to every senior in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Vancouver Kingsway for his question. Indeed, what happened in long-term care homes was unacceptable, and our government was there from the outset to ensure that situations like those would not happen again. And it signed the Safe Restart program and sent $19 billion to the provinces. This agreement came after all provinces and territories were on board. It showed that everyone worked together, pulled in the same direction during the crisis. And from the outset, our first priority has always been to protect the health and safety of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Parliamentary Secretary regarding pharmacare. In the speech from the throne, it was mentioned that this remains a priority, but a priority that doesn't seem to be very urgent. I've noted that in the speech from the throne, there are just a few steps in the vague direction of getting universal pharmacare. However, this is an urgent issue. What will the members say and do to increase? Well, please hurry up, is what you need to say. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island for her very important question. This is an issue, is part of the logical work the government has been doing from the very beginning. It has been working from the very beginning to ensure the safety and security of Canadians. And with all the programs we've put in place, we've noted that this objective was achieved. From her question, I understand that it is very important to act swiftly. We were managing a crisis. We put in place programs very quickly to support and Canadians and respond to this crisis. And now we will position ourselves to ensure that we have the best launch possible.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. When we come together in this place, it should be to help the people of our Confederation. We meet to scrutinize each other's decisions, our policies, our actions, and the use of money that the people we represent have earned. In my time in office, I have watched the power of this place be willfully abdicated to men who seek their own enrichment, affirm their vanity, or hide their incompetence and ignorance. I have watched them lean on those here with honeyed words, promises of riches or position, or if that fails, threats. I've watched many here lose the sense of gravity of the power bestowed upon us by the people we represent. We must put our people first, all of them, regardless of political affiliation, ability to curry favor, or religious belief. We must be radically compassionate, radically selfless, and radically courageous. I have watched those we represent lose faith, or worse, lose an understanding of the power that they hold. And that must end. During this dramatically transitional time in the history of our nation, the choices each of us make from this day forward will determine the power of this place, the unity of our country, and the well-being of our people. And in this place, Mr. Speaker, courage has been lacking. Yesterday's speech from the throne was no different. In the last several years, we've watched our country lose its economic footing. Earlier this year, protests shut down Canada's rail systems. I have watched the people I represent fall into despair as their primary industry came under attack. And then I've watched thousands of Canadians lose their lives and millions more lose their jobs, their mental health, their homes, and their families due to the collective failure of those on the government side of the House to have the courage to challenge power, to question the status quo, and to acquiesce to a man who has long ago lost the moral authority to govern. This year, after the rail blockades, with the reports of a new infectious disease emerging in China, this man was comfortable telling Canadians that there was no person-to-person transmission of the spread of COVID-19. His MPs, they nodded and clapped. The result was Canadians losing their lives and their jobs. He had no compunction telling Canadians that border control measures and masks didn't work, and his MPs nodded and clapped. The result was Canadians losing their lives and their jobs. He sent critical supplies of personal protective equipment to China when we had a shortage. His MPs nodded and clapped. The result was Canadians losing their lives and their jobs, and he allowed for the shuttering of the federal early warning system for public health dangers. He failed to develop a process that would allow for the full but timely review of rapid and at-home tests for the novel coronavirus, and his MPs have not pressed this issue. They haven't pressed this issue. And the result has been Canadians losing their lives and their jobs. And he has not been transparent about his plans for the procurement and distribution of a potential vaccine for the COVID-19 virus. And while he was doing this, he was awarding contracts to a charity run by two guys that gave his family members hundreds of thousands of dollars in celebrity appearance fees, and who did, you should watch this, Mr. Speaker, this super woke video on MTV Cribs, which showcased their charity as a cultish mess of celebrity appropriation of African culture of the worst order. It is no doubt this contributed to his inability to secure a seat on the UN Security Council, because the picture the international community now has of him is as a dilettantish practitioner of blackface. So when my colleagues were able to compel documents related to this scandal, even though he had shuttered Parliament, he went one step further and prorogued this place. That is, fully shut it down in order to prevent the rest of Parliament from questioning him. He also lost his finance minister under a cloud of scandal, and that was 5 weeks ago. During that time, Canada has lost more lives, more jobs, and wobbled listlessly as the world around us changes and becomes more unstable. His fig leaf for this action was to provide a new vision for the country, a plan, but he did not deliver. His throne speech took no responsibility for the failures he made in preaching wrong information, not just preaching it, but like doubling down on it and dismissing any questioning of the information that he was providing as wrong thought. He took no responsibility for that, and he has no plan and presented no plan to fix these systems that allowed Canadians to be told that there were things like no person-to-person transmission of the virus, that masks shouldn't be worn, and that border controls were racist. There were no plans to move hell and high water to get rapid testing technologies reviewed. There was no mention for the relief for the people in my riding who work in the energy sector. The speech was panned by the AFN National Chief last night. There was no action towards reconciliation. The Liberal Party has promised childcare since 1997, and last night on national television, his minister could not tell Canadians how many spots they propose to create, in what parts of the country, under what program, by when, and how much it would cost. The same goes for lowering drug costs for Canadians, or a plan for Canadians to have access to the pharmaceuticals that he needs. This was the theme of the entire speech, Mr. Speaker. 5 weeks lost during a pandemic, with an attempt to distract Canadians from scandal, with a bunch of garbage seemingly hastily written on the back of a napkin when a real plan was needed. To say, and on the same day, Mr. Speaker, that this load of something was delivered, that it was reported that there were 301 opioid-related deaths in Alberta between April and June. There was nothing in his speech about how to save the lives of these people. 128 people in Alberta died of COVID-19 during the same period. For this Prime Minister, be it COVID or opioid deaths, he seems to be willing to ignore pandemics when it suits him. For those who are saying that it is too early to question the government's response to the pandemic and economic collapse, and that has been the argument on this side today, I say to them, for those who have lost their lives, who have lost their jobs, and who have lost time as a result of this government's inactions, it is too late. It's already too late. Their inaction has cost them all of these things. It's too late for Sarah Campbell. I cannot believe the public safety minister said that there was a compassionate program to deal with her when she went without her fiancé's companionship during her cancer treatments this year, and they refused to look at her. They refused to have a plan for people who are separated by border closures because the government has failed them. It's too late for my constituent Cheryl, who wrote to me at a loss to express her desperation and her loss of hope in her husband losing his job in the oil sector. It's too late for so many, and the Prime Minister has no plan and only scandal to offer them, but there is hope. Mr. Speaker, I myself had lost a lot of hope after the last election. It was hard for me. The people I represent, they're not in a good spot. Many of them are fighting mental health issues from the loss of work, and they are struggling to make ends meet. They feel isolated and ignored by the people in charge of this nation. I've been trying everything that I can do with the courage inside me to fight for them, to get for change that would allow them to see themselves in a prosperous, peaceful future Canada. Enter the Member of Parliament from Durham, the new leader of Canada's official opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada. In a few short weeks, even as he battled the coronavirus himself, as the new leader of our party, he has given me a boost of hope that I needed, not just as a Member of Parliament, but as a member of a community who's struggling, as a wife apart from her husband, and as a powerful woman who won't back down to anyone. He has done something that is vitally important to me personally, publicly expressed firm support for the human rights of all Canadians, including a commitment to fight discrimination faced by the LGBTQ community and work to protect and enhance women's rights without apology or hesitation. I have no confidence in this government, but especially not in the current Prime Minister, but I do have confidence in that man and this team and in the millions of Canadians who have had enough and are about to stand up for change. In the coming weeks, in the coming months, you will see this team put forward an alternative plan, an alternative vision to this incompetence, this lack of courage, and this lack of compassion. And as Shadow Minister for Health, I will be holding the government to account for their failures. There will be no quarter, and there will be no apologies. But there will be hope. And I ask every Canadian to stand with me, to join our fight in building a new vision for Canada. Giddy up.
Questions and comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention today. She said towards the end of her speech that she thought that members of this side of the House were suggesting that it was too early to start questioning the government's response. But I would actually argue that I don't think it's too early at all. I think that this is an extremely appropriate time to start looking at the response and how successful it's been. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians have been receiving the CERB benefit, which has helped them in their time of need and indeed help our economy sustain what we could of it so that when we do come out of this on the other side, we'll be so much better prepared. 106,000 businesses, Mr. Speaker, small businesses have received support. Employees, almost 1 million employees through the wage subsidy program. Does the member not see that despite the difficult times that we're in, millions of Canadians have been assisted and have been helped with the plans that the government has rolled out over the last several months?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I've heard a lot of myopic, elitist, vacuous responses in my time in the House, but I think that one takes the cake. There's no Canadian who wants a continued handout from this government. They want a response to the pandemic so they can get their jobs back, their businesses back, so Sarah Campbell can see her fiancé, so that they can have Christmas dinners. They don't want to be dependent on the Prime Minister and his scandals. They don't want to keep spending billions of dollars. They want the dignity of work. They want their lives back, and they have failed.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Microphone? Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her speech. There's something that piqued my curiosity at the beginning of her speech. She talked about how unified the country is or the unity of the country, and I'm often under the impression often that for the Conservatives, it's just funding for the oil sector that leads to unity. I never hear them talk about any specific sectors, for example, aluminum or forestry. It's like our economic sectors don't matter. I'd like to know, does she think that it's funding for the oil sector that matters?
I'd like to remind my colleague that the energy sector funds a lot of things in his neck of the woods. So maybe he should be concerned with that and the loss of jobs and the loss of revenue. Maybe he should have some compassion for the people who have provided this wealth and revenue instead of making it a political wedge in this place. I'm tired of this. If we're going to have a unified country, we have to stand up for every region of this country, be it Quebec or be it Calgary-Nose Hill. What we saw yesterday was a load of nothing to deflect from the fact that the Prime Minister needed to prorogue Parliament so we wouldn't get the documents about his family's celebrity gigs with the charity that he gave $900 million to. Come on! This has to stop, and we have to do better. And it starts by rejecting what this government put forward yesterday.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the member for Calgary Nose Hill has a new critic portfolio, but I want to take this opportunity to thank her for her work on industry and for all of Industry Committee with regards to protection of fraud. And I liked her comments about the fact, though, she did excellent work there. The whole committee did excellent work, but with prorogation, we actually lost that work, and it's costing Canadians who are being taken advantage of during fraud during COVID-19. And I'd also like to ask her real quickly with regards to the thoughts of the Liberal plan of connecting Canadians by 2030. The speech from the throne had a reference about speeding that up. I don't know what it means in terms of 2030, whether it's 2029, but the fact of the matter is broadband is still lacking in many parts of this country, and I'd like her comments on that.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I did enjoy the collegial and productive relationship I enjoyed on Industry Committee with the member, and I certainly hope that my colleague from Edmonton Centre, who will be taking over that role, will have the same relationship. I will say this. What he did with the fraud report was so vital. It's been delayed for so long. I certainly hope Industry Committee will bring that forward and the government will act on recommendations put forward by the committee. And to say that Canadians and Mr. Speaker, earlier today the Speaker said that he expected members to be able to plug into internet. That doesn't happen if you're on reserve or you're in rural Canada. We can't wait till 2030 to have a connected country. This should have been done years ago. Our party has called upon the government to do that within 18 months. They're losing time. They just lost 5 weeks, and there was no mention in the speech from the throne for this vital infrastructure. I congratulate my colleague for his work, and I ask us in this place to continue to work together on these issues.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission, Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I just want to wish Aaron and his wife, Rebecca, a quick recovery from COVID-19. Et j'adresserai le même souhait à Mr. Blanchet.
And I also want to extend the same wish to Mr. Blanchet and his family.
Member from Durham, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Still a rookie move. A couple of points about the throne speech. The Liberal government's throne speech repeated false, previously debunked claims that their programs have helped 1 million people being housed. Parliamentary Secretary Vaughan is on record in the Toronto Star stating, I mean, obviously we've double counted on rhetorical advantage, and I quote, "This is irresponsible and the worst possible way to start a conversation addressing housing in Canada." Point number 2, the newly announced Detailed Light Rapid Housing Initiative throws $1 billion taxpayer dollars at a Band-Aid solution to provide 3,000 units between now and March. That breaks down to $333,000 per unit. With an already poor track record of getting infrastructure money out the door, how will this program be different? What will the quality of these units be? Thirdly, on the first-time home buyers plan, the Liberals' only solution to address affordable home ownership is to take a share of a Canadian's mortgage. As a Conservative, I fundamentally disagree with this co-ownership model. The government should incentivize the use of RRSPs and other methods to help Canadians leverage their own funds to purchase a home, such as perhaps an increased basic personal tax exemption for young people seeking to enter the market. Many communities across Canada are also part of the missing middle. They don't qualify for rural funding streams or urban-focused initiatives and have once again been overlooked. Like many regions in Canada, my riding of Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon and the District of Mission fall into this category. My office is adjacent to Haven in the Hollow, a temporary shelter that serves a permanent clientele base suffering from severe addiction and mental health issues. The Liberal government announced a plan to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% in 2017, which they have since doubled down on and promised a complete elimination. But there's been no actual progress. The Haven is expanding because Mission's homeless population has doubled compounded largely by the ongoing fentanyl crisis facing British Columbia. While the expansion of Haven and the Hollow is necessary, the increased homeless population is challenging for the neighboring small businesses attempting to get back on their feet and move on past COVID-19. In British Columbia, we've had 4 times the number of deaths from fentanyl overdoses than COVID-19. How then does this all relate back to housing? And what can and should the federal government be doing about it? As a British Columbian and as a Canadian, I believe in our duty to care for our vulnerable citizens, a duty that governments of all stripes have missed the mark on. But simply caring for and addressing the symptoms of homelessness is unsustainable. Real action must be taken to address the underlying causes. For instance, we know that money laundering from the illegal drug trade has artificially inflated housing costs. The primary method criminals use is even named the Vancouver model, for goodness sake. Young people across British Columbia, even those making a good living, 6-figure salaries, can no longer afford homes in the communities they were raised in, and they've lost hope of reaching home ownership. COVID-19 has only compounded these difficulties. Jobs have been lost, hours have been cut, and parents have been forced to make impossible health decisions. La maison.
Home has always been much more than a place to rest your head, but COVID-19 has intensified its multi-purpose use. The home is now a place where we work, where we study, where we teach our children, and where we try to get on with our busy lives. When our living spaces cannot accommodate these activities, we despair and we feel trapped. As a government in waiting, the Conservatives will prioritise that home ownership is possible, and that Canadians will have a greater number of options and hope to achieve their goals.
Why has the Liberal government not put in place the legislative, regulatory, and enforcement measures necessary to stop money laundering through the real estate market, which Vancouver has become famous for? Canadians deserve to be on a level playing field, not competing for housing with global elite looking to park their millions and use our tax advantage in a safe country. While I admit trying to solve the money laundering issue won't solve all of our housing challenges, it is an important start for many British Columbians who've lost hope. In January 2019, the Canadian Revenue Agency provided an all-party briefing where they acknowledged that while their risk-based auditing methods were augmented, little had changed on the front end to prevent money laundering and tax avoidance, save for signing an attestation declaring one's primary residence and citizenship. Criminals don't follow the law, Mr. Speaker, and CRA must revise its approach that's reliant on the honor system. As parliamentarians, we have the responsibility to ensure that government policies and programs work for our primary clients, the taxpayers and citizens of Canada.
The federal government will need to re-examine its role, especially in shared jurisdictions such as housing.
There needs to be a shift as well from an Ottawa knows best approach to a service delivery model. And here's a real-world example. Last week I spoke to the chair of the Mission Sustainable Housing Community about the Liberals' recently touted $300 million housing supply challenge, which incidentally is not yet open. She doesn't want another application process to maybe receive some funding to further study housing gaps. She needs money to build housing now for our community, actual brick and mortar housing. They know what their needs are. The province already partnered with municipalities like Mission to complete this work because this is provincial jurisdiction.
And since the majority of small municipalities and Indigenous governments simply do not have the administrative resources to sink significant effort into a demand for a chance at federal support, they are already stretched right to the limit. The federal government is taking a top-down approach when it comes to proactively communicating with small municipalities in support of their needs.
I've spoken to so many mayors that have never seen a dime of federal money for housing. If the feds can't do it, then we should simply get out of the way and provide funding to the provinces and territories already doing this work, and without attaching all of the strings. Case in point, an assisted living provider in my riding shared how they received support from BC Housing and were encouraged to apply to CMHC as well. But when they did, the approved BC housing project was rejected by CMHC because the criteria were different. Why are we not streamlining our approaches between two levels of government on such a fundamental issue? Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that different levels of government, as well as members of different political parties, are able to work together for the betterment of Canadians. Admittedly, there is no simple solution to all of Canada's housing challenges and the impact COVID-19 has had and even exacerbated. But let's collaborate, let's address the systemic challenges housing faces in Canada, and let's empower Canadians to improve their personal circumstances. The Liberals said nothing to address the imminent financial challenges faced by those who have deferred their mortgages during COVID-19. I encourage the government to develop a plan as soon as possible to address this very real problem on the top of mind of so many. Second, they should also address the shortage of affordable rental housing in Canada to encourage job growth while increasing rental stock as part of an economic recovery plan. I've heard from many in the business and development communities that government needs to incentivize purpose-built rental. Why not consider eliminating GST on purpose-built rentals? Why not augment the existing CMHC financing programs, which seem to work pretty well? And third, the Liberals could actually deliver the previously promised home energy retrofit program, a proven method of spurring economic growth and job creation in Canada. In conclusion, my objective is to make sure the government is working for the people. Our systems are anachronistic and are out of date, and Canadians deserve better services from us and our public service. While I await details on the throne speech and their commitments to improve outdated IT systems, I hope that a new approach to service is embedded within these upgrades that is both flexible and reflects the challenges people face in all regions in Canada. And finally, I'd like to recognize my colleague from Vancouver East for her important work. BC has been shortchanged by the federal government. From 2018 until February of 2020, as it was reported, only 0.5% of $1.46 billion was allocated through the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, a fund that accounts for 1/3 of the entirety of the National Housing Strategy. Only 2 projects provincially were approved, and only 23 across Canada. The BC Nonprofit Housing Association said, and I quote, "The program is arduous, it's painstakingly slow, and takes an inordinate amount of time." The BC government called the process frustrating. On an application, there's over 200 questions, and it can take over a year even to hear back. We got to do better for our municipalities. We need to do better for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
You know, when you ask a bad question, you get a really bad answer. I've learned that in this House. And the question that was asked by the Member of Vancouver East actually missed the mark. 26.8% of the funds sent to provinces and communities across this country have landed in BC. We'll have the corrected record for you very shortly. In terms of the Reaching Home program, which the member opposite complained about, I'll remind them he's part of a party that only spent $50 million per year on that program. This year alone, we're spending $489 million. We've added 6 new communities to the designated community stream. That is a 10-fold increase in direct supports to frontline homelessness services. The party opposite, the NDP, wanted us to send those money to the provinces, have the provinces send it to the front lines. We delivered it straight to the front lines. And in terms of the new $1 billion announcement that we made this week on direct 100% capital supports to acquire new supportive housing units, I'll remind the member opposite that the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper said that housing was a provincial responsibility and told me as a reporter I should stop asking questions. It wasn't even a federal issue and I didn't know what I was doing. I should read the Constitution. He was wrong. But my question for the member opposite is this, is that he raises the issue of supports for supportive housing, in particular that of harm reduction. Why has his party fought harm reduction on every single chance they've had on this floor of the House of Commons? Where are they missing in action on the opioid crisis?
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Overbearing from the member opposite. Why doesn't he apologize to British Columbia for not getting the money out the door that they promised? As for me and my work in my community, I'm working with the homelessness. They're adjacent to my office. I'm on the Neighbourhood Advisory Council, and this party is going to continue to stand up for Canadians to get a fair deal and to hold you guys accountable for not getting the money out the door that you said you were going to get out the door. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a reminder to the Honourable Member, we try not to use the you word in that kind of context to direct their comments through the chair. Et maintenant, par virtuel.
virtually, the honourable member for Rivière-de-Milleziles. Just unmute yourself, please. Here I am. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague for his statement, which was vigorous, to say the least. I would like his opinion on an aspect of the speech from the throne. Many people have talked about provincial jurisdiction and how long-term care is provincial. The federal government wishes to act for long-term care and for people who are doing this at home. With the childcare system and the healthcare system, all this taken into account, dear colleague, what should we do? Should we ask ourselves the next question? Is the federal government not trying to enter into provincial jurisdictions?
Okanagan on a Central Nicola on a point of order.
I would like you to clarify, Mr. Speaker. The member appears not to be wearing a tie. Is he allowed to be recognized and to speak in this chamber virtually without a tie? I'd like to have an explanation.
Thank the honourable member. Thank the honourable member for his intervention. As members will know, as members will know, there certainly is a dress code for the chamber to be present, and as Speaker has indicated to all honourable members that if they wish to participate in the proceedings by a virtual connection, they're recommended, of course, to bring the appropriate dress to that occasion as well. I remind all honourable members, of course, the member, l'honorable député de Rivière-de-Milleziles,
the honourable member has asked his question, but for next time, I would
answer for the honourable member, but for the next time, and in keeping, this is a new, agreeably, this is a new format, reasonably new in the hybrid format, and give time for all honourable members to get with the program that way. And we'll now go to the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, for his response.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for the question. Ma grand-mère, en fait.
My grandmother is 92. She's still at home. It's thanks to our British Columbian healthcare system.
There are workers who provide in-home care to keep her there, and I think the provinces do a relatively good job and understand the need to continue improving our in-home care, and I believe our provinces should be the one delivering that service model. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
We now have time for another quick question or an observation.
To the member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I'm raising my hand to raise a point of privilege, if I may. Earlier in the exchange with the parliamentary secretary to social development, indicated to the House and misled the House.
We just lost the sound there, Ms. Kwan. You could just try that again.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm actually raising my hand to raise a point of privilege. Earlier in the exchange, I had heard the parliamentary secretary for social development misled the House by indicating that I had called for only for provinces to receive funding from the federal government with respect to the National Affordable Housing Program. It is simply untrue, and the member continually
okay. I think I appreciate the honourable member's point of order. In fact, I think we are getting into an area of debate here. I will just take that. I think we have expired the time, and I appreciate the patience of all honourable members when we're doing this in this hybrid format. We'll just go to the honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. If he did have a quick response to the last intervention, it was framed as a point of order, but in light of the fact that it was in the realm of debate, I'll see if he wants to just take 30 seconds to respond, and then we will go to resuming debate.
Let me just outline that the struggles of the people suffering from the opioid crisis in British Columbia are touching so many different families, and the mental health, the challenges people are facing are really real. The homelessness population, again, it's doubled in Mission in the last number of years. Our community is struggling to find answers to the challenges we're facing, but it doesn't help when we don't have the ability to access the programs the municipal staff and our provincial representatives thought that were available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for everyone's patience. Now we shall move to resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Services, virtually, the Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There we are.
I am sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid I don't know with whom. So I will start, and hopefully I will get a note from someone letting me know where I'm sharing my time, if that's okay with you. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today from my riding, and I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the traditional territory of the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. This is my first opportunity to speak in the House since the pandemic began, and I wanted to start by thanking all of the frontline workers who are truly heroes without capes in our community. We've been facing the greatest health crisis of our lifetime. Our government responded with a full slate of measures that supported Canadians, like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that helped 9 million Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I am sharing my time with the member for Hochelaga. We responded with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that helped 9 million Canadians, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and the Canada Emergency Business Account that supported businesses in my riding and across the country. I heard from my constituents who thanked me for these programs. Companies like Hunter Amenities that were uncertain about the future of their 38-year-old business when demand from hotels for shampoo and soap dried up overnight. They told me that our programs allowed them to pivot to make hand sanitizer and bring their employees back to work. Since March, we've seen unprecedented cooperation between all levels of government. We have seen people reaching out to their neighbors and showing kindness to each other. We continue to fight the pandemic. As numbers continue to rise and we enter the second wave, I know that many Canadians are afraid. Their kids have just gone back to school and they're worried.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With great respect for my colleague from Oakville, North Burlington, it's important that we follow decorum, and there are rules in this House around props, around displays, and I think the Speaker's been clear about the appropriateness of that, including in a virtual context. This member who's speaking is using a display which prominently shows her own name, her riding name, in the framing of her shot. In my view, this constitutes a prop, and it's inappropriate. If a member were to speak in the House with a display like that, it would be inappropriate. And the Speaker has spoken clearly about this in the context of virtual sittings as well. And I think there needs to be a clear and consistent standard established for these virtual sittings. Thank you.
That's a good point. Really good point. Okay, I see the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on the same point of order.
Well, just on that same point of order, Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to respect the fact that people are communicating from their constituency offices. In this case, the member is doing that. She is not displaying anything of a political nature, anything of partisan nature. She is clearly sitting in a constituency office, which is an extension of this House of Commons, as it is completely governed and regulated by the House of Commons and the administration of the Speaker's office.
So I thank you. Thank both honourable members for their interventions on this. And much like the last question that has arisen with regards to members who are participating from a location outside of the House of Commons, we're going to revisit just to take a look at specifically what the directives have been in respect to both in relation to dress protocol as well as this issue with regards to what constitutes a prop. Yes, we understand what's clear here for the House, whether in fact and what kind of boundaries might be in existence for members who are tuning in and or participating from a location outside the House. So if it's acceptable to honourable members, I'll take that under advisement and get back to the House as necessary in the time ahead, hopefully soon. So I thank honourable members for their interventions. And now we'll go back to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have Terry Fox behind me in photographs, and I hope the honourable member doesn't think those are props as well. Since March, we've been fighting the pandemic. And yesterday's throne speech, the Prime Minister said, now is not the time for austerity. We will have your back to do whatever it takes to keep you safe. Yesterday's speech from the throne laid out 4 broad pillars. The first is protecting Canadians from COVID-19. We recently invested $19 billion in a Safe Start Agreement, as well as $2 billion in a Safe Return to Class Fund. We will support provinces to increase their testing capacity. Our government has a vaccine strategy because we know the best way to end this pandemic is with a safe and effective vaccine. The second pillar is helping Canadians through the pandemic. I've talked about some of the measures we took during the first wave of the pandemic. We must continue to support those Canadians who lost their jobs, and so we will be reforming the EI system to bring it into the 21st century. The pandemic has been called a she-cession because of the disproportionate impact on women. That's why we can't let the decades-long gains that have been made be rolled back because of the virus. In the last session of Parliament, as Vice Chair of the Status of Women Committee, we tabled a report on the economic security of women. The lack of access to high-quality, affordable childcare was identified as the #1 barrier to women's economic security because women bear a disproportionate responsibility for the unpaid care of children. If we are to support women coming out of the pandemic, we must recognize the need for a national, accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality childcare system. We will be expanding the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy. We will extend the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy to next summer. Certain industries like travel, hospitality, and cultural industries have been devastated, and we will be introducing further supports for these hard-hit sectors of the economy. The third pillar is building back better. The pandemic has brought to the forefront gaps in our social systems. We must never again be in a situation where the Army needs to care for our seniors. Some time ago, I wrote to the Minister of Seniors calling for national standards for not long-term care and was pleased to see this commitment in the throne speech. While long-term care falls under provincial jurisdiction, we must take whatever action we can to support seniors. They deserve no less. Canadians living with disability have also been hit hard during the pandemic. We will bring forward a disability inclusion plan, which will include a new Canadian disability benefit and a robust employment strategy. We are fortunate in Canada to have a robust healthcare system. The missing piece in that system has always been pharmacare. As former parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health, I was proud to work on this issue. We remain as a government committed to a universal national pharmacare program. Kids are still being diagnosed with cancer, and I will continue to work with people like Sick Kids Dr. David Malkin and survivor Helena Kirk to ensure $30 million is directed to children's cancer research as promised in our platform. I heard loud and clear from Oakville, North Burlington residents that they support taking greater action on firearms. We've already banned military-style assault rifles, and we will continue to implement our commitment to protect Canadians with red flag laws and strengthening measures to control the flow of illegal guns. I'm hopeful that we can treat death by firearms as a public health issue. During the pandemic, Halton Women's Place, Savas of Halton, and Thrive Counseling stepped up to provide a safety net for those facing gender-based violence. We can't build back better if all Canadians are not safe. We will accelerate investments in shelters, transitional housing, and advance our National Action Plan on gender-based violence. We will be investing in a vast array of infrastructure, including public transit, energy-efficient retrofits, and affordable housing. We can't lose focus on the other crisis we face, the climate crisis. Climate action will be at the cornerstone of our plan to support and create 1 million jobs across the country. Business and investors know that climate action is the key to the future success. We will make zero-emission vehicles more affordable. The news coming out of Unifor recently about EV production at Ford of Canada in Oakville would indeed be great news for our community. This is an ideal opportunity to also invest in e-assist bikes as we look to support the move to electric vehicles. We will ban single-use plastics next year, and we will legislate Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050 and immediately bring forward a plan to exceed our 2030 climate goal. The fourth pillar is to stand up for who we are as Canadians. I've been incredibly fortunate to work with the Minister of Indigenous Services and his team to support Indigenous communities during the pandemic. Our historic investment in urban Indigenous organizations like the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council is something I'm particularly proud of. We remain committed to walk the shared path of reconciliation by accelerating work on the National Action Plan in response to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for justice, making a number of new investments and implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, including introducing legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the end of the year. During the pandemic, another issue came to the forefront: the violence inflicted upon Chief Alan Adam and the deaths of Regis Korchinski-Paquette and Ijaz Chowdhury motivated many Canadians to demand police reform and an end to systemic racism in Canada. We're at a moment when we can take concrete steps to end systemic racism that Indigenous peoples, Black, and racialized Canadians have lived with for too long. We will introduce legislation and make investments in the criminal justice system, from diversion and sentencing, from rehabilitation to records. Prior to prorogation as a member of the Public Safety Committee, we were studying systemic racism in policing, and we heard that enhanced civilian oversight of our law enforcement agencies, including the RCMP, was required. This, along with standards around the use of force and a shift to community-led policing, as well as declaring First Nations policing an essential service, are all things we are committing to in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech sets out an ambitious plan for unprecedented times. Together, we can achieve these goals, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in the House to deliver on this plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et observations. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about Crown-Indigenous relations as well as other subjects in her speech. A couple of years ago, I was at a trade show and a constituent told me something quite interesting, which was that apparently with the construction of pipeline natural resource projects, it's possible to also bring in high-speed internet access, greater broadband access at the same time as you're building that pipeline infrastructure. And the constituent proposed to me that wouldn't it be great if the government worked with natural resource companies to support the development of pipeline projects and at the same time to use that opportunity to help supply broadband, greater internet access, and the additional economic opportunities that would come with that. In many cases, we have Indigenous communities that want to move forward with projects, with natural resource projects, and could also leverage those projects to gain vitally needed access to the internet that would help them with all kinds of other economic and social opportunities. So will the member agree that in cases where, let's say, a majority of impacted Indigenous communities support a project, that natural resource companies should be able to move forward with that project, move forward with the associated economic opportunities as quickly as possible?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And I would certainly agree with him that infrastructure projects provide an excellent opportunity to bring internet into communities that otherwise don't have it. And there's a number of infrastructure projects, and it's something I've actually been working on since the pandemic started, because just down the street from me at Six Nations, in the middle of an urban area, they lack internet access, and it's quite unacceptable. We have made commitments to bringing broadband to the country, and I'm proud of that, but I think there are opportunities, whether it's through various infrastructure projects, to try and partner with the proponent in building that to include high-speed internet in their development. So thank you.
Question commentaire, the Honourable.
Questions and comments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech yesterday. When I listened to the speech from the throne, I was quite surprised because only once did we hear the expression the forestry sector. And as the member said earlier, the importance of transitioning towards a greener economy would involve electric vehicles. That's a good thing, but unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your position, if we are to make vehicles electric, this would mean subsidizing the auto sector, especially in Ontario, and it would also mean subsidizing Alberta's oil industry. But there's nothing for the forestry sector, so I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about subsidizing that sector to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And I think we need to be clear that we're not subsidizing any sectors specifically, and certainly with Ford of Canada. It was the union who made said that they will be switching over to electric vehicle use, and quite frankly, industry is leading this charge. Industry is moving towards a green economy because they know that they can be financially viable for the future if they make that change. So these kind of changes are being led by industry, making investments in their businesses to ensure that we are moving to a greener future, and we are seeing a green recovery, and government can support that move as we move forward. So thank you for the question. And in terms of the forestry industry, I think it's important that we support all sectors of the Canadian economy.
Time for one more short question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her presentation. Yesterday, we heard a lot of rhetoric around supporting the middle class, but I didn't hear a lot of support for people who have been totally left out during this pandemic, disabled persons, where we have seen rates of suicide grow higher and higher. The $600 tax credit that most people are unable or who have not received it. A guaranteed livable income, call to justice 4.5, national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. I didn't see much action on that. And the people that are living most rough, people with mental health issues, suffering from addictions, that are not able to work, that fall outside of the margins of this middle-class discussion that the Liberals keep holding up with such pride. Where do they fit in? Where do
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, we're out of time for that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, go ahead. A short response, please.
Thank you. There were a lot of members of our society mentioned in that I can't cover all of them. I will speak to people living with disabilities in Canada, and we certainly talked about that, bringing in a benefit for them. But in my opinion, more importantly, a robust employment strategy. Most of the people whom I've met who live with disabilities want to work, but their worth is not seen as much as other people in our society. They're not hired, they're not paid. Working on an employment strategy is something I've been committed to for 5 years, and I can't tell you how happy I was, and people that I know who are living with disabilities who want to work are thrilled to see the federal government taking action on that.
Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak today. in this chamber to respond to the speech from the throne. First of all, I'd like to recognize my constituents from Hochelaga who've gone through tough times, but they are resilient people and they are committed people, and I'm proud to represent them here in the House. Yesterday, our government presented a plan to build a stronger and more resilient Canada based on 5 principles: fight against the pandemic, supporting people and companies, building back better, and remaining true to who we are. The first principle is the most important one: saving lives. This is why we must invest in our ability, or rather in our health care sector capacity across the country. We have to work with provinces and territory to increase the speed of tests to make sure that they are accessible and safe. We have to make sure that all Canadians will have access to a vaccine as soon as possible, wherever it appears first. We have purchased personal protective equipment, and we have put it into long-term care homes. There are 3 long-term care facilities in my riding, and we are extremely grateful to the armed forces who helped there. With PPE, thousands of workers in the country jumped into action, and in my riding, thousands of masks were provided to hospitals and to organizations in Eastern Montreal, to individuals in the riding as well. I'd also like to recognize the work of the Cardiology Institute of Montreal and the hospital in the southern part of my riding, which was dealing with many COVID cases. We're in a second wave, and we have to remain vigilant, and we have to keep on wearing a mask and keeping physical distance between us to protect our colleagues and the most vulnerable people in society. Like many of you, I can't wait to see my brother. He's in a long-term care home. I haven't seen him since last March. I want to take my 2-month-old nephew into my arms. I haven't seen him since the start of the pandemic. Our second principle is to support Canadians and companies in the coming months. And as we've done from the start of the pandemic, our government's number one priority was the social and economic survival of Canadians. The CERB helped over 9 million Canadians house themselves, feed themselves, and look after their families. And now we have to support people who normally would not be eligible for EI benefits. And we will therefore bring about the Canada Recovery Benefits. We want to help the remaining 3 million people come back to work. Thanks to support to the Canadian economy, we are going to create 1 million jobs, and we are going to extend the wage subsidy to next spring. That's great news. For months, many small businesses, be it L'Antique or the restaurant Les Cabotins or other essential organizations which help my constituents, all of these organizations have used the wage subsidy, and thanks to this subsidy, they were able to continue their operations. Businesses are an integral part of our economy, and apart from the wage subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account will also be extended. It helped many of my constituents, such as AMR Costume. Throughout all the bad news, this program really helped us to get through the pandemic. The emergency business account will be improved and will bring about additional financial support, or rather including businesses in the hardest hit sectors like culture or tourism. We all know that women were hit hard by the pandemic, be it because they had to stay home to look after kids and work at the same time, because they had the most risky jobs in the healthcare sector, and they were at greater risk of spousal abuse because they were stuck at home. This pandemic has had physical, psychological, and economic impacts on women, especially single-parent women.
We have worked so hard to ensure our presence on the markets and in the marketplace, and we cannot take a step backwards. That's why the government will unveil a program for women to ensure that they have support in returning to the work and that means that the setting up of a daycare program, national daycare program, will help them. We'll invest in this issue, and we will ensure that we can base ourselves on the program coming out of Quebec. The vitality of our culture, of our cultural content creators is very important. We will ensure that we get revenue from the digital giants because we have to ensure that they contribute to the Canadian, Quebec, and Francophone content creation. For example, the various organizations, Photocourt and others, and other theaters and so on in my riding, real and cultural creators everywhere expect real contribution. Our third principle, we will build a stronger and more resilient Canada by supporting our economy and by creating communities that are more safe for everybody, especially those who are more vulnerable. Seniors have been especially hit by this pandemic, and that's why we will improve the OAS system and also the survivor's benefit. We need to help people, for example, Ms. Saint-Hondo, who's 97 years old and who recently mentioned to me that she was thankful for her $500 check, which helped her very much in her life. To support Canadians in precarious situations, we will ensure that we have an employment strategy and other supports for people with disabilities. This is true for Michelle, somebody whose vision is impaired, who has been looking for a job for months, or Ms. Auger, who uses a wheelchair and has trouble making ends meet. We will also work with communities to invest in infrastructure projects, for example, public transit and housing. I'm very pleased to see that there's been an agreement in principle with the government of Quebec for housing. This is excellent news for Quebecers and for the people of Hochelaga, who will see money going towards affordable housing. Homelessness is something that is quite significant, especially in my riding on Notre Dame Street. In my riding, there's the largest encampment of people without homes, the homeless people. And we know winter is coming. We need to work together to make sure that everybody can have a roof over their heads. I also want to highlight the announcement of $1 billion for the fast housing creation project. And we want to also ensure that there's a temporary housing provided for homeless people at the local YMCA in Hochelaga. We need to be conscious of the fact that things are changing now. We are putting in place legislation that will allow us to have a zero net emissions by 2050. For example, we'll be focusing on active transportation and public transit. For the east sector of Montreal, this is very important, and for Hochelaga, this is very important to relaunch the economy. Our government has already announced $1.3 billion for the Blue Line, and we want to create more green spaces in the urban settings. There are 25 million meters in areas that are available. We will also defend the official languages and the various languages spoken. The government recognizes that French is a minority language in Canada and that there have been setbacks in Quebec. We have to commit to strengthen the Official Languages Act to take into account the particular situation of French within Canada. We know that systemic racism and fighting against it goes through tackling certain problems within police services and other services. This is essential. And we continue to contribute to the Canadian economy. I want also to highlight the excellent work done by Les Anges Gardiens. In that area, there are concrete projects that have been announced for that region. We will continue to face a very difficult crisis. Let's remain engaged and act solidarily.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, on August 18th, the Prime Minister announced the prorogation of Parliament, and at that time he cited that it was to help families and businesses and individuals and to relaunch our economy. Well, the reality is that businesses, large and small, are barely hanging on. Tara, in my riding, owns a small business. Her revenue completely dropped, and yet she had to pay her full rent on the commercial her full commercial rent because she wasn't applicable for the commercial rent assistance because her landlord wouldn't apply for it. MG in my riding also was not applicable because his revenue only dropped 68%, not 70%. Hearing the throne speech yesterday, there was nothing addressing any of these issues, and it was extremely disappointing for business owners, in particular small business owners. So my question to the member today is, what is this government doing to address this issue? It's been brought up many times. It was not in the throne speech. And what are you doing to give business owners like Tara and MG hope and certainty?
The Secretary Parlementaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member of opposition for her very important question. What's important to remember is that the government did what it needed to do. It put in place a social and economic safety network, and we would not be able to face the crisis otherwise. The CRB, the wage subsidy for businesses, I see it every day in my riding, people who were able to continue working to keep their businesses open because we put the measures in place that were necessary. Thank you. Questions and comments? I'd like to invite the Honourable Member of Saint-Jean by virtual means. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She won't be surprised to hear that a sentence that drew my attention was the government will continue to promote the arrival of newcomers and reunification of families. And we saw at the beginning that things were a little bit shut down at the beginning. Of course, there was a pandemic, but it highlighted the fact that the timeframes are quite long and that we need new funding to ensure that cases can be processed more quickly and that their backlog can be dealt with. As my colleagues stated, there are many people who want to see their families because the process is just taking too long. Even people who have gotten permanent residency can't go back to their countries to take care of their families because they don't have their card, their permanent residency card, which is an administrative matter because it's taking months. So does she also believe that we need to see more investment in immigration? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, rather. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of immigration, this pandemic has shown that we have a great ability to adjust to what is happening under this pandemic and to put in place measures. Even if the borders were closed, even if services from the Canadian government were not necessarily available in other countries, we reinvented the way we did things. And for the first time, we were able to process various files, all kinds of files, digitally rather. And we were able to support many cases. And of course, immigration is a pillar of our economic relaunch. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Hochelaga for her speech. What we noted, however, is that Immigration Canada is a department that is nearly paralyzed. There are hundreds of cases of family reunification that are pending, and it's devastating. People and immigrants and newcomers participate in the cultural content and creation, but they must also participate fiscally. In the past, we heard from the Liberals that everybody had to pay their fair share of taxes, but now that's gone. I kind of understand that the digital giants will not necessarily be paying their fair share of taxes because they need to contribute like everybody else. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Yes, it's very important to have content creation done here in French and to have that content broadcast. And so the digital giants will be contributing. That's essential for our cultural identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Haliburton. Mr. Speaker, it is great to see you back in person. It has been far too long and so much has changed. For one, you are the proud owner of another $10,000 of debt. Yet that is the per capita share of every man, woman, and child in Canada. $380 billion deficit this year for 38 million Canadians equals $10,000 per Canadian, or $40,000 for a family of four. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I haven't met a lot of people who will tell me that their family has received $40,000 in COVID relief benefits. In fact, even if you received the CERB for a full 16 weeks, that works out to $8,000. And the majority of Canadians did not even receive that CERB. Although their mortgage is $40,000 bigger, they do not have $40,000 worth of benefits to show for it. So often that is the case with trickle-down government. The hardworking taxpayer has to climb the bureaucratic mountain with a big bucket of water on his back, and that water is then poured into the federal bureaucracy. It is sloshed around down to provincial bureaucracies and municipal bureaucracies, and then given on to other delivery bodies. And just as he gets back to the bottom of that bureaucratic mountain, there's a few drops that trickle down back into that bucket that he so laboriously took to the top of the hill in the first place. Now, the government will tell that taxpayer and all Canadians that we are in a crisis, thus justifying a deficit of this magnitude. And it is true. We do have a crisis. Now, we will put aside for a moment the fact that the government made the crisis worse by allowing tens of thousands of people from the most infected regions of the world to come into the country after military intelligence warned them of the danger. We will ignore the fact that many of the programs they designed since that time punished businesses for reopening and punished workers for working. We will ignore all of those failings and grant that indeed this is a crisis. But it's not our first crisis. Indeed, we fought world wars, we've had the Great Depression, the Great Recession. So how does this deficit compare to those deficits? It wouldn't be fair just to point out that our $380 billion deficit is 7 times the previous all-time record, because that doesn't adjust for GDP and inflation. So to be fair, let's compare the deficit as a share of GDP in inflation-adjusted terms. This year, the federal deficit is 17% of GDP. To compare, in the worst year of World War I, it was 8% of GDP. In the worst year of the Great Depression, it was 6% of GDP. In the worst year of the Great Global Recession, it was 4% of GDP. To put it in perspective, our deficit today is twice what it was in World War I, 3 times what it was in the Great Depression, and 4 times what it was in the Great Global Recession, all adjusted for the economy and inflation. Only once in our history has the deficit been bigger as a share of our economy, and that was in 1943. 1943, when the government was selling bonds to its people so that it could fight Hitler and Mussolini and Imperial Japan. They put those dollars to work to win the war, and yes, they had a deficit of 23% of GDP in that year. But you know what was different? When our soldiers came back from battle, you might have expected that exhausted and heartbroken from loss, that they would want to take a prolonged vacation and put it on the national credit card and let future generations pay the bill. But they did exactly the opposite. You know how long it took our grandparents to balance the budget after they got back from the war? 1 year. 1 year. And within 2 years, they were running the largest budget surplus in Canadian history, 5% of GDP, the equivalent of $120 billion in today's relative terms. They fought for our freedom, and then they fought for our finances. Imagine if we had a government today with even a modicum of the integrity and respect and honor that our grandparents had those many years ago. Wouldn't we be in much better shape? But here we are today with a Prime Minister that not only effortlessly and carelessly spends our money, he tells us that money is not even a real thing anymore. Yesterday, in his bizarre address to the nation, he told us that spending more actually costs less. I'm not joking. You can look it up. That's what he actually said. Spending more money costs less. You know, it's clearly things now mean the opposite of what they say. This is not 1947. This is 1984. And we have a government engaged in doublespeak about the meaning of money. Now, they tell us that we can afford all of this debt because interest rates are low. And they're right, interest rates are incredibly low, stoked by the fact that central banks are producing an unprecedented amount of fake money through keystrokes at their bureaus. But those rates are not going to be low forever. Unless you believe that the debt will be paid off before the rates rise, then you have to believe that we've got trouble down the road. This government is not planning to pay back the debt ever. In fact, its own projections suggest that the debt will grow every year forever. And so, are they really expecting us to believe that never in the future will we return to normal levels of interest rates? Let me put it into perspective. This year, the effective interest rate across all of our debt will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2%. That's not the bond yield today, but it's the average across the entire stock of federal debt, about 2%. The average over the last 2 decades is 5%. Do you know what the difference is between 5% and 2%? Someone said 3. They'll almost be right. 5% is more than double 2%. It is an increase of over 100%. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is a massive increase and a massive change in our budget picture. When you more than double the interest rate applying to over $1 trillion of debt, you massively increase the amount of money diverted from social programs into the hands of wealthy and greedy bondholders, those people who lend us their money. They're not in charity, Mr. Speaker. They're in it for profit. So let's calculate what every point of increase would cost. It's very simple. At $1 trillion debt, it's about $10 billion in new annual costs for the taxpayer every time interest rates go up by just 1 percentage point. So if they went up 3 percentage points to the normal average over the course of the medium term, 4 or 5 years, we would be paying an extra $30 billion a year to service our debt. $30 billion a year is almost what we collect in GST revenues. Imagine this government in their back pocket keeping open the prospect of doubling the GST in order to pay for the cost associated with interest rates returning merely to their normal average levels. That is the risk that they are taking with our future. So what could we do differently? The answer is this. The answer is jobs, jobs, jobs. The only way to tackle this massive debt beast that our current government is creating is by returning our mighty workers to their jobs. Right now, we have 1 million missing jobs relative to the number of people who were working in February before COVID began. We now have the highest unemployment rate in the G7. Our unemployment rate at over 10% is 3 percentage points higher than the OECD average. We need a plan to unleash the free market system to hire people back, get out of the way, and let our mines, plants, and factories come roaring back to life. Why don't we let our steel workers and trades workers build pipelines that will create jobs in the energy sector in the West and the refining sector in the East? Get out of the way of small businesses by cutting red tape and lowering taxes on those entrepreneurs so they bring our main streets buzzing back to life. It is only through a bigger and broader economy that we can pay the prodigious costs associated with this government to continue to put food on the table and provide for our vital social safety net. That is the plan. That is what we must do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you virtually. I want to thank you and the entire staff for all their work to make sure that parliamentarians outside of Ottawa can be a part of this. I'd like to thank the member from Carleton for his speech. He's very eloquent, and I always make sure that I point that out, very strong on his feet. A couple of questions that I have for the member from Carleton is this. Economists around the world and indeed in Canada have justified the spending that the government of Canada has done. Indeed, he and his own party at the height of the pandemic was actually pushing our government to do even more. So how can he square the fact that our government has responded? They were asking for more. And it's funny, Mr. Speaker, I told my constituents, this is how the Conservatives will play ball. They will ask us to do more. 6 months later, they'll say you've spent too much. So what program would the member from Carleton cut? Which program that we've introduced would he not have supported?
The honourable member for Carleton.
I thank the member for his question. I congratulate him on his election to this place. So let me start off by saying we would not have done bigger. We would have done better. We would have, for example, created an income replacement program that rewarded people for going back to work rather than punishing them for it. These guys created a program that kicked people off the CERB the second they earned more than a dollar more than 1,000. If you committed the crime of working 9 days for a minimum wage, you would be kicked under this Liberal government from the CERB to the curb. How many people were prevented from getting back to work by that punitive anti-work policy? Then they punished businesses for recuperating lost revenues by kicking them off rent and wage subsidies. All of that suppressed revenue and prevented our businesses and our workers from getting back on their feet. That would have significantly, if it done differently, would have significantly reduced the deficit cost.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I appreciated my colleague's speech. He loves a balanced book in our public world. Unfortunately, when the government had to do so in the past, they did so by cutting equalization. $2.5 billion in 96-97, I believe, in 97 and 98. 2.5 billion less again in cuts to equalization, especially in healthcare. Now, we know that the way to come out of this crisis will be difficult. Two questions. Does he agree with the shameful strategy of cutting equalization payments to provinces to balance public books? Does he agree with what provincial premiers have asked for, which is a 35% increase of equalization payments in healthcare? The honourable member for Carleton. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. First of all, he's right. Every time the Liberals empty our coffers, they cut healthcare. They did so in the 90s. That is unequivocally true. In 96, for example, the Government of Canada had no more money. So what did the Liberals do at the time? They increased taxes on workers. They cut their investments in healthcare. That is what the Liberals do every single time. And we would be remiss not to think that they might do that again next time that there is no more money because of their irresponsible spending. However, during the Harper years, we eliminated the deficit that came from the great global recession by increasing health transfers because we were able to better spend public money. We got rid of waste and we better targeted our investments to provinces. In every single year of the Harper government, we increased spending in healthcare. That's what we can do. The only way to protect our social programs is by having a strong economy and protected finances. Thank you.
Debate. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to be in this place and address Parliament for the first time in many weeks. Of course, the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, taking away this opportunity to do so. So it's great to be back here. It's great to see you and my colleagues on all sides of the aisle once again. And I don't think it's any secret that the Prime Minister, we all know, decided to prorogue Parliament because of his involvement in the WE charity scandal. So, Speaker, following the words from the Governor-General, there was absolutely nothing in the Prime Minister's address last night on prime time that couldn't have been announced in any normal press briefing or even here on the floor of the House of Commons. The Prime Minister, of course, as many are saying, pulled the wool over the eyes of our network executives, claiming that it wasn't partisan politics, but an address to the nation on COVID-19. Now, we all know after the fact the address was entirely political, providing further evidence that prorogation was all about distraction. Now, the nation was treated to the Liberal love for a whole bunch of words about nothing, proudly exclaiming that we're building back better. I think a more accurate slogan is building a better or worse bloated bureaucracy. Now, I'm sure that slogan did not run as well with focus groups. But, Speaker, the Prime Minister warned Canadians that we might not be able to gather for Thanksgiving dinner in just a few weeks. However, he did serve up his own turkey dinner last night, offering a throne speech overflowing with every failed Liberal promise of the last 5 years and then some. Canadians love their turkey dinner, but you can only eat so much, Speaker. Leftovers get tiresome after a while and you need to throw them out. Like reheated turkey, 7 days later, Canadians are now asking themselves, maybe it's time to throw the Liberals out. The throne speech contained a dizzying number of major policy commitments underwritten by ongoing deficits and debt. Indeed, Speaker, the speech began with the proclamation that this is not the time for austerity. It seems to Liberals that anything short of massive federal spending and bureaucracy equals austerity. To quote the honourable member for Carleton, who just spoke on Twitter yesterday, the truest statement in that throne speech was this: we own an immense debt. Now, Speaker, recent polling suggests that more than half the country is quite concerned about the recent run-up of deficits and debt. Canadians are asking the government to balance support for emergency pandemic measures with fiscal responsibility, a task that this Liberal government is clearly not up for, opting rather to burden future generations with massive deficit-financed expansion of government. The throne speech outlined how the Liberals plan on paying for their grand ideas, or actually failed to outline that. And you've heard it before, many times. Just simply tax the rich. Now, let's be clear to everyone, including the wealthy, they need to pay their fair share of taxes. The problem is, when you raise taxes substantially, people stop trying to earn that amount of money which is being overtaxed. The formula the Liberals like to use is that if we raise taxes at the top, we can then transfer it to the bottom. However, the Liberals did try that. They tried that already. You might remember the government increased the top tax rate on Canada's top 1%. It was just happened a few years ago. What happened, though, Speaker? Well, according to the Globe and Mail, high-income earners in 2016 paid $4.6 billion less in federal taxes, despite Liberal pledges that the new top tax bracket would raise around $3 billion in additional revenue. So that means a larger burden is taken from the middle to make up for what is lost. And there's no other way to do it other than what the Liberals were doing was deficit financing their promises. If you simply tax businesses more, jobs are shed, The costs, if they're able to survive, are then passed on to consumers, increasing the cost of living. Now, whether you're rich or otherwise, there's a certain point where you're not going to stick around and be bled to death. And not to mention that most predictions about taxing the rich by the left are rarely accounting for the large change in behavior. And they also, by that measure, end up overestimating the tax revenue. And despite the easy target they are, it isn't good when wealthy people leave your jurisdiction, your province, or your country. When you raise the tax rate to a level that is too high, it leads to significant legal and illegal tax avoidance strategies and lowers work effort, including labor force participation. Liberals know they can't balance the budget by increasing the top marginal tax rate, but they push those lines anyways. This is called the Tytler cycle, Lord Alexander Tytler. Now, it works, or I should say doesn't work, by promising a growing number of gifts of largesse from the Treasury, but not actually saying how it will be paid. Now, if you think people are going to sit idly by and let the government take, you're absolutely unrealistic. And don't forget, whether you're wealthy, you're middle class or otherwise, if you're investing in anything, stocks, in real estate, whatever, it's done with after-tax dollars. So having said all of that, the left usually will say they have a plan for the economy. They always have a plan. They always seem to be planning. But what it really means is they want to have a bunch of bureaucrats and academics lay out a gaggle of endless government programs. In other words, central planning. But you know, if one plan fails, they'll make another plan. As Ronald Reagan famously said, the more the plans fail, the more the planners will plan. Now, Conservatives believe that we need to cut taxes, ensure regulations are at a reasonable level, and give people the freedom to judge on their own, to provide for their families, to give to charity, to protect the most vulnerable, and give them basically the ability to do which is best in their particular situation, because a one-size-fits-all situation does not work. We need freedom. We need the ability for choice. And that's why socialism always fails, because there's no incentive. There's no incentive to improve your situation. Really, why do Canadians work extra hours? Why would a farmer get up at 5 a.m. to plow that field? Why does a trucker drive an extra kilometer? Why does a mechanic take an extra car in the shop at the end of the day? Why do people work a double shift? It's because people want things, and things cost money. But economic growth, Speaker, comes from people exchanging goods and services for dollars in terms of employment, or hours of the day in terms of dollars, in exchange for dollars. So if you're going to continually grow government, where does this money come from if wealthy people are bad, if growth is bad, if the free market is bad, if individuals choosing between necessity and the trivial is bad? What tree does that money come from? If everything comes from government, Speaker, in other words, if everything comes from government, who actually pays for government? Speaker, I'll point to childcare. It falls under my portfolio as the new Shadow Minister for Families, Children and Social Development. I want to first thank the Minister for his service to our country, and although we don't always agree on policy, I do look forward to working with him, making life more affordable for Canadian families, and to ensure that those families get the support they need during these trying times. So let's talk about the child care commitment, or their plan. Let's start with their plan. It was promised in 1993. This is ongoing, so if anyone actually believes they're finally going to get around to it, So, Speaker, so I'll do this quick. I know 2 minutes left. Okay, let's talk about childcare. So we want to ensure that families have more money in their pockets so that they're able to make choice. And we know that the one-size-fits-all, Ottawa knows best government institution isn't going to work for a number of people. Is it going to work for shift workers? Probably not. Is it going to work for people who need variables in their situation? Probably not, because you get what you're given, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, under this situation. Our plan is calling for freedom, the freedom for parents to make the choice that works best for them in their situation. Now, what the government is also doing is encroaching in provincial jurisdiction, because we all know childcare is in provincial jurisdiction. And what does that do when the federal government says to the provinces and territories, you are going to do this or else you do not get your money? It takes away competition. And we as Conservatives know that in many cases, whether it be internet, what have you, one of the best ways to fix a problem is competition. So if Ottawa is telling the provinces how to operate their childcare services, how do we actually fix the problem? The rich will go outside the system. Everyone else is to take what they get. Whereas if the Conservative plan, which encourages competition, which encourages money back in your pocket, more money back in your pocket, you can actually gauge through competition, say, well, what Manitoba is doing in childcare, that works really well. Maybe us in whatever province, New Brunswick, we have a few challenges. Maybe we can take that best practices and incorporate it into our own provincial situation, improving the lives of those who need childcare in our communities. More local control, more provincial control is what we're talking about in the childcare conversation, rather than Ottawa telling the provinces what to do. And as we all know, the Liberals have been promising that since 1993. So the fact that we expect them to get it done now, I find that very hard to believe. I see you're looking at me, so I will wind that down. Thank you, Speaker, for the time.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his new responsibilities as being a critic for family and family services. But I did want to just, ask him and touch on something. He talked about a promise that a previous Liberal government had made, and a promise had been made to deliver on a national child care program. A promise was set up. And it was signed by all 10 provinces. The plan was ready to go. As we heard earlier, we ended up in an election. The Liberals lost power at that time. It went to the Conservatives. And then 2 years later, the Conservatives completely canceled that plan. And they left the plan on the floor. And then they had another 8 years where they could have brought something else forward. I understand his criticism of the previous government not doing anything to bring forward, or for taking a while to bring forward a plan. But does he not bear some responsibility that the former Conservative government dropped the entire program, cancelled it, and then brought nothing else forward in its place?
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way. It's good to see him back in this place as well. A couple of things there. The deal that my friend was talking about took almost over 10 years to come up with in the first place, and we ran on a platform of giving more money back to people. You will understand that we gave $100 to each child to allow parents to have the choice in their lives, to better offset the cost of childcare or whatever situation they had. Maybe a parent wanted to stay home to raise their children, to teach their children. That's the essence of freedom. And to my friend who says they might make another deal, well, they've been in power for 5 years already, still haven't had that deal. And not to mention the fact that if we're talking about interprovincial deals, we still have many issues regarding interprovincial trade that still have not been worked out. It's easier in many cases to do business with another country than it is another province. So how we're going to work this out is going to take many years. The minister himself said on Power and Politics last night that it's going to take years to get this sorted out. People need help now, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has been trying to get up several times here. I think we'll let her have a round at questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague and friend from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, let me add my congratulations for your recent ascension within your party ranks. I will pick up on something the member from Carleton said, which you referenced his speech in yours. And he was using statistics from deficit to GDP ratio. It's certainly much more common to use statistics, as I'm sure you'll agree, of debt to GDP ratio, deficits being more temporary, and as the Parliamentary Budget Office has reported, when you look at World War II figures, the economy recovered quite quickly. Let's look at debt to GDP ratio. We went into this pandemic at about 30% debt to GDP ratio, much better than any other country in the G7. They predict we'll be by about 38% by the end of this. But in 1995, we had 66% debt to GDP ratio. So I don't want to scare Canadians into a kind of a sticker shock, thinking that our kids are going to pay for this. That's not true. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to actually look at the world. All the major economies in the world, all their central banks have been doing the same thing. So I'm going to stop there and ask my honourable colleague for a comment whether we can't reference history more precisely so as not to alarm people.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and nice to see my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. I think a couple things I would say to her is the current government has no plan to bring the books to balance. They have spending in perpetuity. It's going to go on forever, and this is what happened when you continue to print money, as the Bank of Canada has done in many cases. And if you continue to rack up debt, you're going to debauch the currency or the economy, probably both at the same time. And when investors lose confidence and stop buying our debt, of course, inflation starts to rise, the Canadian dollar drops, the Bank of Canada is then forced probably to increase interest rates, and the access to credit shrinks. So that is why Conservatives talk about balancing the budget, reining in spending, controlling the cost of bureaucracy, and allowing services to be given to the people at a reasonable cost at the most effective measure. And the most effective measure is allowing people more choice in their lives with more money in their pockets, and not the funneling of their money to government, allowing it to go around the cotton candy machine, going to the province, to municipalities, and to the end user, which is the taxpayer.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and before I begin, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Surrey Newton. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise after a long period of time out of this House, and I want to say that I honestly can say that I missed you all. Mr. Speaker, Canada has never faced a more serious public health crisis. And we know that for folks who are already slipping through the cracks, for those who are already struggling, life is much harder. In my lifetime, I don't remember a period filled with more uncertainty. But despite this, I am certain about one thing for Canadians, that our government will continue to have your back. As you stayed home, looked out for your friends and family, or volunteered to fight the pandemic in your community, you've been doing your part, and we will do ours. I know that volunteers, community groups, and nonprofits across my riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour stepped up and did what they could to help out our community. Volunteers like the late Rod Dixon, who volunteered with the Kinsmen for over 40 years, an incredible community volunteer and someone that we could rely on in times like these. Organizations like Feed Nova Scotia, Meals on Wheels, the North Grove, Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia, Boys and Girls Club, Dartmouth Senior Service Centre, Square Roots, Margaret's House, Kiwanis. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. The compassionate support that you and so many organizations continue to provide throughout this pandemic has improved so many lives in our community, and I want to thank you for all that you do. Over the past 6 months, life has been particularly difficult for Nova Scotians. We've faced a lot of loss. We've been angry, hurt, filled with heartache. And despite all of this, none of these events broke our collective spirit. We continue to support one another, and this is exactly how we must face this crisis as a country. We are strong, we are compassionate, we are resilient. And as we look towards addressing the challenges of today, we must recognize the incredible opportunity we have to build a more fair and equitable Canada, a cleaner and greener Canada, a stronger and more resilient Canada. As we do everything we can to protect Canadians, companies have stepped up to produce PPE. From Dartmouth's United Sign producing face shields to Stanfield's in Truro, Nova Scotia manufacturing medical gowns, so many have stepped up to help us as we continue to build Canada's supply. Scientists and researchers at home in Dartmouth and across Canada are working on everything from rapid COVID-19 tests to vaccine candidates. I can tell you that our government is working hard on our vaccine strategy to ensure that all Canadians will be able to get a vaccine once ready. Before our government introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, I remember the fear as folks at home of all financial means lost their jobs
and didn't know how they would make ends meet. Whether you worked reception at a hair salon or as an airline pilot or as an entrepreneur, the uncertainty was frightening. Many didn't qualify for employment insurance. We knew that this wasn't the time for austerity. Canadians needed their government to shoulder the burden so that they could pay their rent, pay their mortgage, and pay their bills. Close to 9 million Canadians were helped by the rapidly deployed CERB, and many employers rehired their employees through the wage subsidy. We know that by helping Canadians get back to work, we can boost the economy in the process. That's why we're launching a campaign to create more than 1 million jobs. And we're going to invest in the social sector, in infrastructure. We know that not every industry will bounce back the same way from this pandemic, so we'll immediately invest in training to quickly help workers pivot and gain new employment. As many businesses, nonprofits, and charities across Dartmouth-Cole Harbour were asking, we will extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy into next summer so more workers can stay on the payroll. And we'll expand the Canada Emergency Business Account to help more businesses with fixed costs like rent. Atlantic Canada relies on tourism and arts and culture, and these industries have been some of the hardest hit. I want you to know that we hear you, we see you, and we will work with you to introduce further support. As we build back better, we need to focus on helping businesses and individuals transition to a cleaner, greener economy. Investing in climate action is a huge opportunity to not only help our environment, but to provide good-paying jobs while boosting and rebuilding our economy. We must exceed Canada's 2030 climate goals, and we need to entrench Canada's goal of net zero by 2050 in legislation. Seizing this incredible opportunity will provide thousands of new jobs by retrofitting homes and buildings, which will also help Canadians and businesses cut their energy bills. We will invest in more renewable energy solutions and in public transit. Dartmouth-Cole Harbour is home to incredible clean technology companies, and we need to use this opportunity to make Canada a world leader in clean tech. We're going to launch a new fund to attract investments in producing zero-emissions products like vehicles and batteries, and we'll cut the corporate tax rate in half for these companies. Plus, we'll continue investing in charging infrastructure to make it more affordable and easier to switch to a zero-emissions vehicle. As you know, I am a strong advocate for protecting nature across Canada, and I firmly believe that whether you live in an urban environment or a rural environment, you should have easy access to park and green space. Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes is a great example of the importance of federal investment in nature and parks. And moving forward, we will work with municipalities to expand on urban parks. We'll help them plant more trees and find more nature solutions to fighting climate change. These important environmental measures will provide good-paying jobs, help us reach our emissions targets, and provide a cleaner and healthier Canada. This pandemic has exposed many gaps in our social systems. Seniors, young Canadians, individuals with disabilities, racialized Canadians, Indigenous peoples, folks already experiencing poverty, we recognize that your life was made more difficult. As we transition away from CERB, we'll launch a new transitional recovery benefit and support more Canadians through the employment insurance system. As we move forward, we're going to completely rebuild Canada's employment insurance system, and it will cover folks who wouldn't have qualified in the past, including some self-employed Canadians. As we help Canadians return to work, we need to make sure that parents have access to safe, inclusive, and affordable childcare. We'll do this by creating a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. We're keeping our commitment to increase old age security for seniors 75 and older, and we'll boost the CPP survivors benefit. We know that Canada's seniors and long-term care residents deserve better than the unfortunate truths exposed during the pandemic. We're going to not only introduce criminal code amendments to act against those who neglect seniors in their care, we'll work with the provinces and territories to set new, robust national standards to ensure that all residents in long-term care get the best support possible. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our constituency office heard from many individuals with disabilities who faced extra difficulties related to the pandemic. Soon we'll deliver the extra COVID-19 payments, but I want you to know that we recognize that the current systems simply aren't working for you. Moving forward, working together, we'll introduce a disability inclusion plan, which will include a new Canadian disability benefit similar to GIS for seniors. And we'll help more individuals with disabilities gain employment and create a more streamlined, fair process to help determine eligibility and access to government disability programs and benefits. During the pandemic, emergency shelters overflowed as folks were asked to stay indoors. Too many had no place to go. Sleeping head to toe in overcrowded shelters wasn't and isn't a safe option during COVID-19. Madam Speaker, in closing, no one in this country should need to choose between their health and their job. No Canadian should choose between the prescription drugs they need or paying their rent. No Canadian should be forced to sleep head to toe in a crowded shelter during a pandemic. And no senior should live with inadequate support in long-term care. Madam Speaker, the ambitious plan laid out in the speech from the throne paves the way for Canada, a Canada that leaves no one left behind. We must seize these incredible opportunities together. Let's build a more equitable Canada. Let's build a greener, cleaner Canada. Let's build a better Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winter West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention here today. One of the things that the speech from the throne noted was urban parks, national urban parks, and I'd like his opinion as to a matter I've been fighting for Ojibwe Shores, as well as the community of Windsor and Essex County. This is along the Detroit River, has thousands of special species, but over 100 endangered species. It's recognized as a hot spot because of the Carolinian forest and because of the uniqueness of it. It's actually one of the last remaining places in the Great Lakes and on the Detroit River. It's the only place with natural shoreline. And the current position for the federal government is to have the municipality pay for this piece of property, which actually would be part of other properties we could put together to create a national urban park. So it seems really odd from a government sense when we're fighting the climate crisis that they would want local taxpayers to pay for federal property. I wonder what he thinks about that current policy. I'm hoping the government revisits that because we would like to have a national urban park next to the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is set to open in the next couple of years, a bridge that we've been fighting for a couple decades. But again, what does he feel about, should local taxpayers have to foot the bill for federal property to unite environmentally significant properties that could lead to urban parks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Quite a while back, I was a member of the Environment Committee, and we had a discussion and we had a report for it on protecting the amazing spaces in our country. And we worked on Rouge Urban Park in Ontario, and I'm a big supporter of protecting nature. And I worked very hard to gain some federal funding for Blue Mountain Birch Cove in Halifax. And I think that we are a country that is so blessed to have so many great, amazing spaces that regardless of whether it's municipal, federal, provincial, we all must work together to protect these spaces. And one of the recommendations in our report that I happened to put forward was that the federal government not only work with provincial governments, but to be able to work with municipalities to acquire these incredible spaces, much like the one that the honourable member is speaking of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to repeat my question to my colleague, who is the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health. During the speech from the throne, we heard repeatedly that it is important that what happened in our long-term homes should never happen again. However, I wonder whether my colleague recognizes that following cuts in health transfers, including by his government, should this government not assume some responsibility for what happened in those homes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank her for the work that she has done in her constituency during this pandemic. And that goes out to all the members of this House. Regardless of what side of the House you are on, you have worked hard for your constituents. With regards to long-term care, It was such a terrible situation, and it's a provincial jurisdiction, but we have a moral authority to help. We have seen unmitigated levels of collaboration and cooperation between provincial and territorial governments. That needs to continue. We all need to look out for our most vulnerable seniors in long-term care, Madam Speaker. This can't continue if there's a second or third wave, if there are continuing to be resurgences in COVID. We must do better by our most vulnerable seniors, and it will require all levels of government to work towards that goal. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
A brief question.
The member hinted at the speech of the throne, talked about no one being left behind. However, I was very disappointed when I listened to the speech that rural Canada was referred to twice out of approximately 7,000 words. Could the member, through you, Madam Speaker, indicate how much money that infrastructure dollars, or what percentage is going to go to rural Canada, like much of Atlantic Canada, which I have a lot of respect for, having spent 8 years of my life posted down there. So how much money is going to be going to rural Canada?
Answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to the honourable member for the question. As the honourable member knows, a speech from the throne is a vision for the future. A budget is where the actual dollars are spoken about and where that money will go. However, what we want to make sure that we do is that we do leave no one behind. We do leave no community behind, that we continue to see rural and urban areas as absolutely equal in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
That's right, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, for the great work and sharing his time. And I also like to thank each and every member of Parliament for the work that they have done during this epidemic in their constituencies. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the throne speech that introduced our government's vision for the future of Canada. The throne speech recognized the difficult circumstances our country has faced as a result of the worst health crisis in the past century, as well as measures that our government has taken to support Canadians over the course of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, it is also the speech that sets out a course for the future based on what we as members of Parliament are seeing in our communities and with the constituents we represent from coast to coast to coast. For many of us in this chamber, we have stayed in our respected constituencies for the health and safety of our colleagues, our families, and those that we represent. And despite protests from some of the members, having a parliament that relied on technology to facilitate debate and voting was and remains the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, this has also been an opportunity for us to really get back to why we are doing this job in the first place. To represent the interests of Canadians, to aid those who need it, and to assist in facilitating the opportunities for citizens and businesses to thrive. And in case of Surrey Newton, I have received valued input from many, including Muslim community leaders that came together, including Mr. Rahat Ali Wajid Rao, President of Canadian Muslim Advocacy International. On behalf of the organization, Mr. Rao acknowledged the great work of this government and particularly the Right Honourable Prime Minister for being a great leader of the 21st century. And it is this ongoing information from my constituents that I have relayed back to my colleagues in the caucus and the cabinet so that we could shape our policies and programs for the next stage of Canada. The state where we as Canadians forge a new path forward amongst the oncoming second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that so many of the measures outlined in yesterday's throne speech are going to address the various concerns that I have heard when listening to my constituents in Surrey Newton. Today, I would like to briefly touch on the measures that are going to make a real impact on the people's lives. We have seen the challenges that families face when children are displaced without school or proper childcare. It can be crippling and affects one of our country's most important economic drivers. This is why our government is committed to giving families access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality childcare, and to create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. This is going to be a vital component of flourishing economy in Canada, and we are going to work closely with our provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure it becomes a reality for families across the country. Madam Speaker, Surrey Newton is a riding that is fueled by small and medium-sized businesses, and COVID-19 pandemic has stretched many of these businesses to their limits in terms of survival. But as our economy continues to emerge from this pandemic, it is critical that we continue to provide the range of support that we have offered to businesses across Canada. This is why we are extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program until the summer of 2021, expanding the Canada Emergency Business Account to assist with fixed costs, improving the Business Credit Availability Program to allow for businesses to expand operations and make new investments, and introducing targeted support for industries that have been hit hardest, like travel and tourism, hospitality, and the performing arts. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 exposed the vulnerability that many of our seniors across the country face, and in Surrey Newton, I have heard how many constituents had to take extraordinary measures to support their senior family members. And accordingly, this throne speech outlines a number of actions that we will be introducing to protect our elderly population. We are going to be increasing the old age security benefit once an individual turns 75, as well as boosting the Canada Pension Plan Survivors Benefit. We are going to work with provinces to set strong national standards for long-term care facilities. We are also going to introduce a series of programs and measures to help people stay in their homes longer, which leads me into what continues to be the #1 priority for many Canadians, and of course, I'm talking about health care. The government is going to launch new initiatives that are going to take steps towards a universal pharmacare program so we can keep drug prices low for Canadians. We will further increase access to treatment and services for mental health and ensure that virtual healthcare access is expanded across the country, particularly for rural areas. Madam Speaker, I could go on about for many bold announcements that were contained in this throne speech, but what I want to emphasize is that it is, at its core, this is a vision that has been inspired by people and for the people. It is a vision that was crafted from the work of our MPs who have taken the time throughout this pandemic to listen to their constituents and to ensure that our next steps in Canada's recovery are informed by what is happening on the ground. It is critically, particularly at juncture we face right now, that our choices are responsive to situations that Canadians of all stripes, all regions, and all backgrounds are facing. Madam Speaker, I'm confident in saying that at its core, this throne speech does exactly that. It responds to the needs of above all, and with that in mind, I encourage all members of this House to vote in favor of the throne speech so that we can continue to ensure all Canadians are kept safe while being provided with ample opportunity to emerge from this challenging period stronger than ever. Madam Speaker, I wish all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, the best for their health and safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with the members and Canadians.
And comments? The Honourable Member Central Okanagan, Milkman Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's good wishes being from British Columbia. But I do take issue with him always praising the government. This government, and due largely to the work of the member from Vancouver East, we know that the government is spending less than 1% on housing issues in British Columbia compared to other provinces. And you have residents in places like Vancouver around Strathcona Park who are publicly complaining constantly about the crime, about the property damage, about the homelessness, the chronic homelessness and drug addictions that are happening in that area. And yet when the member from Vancouver Centre goes on Linda Steele's show, all she says, Madam Speaker, oh, we're consulting, we're engaging with the provinces. Well, they haven't got it done. Will this member agree that his government needs to do more to help those property owners, the residents that surround that park, to be able to deal with the situation that is? This is intolerable. I would like to hear from this member on this specific issue.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the Honourable Member from beautiful British Columbia for his thoughts. When it comes to housing strategy, our government has brought in a landmark plan, whether it is to have affordable housing, whether to help reduce the homelessness by 25%, and which we are going to keep on working until we achieve to bring it down by 50%. I can certainly give you an example, Madam Speaker. In my own constituency, when it came to building an affordable housing, and particularly for the Indigenous peoples, I was there for the groundbreaking ceremony, and I have seen this project going to, and people are very happy, and we are committed to working in future with other members to make sure that we are able to achieve the goals set.
Honourable Deputy de Shepherd.
The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question, particularly regarding the economy and the regional prosperity for the small and medium enterprises. I come from the riding of Shepherd, and thanks to SMEs, it's a very dynamic sector, but we'll be penalized because of our strong a representation in the tourism and other industries, for example, the sugar shacks as well. They need support. Now, there have been examples of support for businesses, but for many of them, it represents additional debt. So going from 10,000 to 20,000, perhaps the subsidy part could help them. But we at the Bloc Québécois are thinking of perhaps a tax credit, 50% of reimbursable tax credit, for example, to find another solution for small businesses, because for now there is way too much that is unknown for our businesses.
Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank the honourable member from Bloc Québécois, particularly raising the issue of small and medium-sized businesses. Madam Speaker, I myself been a small business person in my constituency for the last 25 some years, and I totally understand the needs of small businesses. And when it comes to our government, when we introduced the $40,000 loan from the banks, giving 75% base subsidy to the employers, those are the programs that has helped for the small businesses to survive, and that is why we have extended, when it comes to emergency wage subsidy program, to summer of 2021 to help employers to retain employees and bring those 1 million people back into the workforce.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the previous throne speech, the government said they were going to plant 2 billion trees. It's also in this throne speech as well. And this government has had more ethics scandals and conflict of interest scandals than they've planted trees. And so I would like to ask the member opposite, during this pandemic would have been the perfect time to get people back to work. Planting trees would have been outdoors, socially distancing. And so my question to the member is, when will they be planting their first tree?
This was resuming debate. So I was just wondering, is the member willing to continue her speech or not?
It was a question to
Unfortunately, I did recognize the honourable member for speech. If she wishes to continue a speech, it was a resuming debate. I did recognize the member. Therefore, if she would like to continue with the speech, nobody else...
No, I will not be resuming. I will be
Okay, give me 1 second, please.
Thank you. I was
Okay, given the fact that that the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore got up and the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country got up, the honourable member for Calgary-Skyview got up, and the other honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country both got up, and there was a little bit of confusion. I did call for resuming debate, assumed that the honourable member wanted to get up to speak. So I will now go to the honourable member for Calgary-Skyview to do the debate, resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise in this hallowed and historic chamber, the bastion of our democracy, to deliver my first address as the Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality. I thank the people of Calgary Skyview for the confidence they have shown me in sending me here. It is a great privilege, and I don't take their trust lightly. I love this place. I love Canada, and I love our values of freedom, democracy, equality, inclusiveness, and tolerance. My remarks today, however, are tinged with disappointment and apprehension. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen an erosion of Parliament and thus our democracy. The pandemic has been a crisis likes of which few, if any of us, have previously seen. An extraordinary circumstance called for an extraordinary response from our government to shepherd us through the crisis to recovery. But it did not require the abuse and undermining of our democracy. That, however, is what we saw this summer. I speak from my personal experience on the status of Women Parliamentary Committee. We knew that the pandemic was having a different and more dramatic effect on women and girls. So last July, I called, supported by all parties, for the return of the work of the Status of Women Committee. The disproportionate impact on women and girls was exacerbated by this government's failure to apply a gender-based analysis lens to the SERB, a serious error that our committee would study and make recommendations to address. Our committee heard from witnesses who explained that many women were forced out of the workforce or their education programs to meet the increased workload and pressure from their domestic and care responsibilities. We heard that risk of gender-based violence, domestic violence, and human trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation may be aggravated by COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the testimony, we were preparing recommendations to guide this government in addressing the inequity, but we were shut down before we could finish the work that we hoped would help the government address the disproportionate stress and hardship faced by women during this crisis was stopped cold. So far, the government has not addressed the issues identified by our work, and Canadian women and girls continue to face these disproportionate pressures and risks. Before I go any further, I'd like to let Madam Speaker know that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Calgary Midnapur. And why was our democratic process cut off? Why were Canadian women and girls left to fall through the cracks? Simply so the Prime Minister could avoid the increasing scrutiny and demands for accountability that were the natural consequence of his flagrant ethical lapses in relation to the awarding of a contract to the WE charity. We lost a great Canadian this week. John Turner made many contributions to Canadian life, both in his public and private roles. But one of his greatest contributions to our country was as a parliamentarian. He had a deep intellectual and emotional attachment to our democracy and our parliamentary system. He went back to its roots in the Magna Carta, which established the ruler's will is not arbitrary, and that the privileges of Parliament had to be protected. He lamented the erosion of the independence of the standing committees and their increasing irrelevance under the continual centralization of power in the Prime Minister's office. What we have in this country didn't happen by accident, he used to say. Democracy doesn't happen by accident. Let's fight for the restoration of the supremacy of Parliament in our democratic life. Why is our Parliament so important? It's not because any of us happen to be here, or happen to sit on any committee, or serve in cabinet, or oppose the government. It is because we're sent here by the people. It is because since 1215 under the parliamentary system, we do not allow ourselves to be governed arbitrarily without our consent. So it's not because my work was cut off that I'm concerned. If it wasn't me, somebody else would be here doing the work. It is because it's our job to work on behalf of the people of this country. And we were doing that work on behalf of women and girls in this country at a time when they were under attack and at a time when they needed their government to acknowledge this reality and act to address it. That work is too important to fall to the arbitrary whims of a prime minister feeling the well-deserved heat of his own actions and not standing up to the prime minister and saying, no, this is not how democratic system works. The members opposite turned their backs on the people that sent them to Ottawa as their representatives here, not as the prime minister's representatives in their ridings. And they certainly turned their backs on women and girls in Canada in the midst of a crisis. It is ironic to me that I delivered these remarks during Gender Equality Week, a week that reminds us of the work we have left to do to address gender equity gaps in our country. A week where the government extols its work protecting vulnerable women from increased violence and exploitation in the midst of the pandemic. But we're hearing from frontline workers and services that they are overwhelmed and don't have sufficient resources. I heard from the London Abused Women Centre, who has seen an increase in trafficking during COVID, particularly into pornography and webcams. Devastatingly, some of the girls are as young as 12 years of age. London Abused Women Centre, like other agencies across the country, has received no federal funding since its previous grant, which expired on March 31st, 2020. Their program has been temporarily continued only because of the generosity of the people of London, Ontario. The RFPs issued by Wage and Public Safety are for significantly less funding, making it more difficult for trafficked and exploited women and girls to seek services and exit. This is shameful. Neither the throne speech nor the Prime Minister's political posturing mentioned trafficking, despite the devastating impact it has on Canadian women and girls, their families, and communities. Women and girls continue to suffer disproportionate hardship from the COVID-19 crisis. So, I call on the government to mitigate the error of its decision to shut down Parliament this summer. I call for the important work done by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be allowed to continue as soon as possible and include the previously heard testimony so we can complete the task that was arbitrarily halted at a time when women and girls in Canada needed us. We are here for no other reason than it is the pleasure of our constituents that we be here. What a gift they have given us. What an opportunity to do something to improve the lives of Canadians. Our time here is too precious, not to use it to the greatest of our ability and effort. The Prime Minister and his functionaries should never tell us when to do that work or when to stop that work. The people will tell us. In the meantime, we're back. Let's get back to work, and there's much to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member makes reference to the proroguing of Parliament, and I would could articulate, and will in the coming days about just how important it was that we did in fact prorogue. The type of abuse that the member is referencing, I would have her to reflect back to when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, and his government was going down to defeat. Had the House resumed, the government would have fallen. And what the government did is they prorogued Parliament in order to avoid a confidence vote. That is quite different than what is taking place today. Absolutely. We have seen a Prime Minister that is very much committed to the principles of transparency and accountability and democracy. That is the reality of the situation. Would she not agree that the pandemic and the impact that it is having on today's society needed to see a throne speech, which is a confidence vote, to reaffirm that the government is going in the right direction for members of Parliament of all political parties to base a vote on that?
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the member opposite for his more like statements than questions. But I wasn't here when Stephen Harper was here. But it seems like what I've been hearing for the last 9 or 10 months, if it rains outside, it's Stephen Harper's fault. If it snows outside, it's Stephen Harper's fault. Maybe we should start living in today's day and age and start focusing on the future, as you guys been saying.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, especially because we were together this summer to study the question of the pandemic's impact on women. We had close to 2 days of committee sittings. What we saw is that this was simply not enough time to study it. I therefore deplore the government's prorogation because we would have had time to do our work. We should have been able to do our work to create a more exhaustive report that we could table before the minister. It's deplorable because this has had very significant impacts on women. 2 points. During this meeting with the minister, I asked the following question. As was the case in many places in Quebec, organizations did not have the funding necessary to help women that were victims or survivors of spousal violence. We know what effect this has on women who have been stuck home with their aggressors during the pandemic. I got no answer. I also asked a question to the minister because in the previous speech from the throne in December 2019, the government had already spoken about an action plan to fighting violence against women. I asked the minister a date, a timeline, where we'd have an idea of what's going on. We wanted concrete answers, but we got none. And so I'm still waiting for answers. That's why I'm looking forward to the next sitting of the Status of Women Committee. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about this because there's still a lot of work to do. And I think that we really need a feminist return of the economy to foster women in entrepreneurship, for example.
For Calgary Skyview.
I want to thank the member opposite for her question and for her participation this summer in our Status of Women Committee. Like she said, we heard a lot of stories where women are stuck with their abusers. There's no deadline on when the funding is being provided to these organizations. In fact, the funding is being cut or taken away from these organizations. At times when they needed the help, when the Liberal government say they got everybody's back, you do not have the back of the girls and women of this country.
I do want to remind the member that she's to address all questions and comments to the chair. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, my headset isn't working, so I will be working without my headset. I am happy to be here in the House, even if it's virtual. Even if all of this is virtual, I'm very pleased to have the transport file as the shadow minister for the official opposition. The transport file has an incredible history here in Canada. It was the Honourable James Moore who said that transportation is the only file that is in the Canadian Constitution, which is quite something when you think about it.
Madam President, because it is the railroad actually that was in the Constitution. And so really transport is just an incredible part of Canadian history. As well, Madam President, I'll add that it is incredible the individuals who have held this portfolio, both as the minister as well as the critic. Ça include l'Honorable John Baird, l'Honorable Lisa Ray.
The Honourable John Baird, the Honourable Lisa Ray.
James Moore, comme j'ai déjà dit.
And the Honourable James Moore, as I said. And others. I am a woman of the West. Sharing this file with these people is very special. Also, Madam Speaker.
I think when Canadians think of transport, they have beautiful visions, I know I do, of grain rolling across the prairies in rail cars, as well as, of course, my favorite commodity, oil. So that really is a beautiful picture that Canadians do have. Aussi, Madame Présidente, je me souviens.
Madam Speaker, I remember the day where I went to the United States of America.
Rail car or a CN rail car. Et tout à coup, je suis chez moi.
And all of a sudden, I feel home. I feel like I'm in Canada when I see that. And finally, Madam Speaker.
As a young girl, lying in my bed at night, falling asleep in my house in Lake Bonavista, with the rails just a kilometer away from my home, and listening to the sounds of the train going across the tracks and the sound of the horn. So you see, Madame la Présidente, transport has an incredible history here in Canada, but as well for myself personally. And I think that's because, Madame President, because really, when you think of transport, le transport, c'est la unité.
Transport is unity.
Transport is the actual physical network that ties Canadians together all across this incredible country of ours. Transport brings people together. There is not a single Canadian who cannot think of the joy of going to the airport and seeing a longtime friend or relative that you have not seen in a long time. Transport allows people to have food on their table because of all the commodities that are carried all across this great nation. Donc, ça c'est la raison pour laquelle.
That is the reason for which I was sorely disappointed yesterday with the speech from the throne.
Disappointing, Madam Speaker, because yesterday's speech was not about unity. Ce n'était pas à propos de l'unité.
It had nothing to do with unity, not at all.
Actually, Madam Speaker, it has never been about unity with this government. Because for 5 long years now, Madam Speaker, we have seen region pitted against region. Province contre province.
Province against province, sector against sector.
Fortunately as well, Madam Speaker, we have seen scandal after scandal, a refusal to recognize the crisis of the pandemic that was on the horizon. We tried so hard as the official opposition to bring this to the attention of the government, to show them the doom that was ahead for Canadians, for our well-being and for our economy, but they refused to listen. And now, Madam Speaker, the incompetence of this government to get us out of this slump, to get us on the path to economic recovery, to take us to a better place. In the words of the leader of the official opposition, Canada has never been more divided. Madam Speaker, in this file of transport, I see tens of thousands of people without work. People who contact me, who are desperate, people from the airline sector that are barely hanging on as a result of this government's inability to develop a plan for safe skies or obtain access to rapid testing that so many other nations across the globe have managed to obtain at this time. At my own YYC Airport Authority, Madam Speaker, we have seen a loss of 20,000 jobs. I hear from people all across the country, people who write me, people like Michael who write, I am an airline pilot and I've been laid off since March. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for standing up for our industry within Parliament. From people like Shanna in Manitoba who write me, I don't need a reply, but I just wanted to let you know, thank you for your letter to Parliament. It seems our present government is giving away the farm, so to speak, and forgets about transportation and how we are going to recover. But then again, what do I know? I'm just a furloughed flight attendant who is volunteering in schools to help make this transition as smooth as possible in my community. J'entends des personnes comme
Philippe, for example. He wrote to me.
The absence of a plan regarding airlines. You seem to be one of the rare persons who understands the plague of the aviation sector, The federal government is currently squandering away decades of work by thousands of talented people. If they don't want to throw money at the aviation sector, at least allow us the conditions to do our jobs. People who are worried about food not making it to the table. People like Chad from the transport industry who write me, please help. Freight capacity is a real problem. The government is even facing it with personal protective equipment. The government needs a plan to help transition supply chains to the new reality. Madam Speaker, I hear from people who are so tired of this government choosing winners and choosing losers and being on the losing end of that equation. I hear from people like energy workers in my riding, like John and Linda, who have lost not only their truck, but now their home because of this government's abandoning of the West. For 6 weeks, Madam Speaker, Canadians went without Parliament. We went without committees. Canadians were without a voice. Et pourquoi? For an empty plan, void of a plan for economic recovery, and no hope for families across the nation who so desperately need hope at this time. Madam Speaker, this is not unity. Unity is not your turning your back on an entire region of Canada. Unity is not leaving thousands of people without work to lose their homes and their dignity. Unity is not omitting an entire sector from the speech from the throne, one that is so desperately needed in the restart of this economy. Madam Speaker, this is not unity at all. Ce n'est pas la unité. But, Madam Speaker, I will tell you what unity is. Unity is the Rocky Mountaineer chugging through the majestic mountains. Unity is the first glimpse of Lake Ontario on Via Rail from Ottawa to Toronto. L'unité, c'est la peinture.
Unity is PEI to the west.
Looking out over Vancouver Port at Canada Place in Vancouver, British Columbia. Unity is the good people of Windsor West that I talked to last night. Unity is using the words such as oil, gas, and pipelines in the speech from the throne. Madam Speaker, would you like to know how committed my leader is to unity? He is so committed that he went to la belle province, la province de Québec, and had a conversation with the Premier to discuss solutions to unity. He left the front steps of his house. He had the courage to do that, forsaking his health and the health of his family. And this is the courage and the leadership that we need at this time, Madam Speaker. And c'est la raison pour laquelle so proud to stand behind and beside our leader, Madam Speaker, to get our people, to get our goods moving again, Madam Speaker, because that is the only way that we are going to come out of the pandemic, is together and together with unity. Parce que le transport, c'est la unité.
Transport is unity.
Transport is unity. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, unity for me is a government that understands and appreciates the diversity of our nation and the many different regions in our nation and works to be able to better the lives of all. A good example of unity for me, Madam Speaker, is that when we hit the pandemic, from nothing, we created a program called SIR. And through that program, over 8 million, close to 9 million Canadians were served. That's with a population base of 37 million. That's a government that understands the reality and the importance not only of unity, but being there in a real, tangible way for Canadians. That is but one way to demonstrate the importance of unity that this government was very clear on. And would the member not agree that it didn't matter where you lived in the country, in our beautiful country, that that program was there to serve Canadians first and foremost at a time in which it was needed?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for that question. Unity is the constant recognition of all Canadians from all regions, all across the country. This is something that we have not seen in 5 years, as my home in the West has been completely ignored, as well as thousands of other Canadians. And it is never more important than right now that this economy fire on all cylinders, with all hands on deck, with all Canadians being united for the future of this great nation. And this is not something that we saw in the speech yesterday. This government was slow to react, to respond. We've discussed this over and over again in the House of Commons, in closing our borders, in allowing people to suffer, in giving away personal protective equipment. Now, the very least that they can do is include all Canadians in the solution, and they're not doing that, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. One moment, please. I'm recognizing someone who's online. Sorry, this is a new system. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Can you hear me now? Yes? I would like to take this opportunity to say hi to all of my colleagues who are here and who held firm throughout the pandemic and who have gone above and beyond for their constituents. Now, the member talked of transportation and transit. In Trois-Rivières, we don't have rail service. We're waiting for the high-speed train, which had been promised by Mr. Trudeau's government for many years now. And I would be extremely happy to know whether my colleague would support rail service through that region. I'd like to remind the member that she is not allowed to name a member who's in the House. She mentioned the name of the Prime Minister, and I hope that the next time she will use the title and not the name of the person in question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, this is another example of a project which has been forgotten by the Prime Minister. In fact, this is the exact reason why my leader, the leader of the official opposition, went to Quebec to have a conversation with the Premier of Quebec and to learn about the issues and projects like the one my colleague has just mentioned. So I think that with a new government and a new leader, there will be more conversations on issues and about projects which the Prime Minister has forgotten.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with my honourable colleague and friend, the member from Marc-Oliel-Fortin. Madam Speaker, it is with great privilege and humility that I rise today in the House of Commons in this most unique and extraordinary period of time in our country and the world's history with the onset of COVID-19. The speech from the throne is, I believe, aptly called a stronger and more resilient Canada. Why, Madam Speaker, do I say aptly? Because frankly, Canadians, like those living in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and be it individual Canadians, families, seniors, and businesses from coast to coast to coast, through COVID-19 have demonstrated time and again their resiliency. Their resiliency and generosity to help their neighbours. Their resiliency to help those less fortunate by, for example, delivering groceries to seniors. And for businesses and their employees, Madam Speaker, who showed resiliency by retooling quickly to ensure that our essential and our frontline workers have access to the protection equipment they need to ensure their safety. Madam Speaker, I wish to offer my gratitude and a sincere thank you to the brave men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces who were called upon to assist in the crisis in our long-term care facilities caused by COVID-19, including locally in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge at the long-term care facility, Woodbridge Vista. My heart goes out to those families who lost loved ones at these long-term care facilities. We must do better, and I fully support our government working with the provinces to establish pertinent national standards to ensure all our seniors the ability to live with dignity, respect, and safety at a long-term care facility. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, I wish to thank the CAF for their ongoing service to Canada and their assistance to our seniors that sacrifice so much to help build this country. My riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and the City of Vaughan is home to a dynamic business community, and I would argue one of the most entrepreneurial in this country. Many of these businesses and their workers, in response to COVID-19, quickly retooled and produced the much-needed PPE, including masks, protective shields, and hand sanitizer. A big thank you to Woodbridge Foam Corporation, Magnotta Winery, Last Straw Distillery, Campio Group, and Ben Machine Products, to only name a few. Madam Speaker, the throne speech pledges to build a more resilient Canada, a Canada that we know is blessed, diverse, and inclusive, but remains a work in progress. Madam Speaker, our government will ramp up significantly the ongoing investments in infrastructure, be it in the areas of public transit, building retrofits, clean energy, and affordable housing. These investments will create jobs, grow our economy, and ensure a more competitive economy. Madam Speaker, my riding is home to the training facilities of the leading and largest construction unions in the province of Ontario. And those unions, such as LIUNA 183 or the Local 27 of the Carpenters and Allied Workers Union, and with all the building and trade unions and their members, I know will be there, as they always are, to train the workforce needed to build a resilient and inclusive Canada. Men and women working in the trades across this country through COVID-19 have continued day in and day out to continue to build the communities we call home. And I say thank you. Madam Speaker, we all know the economic toll of COVID-19. At the height of the initial stages of the pandemic, nearly 5.5 million Canadian workers were impacted, with 3 million losing their jobs. An additional 2.5 million workers were required to be absent from work. Our government responded quickly and firmly, and close to 9 million Canadians were helped through the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. An additional 3.5 million Canadians were supported and continue to be supported by the wage subsidy commonly known as the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, or the CEWS. As the Bank of Canada Governor commented on September 10, 2020, measures like the CERB and wage support programs have replaced lost incomes, providing a cushion for many families, especially low-income households. To help during the reopening of the economy, the government has extended its wage subsidy program and is changing CERB into an expanded employment insurance program. These programs are keeping workers connected to employers and the unemployed, connecting to the labor force and supporting our recovery. He goes on to further state, the economy is benefiting from considerable fiscal support to protect the most vulnerable, replace lost income, and subsidize wages. Madam Speaker, we know much work remains and needs to be done, particularly with the 1.1 million Canadians whose livelihoods remain impacted by COVID-19. Canadian workers and their families know that our government has their back, full stop. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to fully support workers and businesses through the crisis, as indicated in the throne speech, as long as it lasts, whatever it takes. Madam Speaker, I do reject the notion from the other side that we must put in place measures for austerity, that we must not invest in Canadians and Canada at this time when we face a pandemic, a unique and extraordinary time both here in Canada and in the world. For the short term, Madam Speaker, yes, we must strengthen Canada's social safety net and ensure proper investment in our healthcare system, and we continue to do that with partnership with the provinces. And in the medium and longer term, we need to focus on implementing policies that drive economic growth and job creation. Yes, Madam Speaker, as someone who worked in the financial markets, I believe in the private sector and the wonders of economic growth, who before the pre-COVID, here in Canada, we had generated over 1 million jobs and driven the unemployment rate to record low levels. We will get there again, Madam Speaker. With that, Madam Speaker, it is constructive to see the support from both business and labour organizations on the announcement in the throne speech that the queues will be extended through next summer. Perrin Beattie, the President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, applauded the extension of the queues and other measures, including national leadership on childcare funding to enable women to more fully participate in the labour force, and the government's focused campaign to create 1 million jobs, restoring employment to previous levels. Madam Speaker, the City of Vaughan is over to 12,000 SMEs, employing tens of thousands of Canadians. And every day, these business owners place all their efforts into the success of their businesses. I applaud them. These entrepreneurs and their employees know that they have a strong voice in Ottawa, that their concerns and ideas are being heard. Much like the introduction of the CEBA, the introduction of the CECRA, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and the CERB. Madam Speaker, with the remaining time, I'd like to comment on our government plans to strengthen our social fabric, and that all Canadians have the equality of opportunity and able to achieve their full potential. Whether it's investments in empowering Black entrepreneurs who we know face hurdles in accessing capital and unleashing their full potential, to making significant long-term sustained investments to create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, and to investing in skills training, our government is there to move our economy forward and to ensure a brighter future for all Canadians across this blessed country. Madam Speaker, we need a system of childcare and options available for parents that ensures and achieves social and economic equality for women. The labour force participation rate for women was impacted profoundly by COVID-19, and we need to repair that damage. We know our full economic potential is only achieved when all Canadians are able to participate in the workforce and not held back by barriers, for example, such as childcare availability or affordability. Madam Speaker, I applaud the Belle Province in its childcare program. As indicated in the throne speech, we need to learn from it. As noted in a report today by Scotiabank, the Quebec experience has demonstrated that universal, low-cost childcare removes a substantial barrier to workforce participation for many women, paying economic and fiscal dividends. It can also increase household disposable income and indirectly alleviate housing affordability pressures. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak about my seniors, les aînés. Madam Speaker, over the first session of Parliament, we helped our seniors. We restored the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS, which the Conservatives had raised from 65 to 67. We brought it back to 65. That's nearly $15,000 more in the pockets of future retirees. We increased by 10% the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable seniors, lifting thousands of them out of poverty. Now we have committed to, again, introducing old age security, increasing it by 10% for those seniors when they hit 75. We know seniors, as they age and get to 75 and around that mark, they face increased pressures on costs, and we're there to help them. We've done much over the decades, all parties have, to lower poverty in seniors across Canada. And we know those that are still in poverty tend to be widowed, single seniors, and most of them women. We've promised to work with our provinces to strengthen the CPP survivors benefit. That is a measure that I applaud the government in undertaking. These, along with other measures that were implemented, have driven poverty levels to record low levels for our seniors. We will be there to assist them. They are, to me, my parents, the greatest generation that helped build this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly want to appreciate the member opposite for his speech today. Now, he's not just a member of Parliament, he's also a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of National Revenue. So my comments today, I worked with him previously on finance. I miss his interventions on that committee. So this is, again, in that capacity, Madam Speaker, as the parliamentary secretary. Madam Speaker, many constituents in my riding have had the issue where their identity has been stolen and benefits claimed, and CRA, when they inquired with CRA put the blame on them, saying that their password wasn't good enough and that it was their fault for not having secured their MyCRA account. Madam Speaker, the whole purpose of CRA is to have a secure way for people to be able to pay the government what is owed for their taxes, and the idea is that CRA will protect their information.
I'd like to ask this member, as his role as a parliamentary secretary, why does this government, and the minister's been nowhere on this, why is this government content to allow CRA to put in place a process that is not secure, that does not protect people, Madam Speaker? I'd like to ask why they allow CRA to blame the individual taxpayer and not help them with this issue.
I do want to remind the members to try to keep their questions within a minute to allow for others to be able to ask. That was mentioned earlier on today as well. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my friend and colleague, who I will visit Penticton soon, I promise, from Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, I will say if you do have constituents that have been impacted by the cyber attacks on their accounts from these activities, please let's connect, let's chat about that. And in no way would any CRA official, the individuals there are great, hardworking folks. They've implemented the CERB, many other programs indicate that it was a responsibility of the taxpayer. I don't agree with that, but let's work together and solve any of those constituents that are facing this issue. They are not responsible. These are activities that were done illegally, and we are there for them and with them, and I'm more than happy to help you and assist you in your office and your constituents on that matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I do want to remind the member, I appreciate that he wants to come to my constituency or help my constituency, but I do want to remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? Is it the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte? I'm sorry, I can't see from here because of the lights. Oh, apologies. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for a speech which was upbeat, but beyond all the good intentions, there is a reality. And in fact, my colleague insisted on a harmonious partnership with the provinces. So unfortunately, it's a missed opportunity because I have the impression that the government has not responded to the clear message sent out by the provincial premiers on healthcare funding, the 35%. So I'd like assurances from my colleague. He said that there is a system of public safeguards in place. I would like to receive reassurances. If that truly is the case, Quebec should be compensated with no strings attached. How does my colleague see that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much for your question. My colleague for the riding of Jonquière.
Actions to date with the Safe Restart Agreement, with the $19 billion that we've given to the provinces to utilize when the province of Quebec and Ontario needed assistance in their long-term care facilities. We responded, of course, immédiatement. So with that, we will continue to work constructively with all provinces in this beautiful country of ours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, there's no time for other questions. I wish there was. I'm sure that everybody does.
The resuming debate, the honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The protection of our seniors is and will always be a priority for our government. Our government has shown that seniors are extremely important for us, and it is incumbent on us to give them the comfort and the security they deserve. Since the creation of the Department for Seniors in 2018 and the appointment of the member for Kings Vaughan at the head of the department in 2019, our government has demonstrated unprecedented willingness to take care of our seniors. The creation of a department dedicated to seniors shows that our government believes our seniors are important and believes that special laws, or rather measures, should be adopted to protect them. For instance, take the New Horizons program, which pays out grants and contributions. This ambitious project supports projects for seniors from coast to coast. New Horizons promotes volunteerism with seniors, but also the participation of seniors in societal projects as mentors as well. This program fosters more inclusion of seniors in our society to prevent loneliness and the feeling of exclusion, which unfortunately they feel too often. This innovative program pays out $25,000 per year for any eligible project.
In my riding, this has allowed for nearly 25,000 of grants to be provided to 2 seniors' residences. The Âge d'Or Saint Ferdinand institution in Fabreville was able to use these funds to buy tables and bingo accessories in order to be able to provide bingo and card-playing evening activities for seniors. And the Seniors Club, Manoir Thérèse Cagrin, has renewed safety carts and safe carts in order to maintain evening activities while maintaining a safe environment. There will be applications received from September 9th to October 20th, and this program will be launched again this year because it was very popular, and we can tell that it is popular because there have been so many applications made. These investments are very necessary because it allows these establishments, these specialized establishments for our seniors to maintain their and continue on with their activities during these troubled times. These institutions also ensure that seniors are not kept in loneliness, and it creates roles of mentorship for them so that others can benefit from their experiences. It allows them to not have to worry about their particular needs, which are very serious problems in our society. So it is a priority to renew materials needed for the safety of our seniors. I'm also thinking of the tax credit for caregivers, these people who help our seniors and who provide them their support. We want to provide them with financial assistance. We must promote this caregiving role and vocation, and that's what our government will continue to do. In a related subject, the Guaranteed Income Supplement allows seniors with lower incomes to receive a supplement on a monthly basis. In addition, we cannot underestimate the effects of this pandemic on our mental health, and we must continue to support programs that deal with this issue. We must also recognize the importance of the support to veterans so that they are not left to themselves during this pandemic and its challenges. After the speech on the throne, we clearly understood that the government was once again making a commitment to help seniors during this new legislature. Specific measures were announced yesterday. For example, an increase in the OAS for those over 75, and an improvement to the CPP survivors benefit. In addition, the government has committed to take additional measures to help seniors stay home while maintaining their independence. We will continue to work with our provincial and territorial partners to establish new national standards to provide seniors with adapted treatments. We will also develop amendments to the criminal code in order to specifically go after those who neglect seniors and put them directly in danger. We will present an inclusion plan for persons with disabilities. This plan will contain the following pillars. First, a new benefit for persons with disabilities based on the model of the GIS, and we'll facilitate the process to determine whether people are eligible to disability programs and grants. Also, we will develop a new job and employment strategy for Canadians with disabilities. We must, through all this time, continue to take care of our seniors. COVID-19 has isolated our seniors further from their families. Because our seniors are more vulnerable to this virus, it is therefore important to continue to protect them from this pandemic. We have to make sure we follow health precautions and visiting rights. I know it is difficult to not be able to see our loved ones, our parents, our grandparents, our friends, but we must work together in order to keep them safe. I want to highlight and thank the work employees from the health sector and workers in the health sector for all of their work to protect us every day. It is our responsibility to ensure that their work does not go to waste. I have a specific and particular thoughts that I send out to members of the long-term care homes in Sainte-Rose who are working hard every day to combat this virus. I also want to highlight the incredible resilience of our food banks, which continue, despite the situation, to support those who need it the most. And the food banks depend more than anything else on our personal donations. The next several months will be crucial in our fight against the pandemic, and it's up to all of us to improve the situation. Every day, we each lead our own personal battle against this vicious virus, and every day we must continue to fight it. We are constantly in contact with municipal, provincial, and federal authorities to reassure the people we work with and to help them through this crisis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Is it Hamilton Centre?
Hamilton Mountain. Hamilton.
Yeah, I know. Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned, and he was very spent a lot of time on it talking about seniors. And I know the government wants to take a lot of credit for what they've done for the seniors, but they really, if you talk to the seniors themselves, they are not very happy at all. And they're wondering, you can talk about all these little programs you put in there, but the benefits that they need to survive and live without having to go to food banks. And with all the increased cost, we're wondering, when is this going to happen? You've said it in 2015, you said it in 2019, you're saying it again. The seniors want to know, when will their benefits be increased so they can live and they can with dignity and do not have to no longer go to a food bank to survive.
I know that it's been a little while and we're just starting to get warmed up being back in the House, and I just want to remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, our government has showed that it is determined to support seniors by implementing specific and concrete resources, by increasing old age OAS once somebody reaches 75, and by increasing the survivor's benefit as part of the CPP. Our government has showed its willingness to support seniors. Questions and comments?
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, that's right. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Going in the same vein as my colleague with his question, in his party's election platform, there was a commitment to increase OAS for those 75 and over. But 5 weeks ago, the Prime Minister shut down Parliament and said, we'll come back with a speech from the throne, and then made the exact same promise. I mean, if you're going to shut down for 5 weeks to make that kind of promise again, well, it's a bit unfortunate. Why create two classes of seniors, those 75 and over and those under 75? Why that distinction? And what are those under 75 missing to have access to increased purchasing power, according to the Liberal Party? The Honourable Member for Marc-Fortin. Thank you to my colleague. We are going to have lots of time in this House to discuss these measures because they concerned just about everybody, the opposition, those on this side. And I'd like to say that our government is determined to support our seniors, of course. And there is the New Horizons program for seniors, for example, which provides for grants that will benefit seniors, no matter their age. I also encourages a better inclusion of seniors in our society in order to prevent isolation, of which they too often fall victim. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laval-des-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, Madam Speaker, in my riding, particularly within the long-term care home in Sainte-Dorothée and also elsewhere across the province. Our seniors have gone through some very tragic and catastrophic days because there was a lack of health and medical services. All of this falls to the provinces, 100%. Can my colleague tell this House of the measures that were taken to improve the situation in these centres throughout the country? And are there any other measures that will be taken by the government to guarantee the dignity and health and the protection of our seniors? Thank you very much. A brief response from the member for Marc-Fortin. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Laval-des-Îles, for all of the work he has done so consistently. COVID-19 really cut off our seniors from their loved ones. That's why the government has announced a plan to be able to provide virtual health services. Please be assured, Madam Speaker, also that our government will continue to work tirelessly to improve the health and the dignity and the safety of our seniors. Thank you. Thank you. Now, before leaving, I'd like to remind the members that we are hoping to have all of your participation and your cooperation for the vote simulation this evening at 7 p.m. That's a reminder. That was my announcement for this evening.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.